the offensive performance?
Tonight was a good night. Tonight was a really good night. Early on, Nola, had our number early and was sort of cruising, and Dalton early on the first part of the game just carried us, with the homer to get us on the board, the double to drive in a couple more runs, and which was big, and then then the lineup took over, and Tommy then took over. So to be able to get some distance with that bases clearing double was huge.
Huge job by Dalton rushing yesterday. Glad he broke out of his slump in a very, very big way. But again, we have a trade deadline that is looming. The Dodgers do have some questions. It's not a ton of questions. And again, I agree with the Dave Roberts thing that we were talking about yesterday, D-Fish. The idea that they aren't buyers, I think, is a very, very fair sentiment. I think they are looking to improve in certain aspects. But we had Anthony Recker on earlier on in the show. And by the way, if you missed that, go ahead and check it out on the Odyssey app. And of course, like, share, and subscribe to D-Fish and Decker wherever you get your podcasts. That being said, hearing him refer to this as something like that, Anthony Recker was talking about how absolutely the Tigers need to sell Tarek Skubal. But they're not going to get him at the same premium they would have gotten if they sold him a little bit earlier. It's a 2-month rental. If I'm the Dodgers, I'm sorry, I just can't get my head around getting my hands on Tarek Skubal. There's a lot of prospects you're going to have to give up to grab Tarek Skubal, especially for a 2-month rental. And the other reason why I don't want to do it is because we have an upcoming CBA. The obvious thing that we can always say is like, well, the Dodgers could definitely sign Tarek Skubal. Yes, they could, but we don't know what that's going to look like starting next year based on the CBA. So getting our hands on him now, dumping a bunch of prospects just to get him for 2 months, to this Dodger team, to me, I just don't think it's a need. Yes, it's a great thing to have. He's Tarek Skubal, 2-time Cy Young Award winner. But I'm more interested in getting back Tyler Glass now. I'm more interested in getting back Blake Snell. And if we get back to, also a Shohei Ohtani on the mound at some point, of which Dave Roberts did give us some updates. He's been doing some flat ground throwing, but they haven't quite gotten him back on the mound yet because they are worried about the mitigating of landing on that left side because of landing specifically on a slope, which they think is causing a problem for his knee right now. But if we can get Shohei Ohtani back, we're talking 3 All-Stars, 1 Cy Young Award winner, and 1 Hall of Famer being re-implemented back into your pitching staff right before October. I don't even know how you make Tarek Skubal fit.
You make him fit.
You make him fit, but man.
You figure it out if that was your job.
Man, it's just a lot.
It is. It definitely is. I mean, I think a lot of times in the CBA stuff, like the teams they know what they've pushed for. So the front offices know what the asks are. Mm-hmm. They have a sense of like these are the potential systems that we could end up in if there are some changes. And so part of why all teams in all sports have the analysts and the folks that focus on the salary cap or roster construction, roster management. They run a lot of these scenarios. They see, the future in some ways, especially financially. Mm-hmm. And so, I think they would have some indication of what the roster would look like, if you added certain salary, if certain guys went out. And I don't think it's a need. Clearly the Dodgers can win games without Skubal. They're at the top of the league standings without him. But the question is if the Dodgers if they want to sustain, which from everything we've heard, they would like to be in a position to win World Series titles for the rest of this decade.
No question.
So that's kind of the question is going after Skubal now that maybe it guarantees you a better chance of winning the title this year. Maybe it increases your chances of winning it next year, assuming you can get him re-signed, et cetera. But what you have to give up to get him, does that then start to put what you could accomplish in 2028, 2029, and 2030 into jeopardy?
Yeah.
And so those are really kind of some of the questions you have to think about. The Dodgers obviously are thinking about some of their young players and developing guys that they have now, with another 2 or 3 years of reps and seasoning and experience. They may already have a couple guys that they feel like will be ready for the big time and can help them win games in the next year or two that are going to cost them a tenth of the price that a Scuba would cost them, which then would allow them to go out and get – they already have circled who the free agents are going to be 2 years from now, 3 years from now. So they're mapping all of these things out, and those are factors in the Scuba decision today in terms of going after him or not.
I got a question for you, D-Fish, because you three-peated. And it's just, it's a very rare thing in sports. Like, it's just so ungodly rare in sports that 3 championships in a row happen. In fact, it's only happened 2 times in baseball history, basically. The Yankees did it, and of course the A's did it. I mean, it's not a very common place to really be in the midst of a legitimate dynasty. In your estimation, and based on your history, how important was that 3rd championship in a row? Like, was it just as important to you guys as the previous 2? Was there more pressure? Was there less pressure? I mean, I'm just trying to get in the mindset of where the Dodgers currently are going into what seemingly should be a 3-peat for the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Yeah, it was important. It becomes the standard. Once you, at least, from my experience, once you get the taste of what the first one feels like, what it took to get there, all the years before you win that first one that you didn't quite get it done, like, you start to channel all of those things into, okay, you've now formulated a recipe that got you to a championship in year 1. And then sometimes what happens in year 2 is you start to think that you're repeating, like, you need to do things the same way you did it last year, in order to win it this year. And so then in year 2, you kind of learn, oh, this is a very different experience than it was in year 1. Like, we're going to have to do things differently. We're going to be required to win games differently. We may not have home court advantage this time. We're going to have to go on the road and win a game 7, et cetera, et cetera. So by the time you get to that 3rd year, after you've navigated winning the first one and the second one, there isn't anything that you feel like could happen that could prevent you from winning the 3rd one. Mm-hmm. It's just now you have to be able to just really stay laser focused on the process and the daily habits and staying healthy, maintaining your energy, and not getting too high or too low when you're having ups and downs during the season. Because now you expect to win it. It's not, can we? The second one is kind of like confirmation of, like, no, we do this.
That's who we are.
Yeah. This is us. So then that 3rd one is like, you're just, now it's almost just like a habit.
Yeah. So that's kind of the thing, though. Like, since it's now you're in a position that it really is championship or bust a type of situation. How aware of that were you guys at the time?
I mean, I think we were aware, but it wasn't championship or bust, as though we wouldn't be able to do it again, right? I think at the ages where, Shaq's age, Kobe's age, we had some veteran guys, of course, but we were, Kobe was probably still, early 20s, Shaq and I were mid-20s. There was no reason for us to believe we weren't going to win 5 more championships at that point. So it was championship or bust, but it was like, we can own this thing for quite some time, especially with these 2 guys. Mm-hmm. And the Dodgers have more veteran guys, Mookie Betts, Max Muncy, Freddie Freeman is crossing into that super veteran, stage of his career. So they may not be thinking like they could win 5 more titles. But to the point of your questions, like, those are the things that the Dodgers are really thinking about as an organization, at the front office, the ownership group. Like, they're in their championship window. You cannot assume that 2 years from now that window is going to still be open. You have to, it's like, those the machines with the money blowing around.
Oh, yeah, like those air machines that you get thrown into?
Yeah. Why would you stand in one of those machines and not try to grab the money? Because when the wind stops blowing and the money goes down, like, it's over. You don't get another chance.
Yeah. This is your window. You better grab as much as you can.
So, and whether they trade for Skubal or not, that's not the point of it necessarily. The point of it is they all have a responsibility to do whatever it takes, using the machine as an example, to grab as much money as possible while the money is blowing around. While you're that close to winning another title, you can't assume, well, we'll halfway go at it for this one and to keep ourselves in position for the next one. Doesn't work that way. If you see it, you got to go get it right now.
Because you may never be here again.
You may never get there again.
You are definitely right. Well, guys, so much to discuss when it comes to the Dodgers this season. Of course, this second half off to a great start, winning their first 2 series, and their next series starts tomorrow in Queens as they take the day off today to head over to Washington, D.C. to celebrate their last World Series win. But, guys, coming up, we did it earlier in the show with the AFC West. Now let's take a look at the NFC West. Can the Rams take down the defending Super Bowl champions in this juggernaut division? We will discuss as Countdown to Training Camp continues here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Welcome back, D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, of course, Aaron, Raj, and Crash, keeping us all together right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Of course, you can take us on the go anywhere you go on the Odyssey app. So if you're joining us on your LA drive time commute, you got to get out of your car. Well, guess what? Continue the show on the Odyssey app, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, we've been talking everything under the sun, talked a lot about the Dodgers just now, and of course, the upcoming trade deadline that is looming, but we got to get over and get a countdown to training camp. We broke down the AFC West, which, let's be real clear, man, D-Fish, that is a juggernaut division. I think in really actuality, there are three serious juggernaut divisions going into the NFL this year. The AFC West being one of them, as we discussed earlier on in the show. I honestly think that the AFC North is very interesting yet again. And let's look over here to the NFC West, another juggernaut division, with the exception of the Arizona Cardinals. So let's just get them out of the way real quick. The Arizona Cardinals happen to be in the NFC West. That is unfortunate for them, considering who else is in that division. They are also, and I'm not saying this is hyperbole, I'm not saying this because I'm a Raider fan and I'm looking for other teams to be horrifically as dysfunctional as my team is. I'm saying this because it's true. The Arizona Cardinals are by far the most dysfunctional, poorly ran franchise in the NFL year in, year out. 3-14 last year, and they're just restarting their rebuild that they've been restarting for the past decade. So, good luck to them. Their odds to win the division are plus 9,000 to plus 10,000. So, you know.
We've already spent too much time on them. Let's move along.
Over under 3.5 wins, D-Fish. Over under. What do you got?
I'm under.
I'm going to take the under too. There you go. Goodbye, Cardinals. Done talking to you. Have a lovely day. Hey, the San Francisco 49ers, they're really good. Thank God, because the Cardinals aren't. The San Francisco 49ers last year with their 12-5 record. And here's the thing. All the records in the NFC West last year were phenomenal, with the exception, of course, of the Cardinals. But we're talking about the top three teams, all over 12 wins. You had the Seahawks with their 14-3 season. You had the 12-5 Rams, who very much could have gone to the Super Bowl themselves, just barely falling to the Seahawks. And then you had the San Francisco 49ers. And here's the deal, man. I think that's the most impressive of all three regular seasons. I'm not saying they were the best team last year. They were not, by a very wide margin when it came to the Seahawks and the Los Angeles Rams. But it was not because of them on paper. That team was obliterated with injuries last year. Like, obliterated with injuries. And still won 12 wins last season. This team is going to be healthy at the start of this year, and if they are healthy, I really think that's going to put not only the NFC West on notice, that might put the entire league on notice. Brock Purdy will be healthy. Their tight end will be healthy over there in Kittle. Still some questions on the receiver aspect because, Ayuk is apparently never going to play in the NFL ever again. But at the end of the day, the 49ers are very, very, very much ready to go. Oh, and they have Shanahan as their head coach. And, God, the Shanahan tree is just all over the place, including the Rams themselves.
I mean, the Niners, they have 4 home games to start. The first one is not a home game technically.
In Australia?
Yeah,
that's a tough draw.
Listed as the home team, but, Niners, Rams, that game is going to loom large later in the season, for the division. But I like the Niners. Shanahan definitely just understands the game and how to manage week in and week out based on what he does have available. So, to your point, obliterated with injuries last year and, still able to kind of carve out 12 wins. I mean, I think this year their schedule is probably a little more favorable than it was last year. You'd have to guess they'll be even slightly healthier than they were a season ago. And so even though, it's hard to want to see them be super successful, but Where are they at? 10.5 or 11.5?
They are currently set at 9.5 wins for the San Francisco 49ers.
I might take the over on
dude,
that.
I'm going to take the over on that, too.
I think they get to 10 for sure.
They got to 12 last year, and half the team was, on the training table, man.
I think they get to 10 for sure. There's always some surprises in the NFL. Any given Sunday, quote unquote, like anything can happen.
No question.
But I just like what Shanahan's about. Christian McCaffrey will be healthier.
Dude,
he'll be back.
You got to get a healthy McCaffrey, get a healthy Kittle, get a healthy Purdy. Who knows what this team can do?
Yeah, I like it. And, defensively, their names don't pop off the screen, like some of the guys individually. But, they bring the hat on that end. I know Shanahan is an offensive-minded coach, but he's tough. And I think his football teams play tough. Even he may not run the defense per se, but their defense is normally pretty physical.
They are.
And able to make plays
on
that end.
There is one question mark I do have, and it is on the defense, because it is true their defenses are usually pretty tough, but I usually put that on the name Robert Saleh, who has been classically their defensive coordinator and was once again their defensive coordinator last year. However, no Robert Saleh running the defense. He's over there as the head coach of the Tennessee Titans now, which, by the way, congratulations to Robert Saleh. I thought he got a real raw deal when he was the head coach of the Jets, but it's going to be an interesting year there for the San Francisco 49ers. Let's look over to the defending champions, the Seattle Seahawks, 14-3 last year. Sam Darnold with his second straight 14-win season, this time in a new city over there in Seattle. Their odds to win the division right now are plus 160 to plus 205 as we currently stand. And again, this team won 14 games last year, won the Super Bowl, and by the way, boring-ass Super Bowl because they won that game so handedly. It was barely a Super Bowl. This team is... I also want to point this out. I don't think I've ever seen a team coming off of a Super Bowl win getting more disrespect going into their follow-up season. They are not the shortest odds to win the Super Bowl. In fact, they weren't even the shortest odds to win the Super Bowl 2 hours after they won the goddamn Super Bowl, D-Fish. And since then, let's just say the teams whose the shortest odds already were, they've only gotten shorter because of some blockbuster moves they've made.
Yeah, I mean, you're right about the... I think the respect, it was because they really did it as a team. And so much of pro sports now is built around star power. And I don't think the Seahawks are maybe ever going to get credit for star power per se.
Completely agree.
Right? As productive as Sam Darnold has been in some of the different starting opportunities he's had, very productive in Minnesota, very productive in Super Bowl champion in Seattle last season, people still don't see him at the same level as Matthew Stafford, as Jared Goff, as Joe Burrow. So I think that's why some of that respect isn't fully there for the Seahawks, even though they're the defending Super Bowl champions. And their schedule sets up slightly better, even though they're the defending Super Bowl champion. You're in the same division with the Cardinals, so you get them twice.
Yep.
So you get a couple of those wins, and they have some other favorable matchups in the season at different points. I mean, I don't know how good the Giants are going to be. I don't know how, the Panthers, where they're going to end up this year. They have a matchup with the Raiders as well this year. So they have an opportunity to, maybe they don't win 14 games, but they win 12. And they're going to contend for this division. I mean, it's a 3-team race, as it usually is. Or it's been a 2-team race largely for a couple years. But, I mean, the Rams are going to have to, they're going to have to fight hard to win this division. I could see the division ending up tied and it coming down to some different tiebreak scenarios.
No question about it. Their over-under is currently listed at 10.5, and yeah, I'm looking at the over on that one too. 14 wins last year. They didn't necessarily get worse. They just lost Kenneth Walker III. Definitely a big thing to lose out on, but I have a feeling that Mike McDonald's going to keep this team running in just the right fashion. And let's look at the team with the shortest odds, not only to win the division, but to win the Super Bowl itself. Our very own Los Angeles Rams, 12-5 last year. There are current odds to win the division are plus 100 to plus 145. Their over-under is listed at 11.5. I'm looking at the over. I'm hammering the over. Listen, it's going to be a fight for this division, but on paper, what they already were, defending MVP coming back in Matthew Stafford, not to mention the Myles Garrett of it all and the other defensive moves and McDuffie. And just in case Aaron Donald can possibly come back, this team is the scariest team on paper I may have ever seen.
It's just on paper, so we're gonna have to see it. Obviously in football, I feel like even though there's so much of it is about the stars, it also kind of ends up being a depth question. Mm-hmm. Because you inevitably are going to have
injuries, man.
Some main guys get beat up throughout the season, and so I'm more so looking at some of the second and third level guys. Who can have that kind of next man up, breakout type of performance or, 3 or 4 week stretch while somebody else is out. Like who's going to be able to, step up and make some plays to get them through some of these hard stretches that they're going to face during the season. Thankfully, you get the Cardinals a couple times, so that kind of helps to right the ship. But the Rams are not going to have an easy schedule. There's some tough battles here.
Not to mention the opener in Australia, which, of course, the Niners are also being straddled with, too. But that's your opener. That's a tough way to start the season. So much so that it would make sense to me that Aaron Donald wouldn't want to start until week 2 or 3 or 4.
Right. No, for sure. But the Rams, 11.5. Yeah, I think they get to 12 for sure. But it's going to be a hard 12, man. There's going to be some real battles this year. And
no question.
But I'm excited to see this team put it together.
And you guys can't forget the biggest factor before we break here in Australia. Remember, they fresh in our minds what you guys did to them in the World Cup. The Aussies are going to be upset. So the Rams might have a real tough game on their hands when those upset. Oh, they're not playing Australia.
I'm about to say they're playing the San Francisco 49ers. You still got that World Cup on your brain, dude. It's amazing. Brazil loses and his brain melts a little bit. Unbelievable. But yeah, I'm with you on all these things. This is going to be a hell of a year for the Rams, and this division is just one of the best in the game. And the Arizona Cardinals are there. So much to break down as the countdown to camp continues here on 97.1 The Fan. But coming up, is Adam Silver to blame for the delay in LeBron James's announcement? Adam Silver, you just had to open your mouth and let all the pettiness just create itself. We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And, of course, you can get in the chat right now over on YouTube at The Fan LA. Crash is doing his very best to keep us out here on the screen for you. And, of course, you can check out our beautiful studio and our beautiful faces right now at The Fan LA on YouTube. We mentioned it earlier on in the show, but I think it's worth hitting again for just a new audience that needs to hear it. Adam Silver, who we even heard Rich Paul even kind of get into it, saying the best commissioner in all of sports. And I will say this, I was racking my brain. You and I kind of chatted about it very briefly. And, you know, as I've been thinking about it, Rob Manfred, Adam Silver, and I'm trying to think of course, the NFL. Why am I forgetting the NFL's commissioner's name? But whatever. Of the three commissioners, I actually do got to agree with the guy. I do think that Adam Silver probably is the best commissioner in sports. That being said, doesn't mean he's perfect. He makes as many mistakes as anybody else. But the thing that I really like about Adam Silver compared to the other commissioners in their respective sports, there seems to be a much greater attention given to the athlete in the NBA compared to the other sports. It doesn't seem quite as adversarial as it does in the NFL, which very much that's by design. The NFL really doesn't allow the PA do much. And Major League Baseball, because the PA in baseball is so powerful, the MLB can be extremely adversarial against the Major League Baseball Players Association. Yet, I do seem to see more collaboration between the NBA and their players.
Well, I mean, I'm biased in terms of, obviously, my relationship in terms of playing in the NBA for so long, you know, being a leader in the Players Association and having seen Adam Silver go from, you know, the lieutenant, you know, to the captain. I think he is the best commissioner in pro sports. Like you said, not because everything is perfect. I'm sure there are a lot of decisions made on a higher level than I operate on, you know, that he has to deal with. But you know, being a leader at that level, I mean, you think about, you know, you've been asked to essentially run a league, you know, with hundreds of billions of dollars on the line every year. If you think about the franchise values of each team times 30.
And they're only going up.
Plus, you know, player salaries per year, et cetera. Like I mean, there's a lot of responsibility that comes with it. And it would be easy to not be human, you know, to be so transactional and so focused on just the business.
Beyond easy to do.
That you could just lose out on being human and being approachable and having a level of humility as a leader, being able to hold yourself accountable and acknowledge maybe when you make a mistake. But I think where Adam's done really good is he hasn't gotten too far out in front on issues without having already talked to or canvassed, you know, how players feel about it. You know, where are the really important things that I need to be mindful of before I just jump out there and say something and speak out on something. And so I think that has helped the league to not have, you know, some of the long and protracted work stoppages that did exist, you know, late 90s, early 2000s. You know, it was rough in terms of work stoppage, lockout, et cetera. And I think he had a front row seat to a lot of those experiences as he served under David Stern. RIP to David Stern. And so now as a leader, I just think he's choosing to do it his way instead of trying to do it the way David did it.
Absolutely.
And I think that's just been really helpful in terms of the growth of the league. Again, no CBA is perfect, but he's done a lot of really great things.
I would totally agree. And here's one thing, like we played the clip on Friday and he was over there at Fanatics Fest. And this was the other thing. I was actually not shocked that he said this. Well, kind of shocked. I was a little shocked that he said it out loud because normally you wouldn't hear a commissioner ever kind of alluding that a player has so much power and influence on a league. But Adam Silver did go out and kind of say, yeah, I would like him to make up his mind because I'd like to be able to release the schedule, and we can't do that until LeBron is in there. And credit to him for the refreshing honesty in that, because I cannot imagine a world where like Rob Manfred says, yeah, we'd love to make the schedule, but Shohei Ohtani's got to make his decision. There's not like a world where I could see him saying that. So I really appreciate the honesty. But now there are reports that are coming out that LeBron, or specifically LeBron's camp, might have been slightly perturbed by that statement, even though Rich Paul has referred to him as the best commissioner in the game. He did go on to say, we will not be rushed. And I always thought that was kind of a unique thing to kind of display it, because seemingly no one is rushing LeBron James. It's just to the point where you should probably make a decision at this point. A lot of rosters are kind of still waiting to be finalized. A lot of players are still kind of in limbo who have a similar skill set. Obviously not the skill set of LeBron James, but a skill set where they can be filling out a roster in another team. What are your thoughts on this idea that LeBron might be irritated by that statement? So because of that, he's going to take even more time.
Yeah, no, I think both things can be true. I think he could, he and the folks that work closely with him can feel like, the commissioner was signaling, to, hey, let's pick it up. Like you are holding up billions of dollars of decisions here, so I could see them maybe hearing it that way. But at the same time, not necessarily hearing that and then saying, you know what, I'm gonna just take another 10 days, man, and just, make him mad and piss him off and drag this out. Because I think there's still too many other things attached to it, that LeBron is gonna have to manage and navigate, that you don't want to just drag it out just to drag it out.
No.
You're still gonna have to move. You're still going to have to plan certain things out. You're still going to, as a family, have to kind of navigate what the decision ultimately is. And I'm sure that planning is already happening. But, I don't know if he heard the comments and then decided, hey, I'm going to take my time even more. But, as I've thought about it this morning, like Maverick Carter isn't involved in the project as much anymore, from my understanding. But there's a men's and women's basketball circuit project called Project B that's being built and launching in Europe, and I'm not saying it's a competitor to the NBA, but yeah, there could be some high level chess, just in terms of
interesting.
Like if it's kind of like on the women's side, there's Unrivaled.
Yes.
And so, like, there are times where just by nature, as a competitor to another league or as an alternative league, you're not going to always see eye to eye. And so, yeah, we're not going to be rushed. But it doesn't mean he's dragging it out just because. But I also could be making a statement that, like, I move when I want to move. Mm-hmm. That nobody can tell me how fast I should or shouldn't make a decision.
Even the commissioner of the league.
Yeah, when you're that guy, that's what it is. I would imagine that a lot of people wait for Taylor Swift to tell them what they're going to do.
Possibly. I can see that. But here's my only pushback on that. And again, it's not much of a pushback. It's just, it's a whole league kind of being held up a little bit. It's not just one team. It's multiple teams, and now the rest of the teams being held, and a lot of the players being held up as well. Like there's an aspect of this going like, I get it, but also, can you let us know where you're going so we can get this show on the road?
Yeah, I think for the most part, players' decisions are done. I think free agency is pretty wrapped. Mm-hmm. His decision will change some things for sure.
That is for sure. And guys, we're going to find out what those decisions are going to be, because a lot of teams are willing to make a lot of moves for LeBron. We will discuss right here on D Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, the five-time champion. And, of course, myself, Cody Decker. We got Aaron in the back keeping us sounding great. We got Crash making us look great. And we got Raj back there making us be great. And we thank you all for joining us right now here. And, of course, you can watch us live on YouTube at The Fan LA. And we just finished talking about the interesting thing about when it comes to Adam Silver and his work as the GM and him kind of managing this entire situation from the league perspective on how this is all going to work when LeBron James eventually makes his decision. And it was funny, I was just looking on Twitter right now, and The Athletic has an active, open, live vlog right now. Just so we're all clear on how big of a decision this current LeBron James decision is, The Athletic is running a full-on active, live, ongoing blog only discussing where LeBron could possibly go. So to say that this is the biggest story currently in sports is a bit of an understatement, to be quite honest. LeBron James is one of one. And that's not in the NBA. That's probably in all of the pantheon of sports. And LeBron James is taking his time. Now, you can be annoyed by it. You could be intrigued by it, whatever it may be. This is LeBron's decision, and LeBron is going to get away with handling it however the hell he wants to handle it. So it's either we can be annoyed and pissed off, or D-Fish, we can all just get on board with it because it's what's going to happen.
Annoyed and pissed off with where he chooses to go, or just talking about
possibly all of the above, but yeah. It's what is. So I almost don't even think it's worth being angry or pissed off about. It's what is. Like,
yeah, I don't understand with the angry or pissed off part of the conversation and why. Some people want you to talk about it more. Some people say move on. He doesn't play in LA, or he doesn't play in this market. Why are we talking about this? But it's, again, you're talking about someone that's not just, driven the basketball conversations and narratives, but also in all of sports. Mm-hmm. You could pick, if you go back 25 years, there's a pretty short list of, people that, are like, they've moved everything. It's Messi, it's Ronaldo. In the last 5 years, Mbappe, Yamal, those guys have come on to the scene. Mm-hmm. Holland from Norway, like those are new names that people may, become familiar with, and then they're going to carry the torch forward. But Messi, Ronaldo, Tiger, LeBron, Serena, like it's just a really, really short list of people that, you could say have driven every conversation in a sport, but also in all of sports. He's one of those people. So you're going to talk about, what he's possibly going to do. Ultimately, when the choice is made, there's going to be a months of talk about how we feel about it. Did he choose the right spot? Should he have chosen to go here? When they do well, it was the right choice. When they don't do well, like the way people killed them in Miami when they lost in the finals the first year.
Oh, dude, do I remember it? I remember where I watched it. I remember even I cheered, and I was going like, "Yeah, go Mavs!" And I'm like, I'm not even a Mavericks fan.
So that there's going to still be that type of energy around these conversations, and folks that get to that point where they are like, they've gotten accustomed to it. They care but don't care. Like they're okay being the straw that kind of stirs the drink. It's a lonely life. It's a lot of things swirling around you, but you're still the straw.
Absolutely. And LeBron James is definitely the straw. And guys, here on D. Fish and Decker and the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, we got something to give away, so we want you to give us a call right now. 855-975-2326. That's 855-975-2326, because YG is coming to Crypto.com Arena on October 28th, and we're giving away 2 tickets right now. If you give us a call, 855-975-2326, and we're giving away, hey, Raj, what number call are we giving those tickets away to?
Well, let's do 7.
I love that choice.
And tell them what YG stands for again, just in case they're
confused.
Young
Gangsta. in case you didn't know that. And yes, I am pronouncing that phonetically correctly.
That's the way he wants it.
Ends with an A. Nailed it. Go see YG at Crypto.com Arena on October 28th. Caller number 7 getting their hands on a pair of seats. And, of course, tickets are available at Ticketmaster.com. We see that the phone lines are already lighting up. 855-975-2326. Looking for caller number 7. Give us a call right now here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. We are talking LeBron James and exactly where he can go and how he can go and basically how the entire league is kind of currently held up with this entire concept. But he can kind of get away with it because he's LeBron James, whether you want to say it or not. The thing is that's interesting, though, is now the reports that are coming out of how so many teams are really trying to fold themselves into pretzels to make it work. Now, we've heard a ton of rumors throughout the last month and a half about AD to this place, AD to that place, AD to this other place, all just in the idea of courting one LeBron James. Now, if you believe these current reports, apparently Cleveland had a deal on the table, a 3-way trade that would get AD to Cleveland to help entice their hands on getting LeBron James. Now, there's also a report that there's speculation with Cleveland that they're trying to possibly swap out Harden to rejoin LeBron with Kyrie Irving. And that's another interesting idea as well. Let's start with that one. The idea of LeBron James regrouping in Cleveland, specifically with Kyrie Irving. The reason why it's interesting to me is I feel like it's been a decade since we've even seen Kyrie after his most recent injury.
I understand the thought process behind that if that's real, right?
Won a title together there.
Yeah, won a title together. Still, prior to his most recent injury in Dallas, still one of the most elite players in the world, and from a skill set perspective, from a mindset perspective. I remember seeing a video of, he was young then. I might even been before his first year at Duke or his only year at Duke. And the confidence and the bravado he had, the audacity to bring forth in a conversation with Kobe at the time. And I was like, who is this dude that he thinks he's that good? From a skill perspective, he is that good.
Wow.
He really is. And so I would want to be his teammate too if there was a world where you could, figure out a way to make some of this stuff happen. And again, these are the types of things that when you've, built a career and a legacy the way guys like LeBron have, great athletes have, then you get some say-so in how things play out in and around you. Some of the, a music artist, right? We were just, promoting the YG concert, the ticket giveaway.
Mm-hmm.
Artists have a Reiter, R-I-D-E-R, that lays out, these are the things that I want when we come to do the show.
Mm-hmm. And I love those. I think my favorite one I've ever heard was specifically Van Halen said, we only want green M&Ms in the thing. And they would put that in there only for one reason, to make sure people were reading the writer.
Right. So then guess what? Somebody had to go get M&Ms, open all the M&M packages, separate out all those M&Ms to make sure it was only green ones in there. Sounds kind of ridiculous, right? But that's what you had to do if Van Halen was coming to play at your spot. And so it's the same concept. Once you become a rock star of that magnitude, you get to name your price. You get to name your rules. You get to name the expectations. And that's what some of these rumors and speculation would be. I have no issues with them at all. I would do it too.
If I could, believe me, if I could, oh my God, I would. But hey, congratulations. We got caller number 7. Hunter, talk to us. Congratulations. You just won 2 tickets. Go see YG at Crypto.com. Who you taking to the show, my guy?
Hey, good morning. I'm going to be taking my girlfriend, actually, to the show.
Had a baby.
Okay.
Which one? Baby.
Nice.
Yeah, which one?
Don't get it.
The main
come
one?
on, Raj. Don't be getting it.
What?
I was
Getting him in
acting
trouble.
right that time.
Hey, don't be getting Hunter in trouble, man.
Yeah, this is on the air, dude. You got to keep that quiet. Hey, Hunter, like, who's your team, man?
I gotta go with the Golden State.
Okay. All right. He says Golden State. Well, dude, enjoy the YG show with your girl. And, dude, congratulations on getting that. Enjoy your night over there at Crypto.com, my guy.
Hey, thank you so much, man. You guys have a blessed day.
You
Appreciate
as
you,
well.
Hunter.
You as well. Congratulations.
It's gonna be a fun show.
That's going to be an awesome show. You thinking about sneaking in on that
I
one?
might.
I mean, that's going to be a good show.
I might.
I'm telling you, it's going to be a good show. All right, well, talking about LeBron James right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of L.A. sports. And that's the one thing talking about the Kyrie speculation. What about the AD speculation? Because here's the thing. It's still sitting there right there, dangled out there. Now, you got D.C. saying that they're not interested in moving Anthony Davis. You got Rich Paul seemingly trying to do everything he can to move Anthony Davis, which I can only imagine how difficult that's going to be, considering the fact of how the financials are going to have to work out with all of this. What are the thoughts of the idea to say Golden State get their hands on AD to get their hands on LeBron James? Is that a more attractive place for a LeBron James to go play?
With Anthony Davis, yes. For 100%. The difficult part that also, like, to your point around the financial aspects of it, in terms of making the salaries work, and it's a salary cap league. You have the salary cap, then you have the first apron and the second apron in terms of luxury tax and all these things. But then when you're trying to figure out trades, like if we take it even to the Dodgers and Skubal, like the Tigers know teams might want to trade for Tarek Skubal. So you're gonna write down, I want A through Z. You got to give me everything to get Skubal, or else we won't do it. Now, are they playing poker? Are they ultimately still going to trade him? But they just want to kind of see what can they get. You might give me something I didn't even expect you to give me just because I put it down on the paper. And so when you start talking about Anthony Davis or guys that would need to be traded in order for then LeBron to have more interest or intrigue in going there, other teams know that too. So Washington knows if Golden State is calling them to try to orchestrate a trade, Washington's going to ask for way more than they normally would, because they know you're only trying to do this in order to get these two guys paired together.
Yeah.
So instead of, this player, and 2 first-round picks, we want this player, 2 first-round picks, 2 first-round pick swaps. We want your kitchen sink. We want your Cadillac. We want your Lex. We want everything, because we know why you're trying to do this, and you're not going to get the guy you want if you don't do this. And so we're going to get everything we can get out of it.
This is what's actually kind of crossing my mind right now, and I want your take on this specifically, because is LeBron handling this properly? And hear me out when I'm saying when I'm saying this, because I feel like every free agent LeBron's been in, and the caliber of player LeBron is, he goes to a place, you go there, you sign your deal, and then the team would build around you as that piece. LeBron is not going to be that piece technically at this point, because he's going into his last or second to last year of his. So it's not like he's going to a place that they're going to now build around him for the future. It's more like he's almost a free agent looking for a fit that he fits into, but he's also still demanding they build around him kind of for the future. It's like, it's a weird catch-22, and I'm not sure how teams can financially and really figure out how to do that in such a short amount of time.
Yeah, I don't. There's no future.
Yeah, that's the thing.
It's now.
So how do you build around for now with the finances being what the finances kind of are?
Yeah, well, the finances only become an issue after this year, like going forward. So it's the Les Snead mentality. It's F them picks, F all of that.
We're going to
future.
win now, the end.
Yeah, bro. Like, forget all that. That's where LeBron or folks like that, that's where they're coming from. Like, bro, second round pick in 27 million years from now, that's not going to make a difference. Like, if you are in, you can basically open a championship window. If I come there and you able to add this and this, then F the picks. We don't need that. And so it's not so much about planning for now and for the future. It's about, are you willing to go now? Mm-hmm. And if you're not willing to go now, then that's just not the place for me, and that's fine, right? I'll go here because they seem to be a little more focused on now.
Dude, what you're saying to me about this, though, how that's being described to me, that really, to me, fits the bill more for one team compared to the other teams. And to me, that just screams Golden State. Like, it screams right now, you have this core group of guys who, we've mentioned over and over, older group of guys. Get LeBron James in there to win right now because it's not about, as you said, the future. I still feel like there's a future in Cleveland. There's a future in Philly without LeBron James. Mm-hmm. I feel like Golden State, it makes a lot of sense. The way you're describing this right now, it just screams Golden State is the place for him.
No, I agree. I think the other places are, Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe are like young stars that are going to be in this league 10 years from now. Jaylen Brown, if he wants to be, could be in the league still 10 years from now, but he's for sure going to be a star for the next 5 to 7 years if he truly wants to be that. I think in Cleveland, Donovan Mitchell is he's been around a while, but he has another 5-year, window as an all-star caliber, all-pro level player. Evan Mobley is a young star. When you start looking at it that way, Miami, our Bam and Giannis a little bit more in that kind of, we got to go now. Those guys may not be playing 10 years from now, but over the next few years, they could maybe make a push. Mm-hmm. To your point, I agree. I think that's why with Golden State, it would be the Anthony Davis conversation. With Cleveland, it would be the Kyrie Irving conversation. Because in Cleveland, if you have Mobley and Allen, you're good up front. It's more about the backcourt and not having a Mitchell, Harden, LeBron combination like Kyrie gives you a different type of look. And like you also, let's say LeBron is like the world's best firefighter. Okay, he's been the best firefighter in the world for the last 20 years. And now he's thinking about shifting to another station or another county, and he's thinking about where is he going to go fight fires now. It might be nice to have a guy that I've fought some fires with before. I've seen how this guy reacts when it gets really hot. Mm-hmm. When we got a choice between running in the building or staying out here and protecting ourselves. I want to fight fires next to a guy that I've seen run in the building before that's really willing to risk his life the same way I would in order to put the fire out. Why is that too much to ask?
Mm-hmm. No, you make a very, very, very good point. Listen, LeBron James is the belle of the ball right now. Whether we want to be annoyed by it or not, it doesn't matter. It is what is. He is going to do this how he wants to do it. And whether or not we like it, that's the world we live in. I mean, it just is flat factual here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And we did have a Dodger game last night, people. Don't got one tonight because they're over there at the White House celebrating their last World Series win. They will start their next series, of course, tomorrow in New York. Earlier on the show, if you missed it, go on the Odyssey app and, of course, check out the podcast wherever you get your podcast. Just look up the words D. Fish and Decker wherever you get your podcast. You can listen to that great interview we did earlier today with Anthony Reiter breaking down what the Dodgers are accomplishing and how they're doing it, not to mention the trade deadline that is looming. The reason I bring up the trade deadline is there was a great performance last night by a player on that team who I have been saying the Dodgers do need to get active in the trade market for the position, and that would be catcher. Dalton Rushing had himself a damn good game yesterday. Damn good game. Caught a good game behind the plate, and more importantly, offensively, shows up in the third inning and does this.
This ball's drilled in the air to center field. It's carrying well, and it's gone. Dalton Rushing connects. A long home run to get the Dodgers on the board. Throw it back.
Yeah, pretty big stuff there. Solo shot off of Aaron Nola. Needed to get that going because he has been slumping for the last week and a half or so, and especially fans are starting to notice the absence of Will Smith and, of course, the quiet maneuvering of him over to the 60-day IL. We've seen some players kind of get some starts. We've seen Chucky Robinson get some opportunities. We've seen Alfonso get some opportunities. But I still feel like at the end of the day, the Dodgers are going to make a move for a catcher to at least help supplement Dalton Rushing on the catching side. But offensively, he's doing a very good job. He got himself, of course, later on in the game, down to in an 0-2 count, went ahead and had a 2-run double, gets 3 RBIs on the night. And here's Dave Roberts on the night that was for the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Well, Dave, when you look at this offense, especially on this road trip, there have been times we've seen it break out, but then also we've seen quite a few one-run games. Seeing the group come together as a whole today, what did you just like about the offensive performance?
Tonight was a good night. Tonight was a really good night. Early on, Nola, had our number early and was sort of cruising, and Dalton early on the first part of the game just carried us, with the homer to get us on the board. The double to drive in a couple more runs, and which was big, and then then the lineup took over, and Tommy then took over. So to be able to get some distance with that bases clearing double was huge.
Yeah, big stuff there from Dalton Rushing, and of course Dave Roberts with his kudos over to Dalton Rushing, and so I'm happy to see good things happening for him and this Dodger team who have the best record in Major League Baseball. Still a lot to discuss when it comes to the trade deadline and of course this upcoming series this weekend against the New York Mets. Guys, coming up on D-Fish and Decker, Jason Cole as we continue our countdown to training camp. We have Jason Cole, of course, joining us today to talk all things NFL, author of 8 books, and of course, a selector for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. He will be joining us live right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Welcome back. D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of L.A. Sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And, of course, you can join us live right now on YouTube, right now at The Fan L.A., so you can see our beautiful faces. But right now, getting over to the phones because he has covered the league since 1992, ladies and gentlemen. He is a selector of the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and he's the author of 8 books, ladies and gentlemen. And D. Fish, I don't know if you know this, I have read 8 books in my life, so that's pretty cool. That's awesome. He is the one and only Jason Cole here to talk all things NFL. Jason, how you doing? And how is the start of your fantastic Thursday, my guy?
It is fantastic. So things are going great. And I'm also a graduate of North Hollywood High School.
Let's go! So Local boy, baby!
I'm a LA boy. There you go, baby.
Oh, I love it. Well, let's start there. Let's start because you've been covering the league since 1992. Let's talk about the team that was here in 1992 because we talked a little bit about the AFC West, and I am a diehard Raider fan. That's right. I'm that pathetic one. My question for you is simply this. What is this team going to look like this year? I mean, rough year last year, new head coach, the Fernando Mendoza of it all, the Kirk Cousins of it all. What are the Raiders realistically looking to do in the AFC West this season?
Probably hoping to finish third and avoid the cellar. But there are some really interesting parts of this team that I like. I like the running back. Gentry's good. I love the tight end. He's great. I don't know if Max Crosby makes it even into the season, or if it's part of a giant rebuild process with Kubiak and he gets a scholarship year. Mm-hmm. But if Mendoza's a dude, right? Then all of a sudden you've got hope going forward, but you got to find out if Mendoza's the dude. And I understand why you have Cousins there to kind of, keep everything going the right direction until you figure out, what kind of offensive line you have, if Mendoza figures it all out. But I hope that doesn't last long because Mendoza should pick this stuff up pretty quickly and he should be ready to play because he's a smart guy. And I know all the arguments about what they did in Indiana and how they won a title, but this guy, there's something to him, and you want to get there faster than slower. But I understand where they're going. The other biggest question with the Raiders is how engaged is Brady in actually turning the franchise around?
Boy, a question we've asked ourselves.
Yeah, right. And everybody asks that question, and I love Tom, and I know his dad really well, all this. But, he just acts distracted sometimes. And he needs to be the voice of reason because Mark Davis is not.
Yeah.
Mark Davis, screams at the coaches too much, distracts everything, is too impatient. And you need somebody with a plan. And Tom is a guy with a plan. And he's got to be engaged.
Mm-hmm.
Jason, D. Fish here, man. Thank you for spending some time with us this morning.
No, thank you for 5 titles as a Lakers fan.
Got it, baby.
There we go.
No, I appreciate it.
No,
I appreciate it,
go.
man. I really do. It was a gift for me as well, man. So it was a joy.
Yep.
In the AFC West, we just talked about the Raiders, the Chiefs. I'm curious about how you've seen in football, in basketball, we see guys come back from ACL. It takes a year, before they get back to their highest levels of performance. Where do you see Mahomes getting himself back to, and how much can the Chiefs accomplish? The Kenneth Walker addition to me is huge, but how are you forecasting what the Chiefs will look like in the AFC West this year?
Look, sometimes there are special human beings who it's so important to them. And look, you played next to a guy like that with Kobe, right? They're going to do everything they can to get back and play at whatever the highest level that they possibly can as quickly as they can. I remember Adrian Peterson when he came back from an ACL tear after less than 9 months and had 2,000 yards that next season. Now, I don't know that Mahomes can do that, but he's also not a runner like that. I think that Mahomes can get back and be very much the same quarterback he was before. The exception of that is, you got any wide receivers? You got anybody who can catch the ball? Because Xavier Worthy hasn't turned out to be anything. Rashee Rice he ain't Jerry Rice, and everybody thought he was for a while, and he's not that guy. Mm-hmm. And Travis, I know he's given it another shot, but it's hard to get back to that level. So, I like the running back. I like the direction. But you got Andy Reid and you got Patrick Mahomes. And those two dudes like to throw the ball. And they got to have guys who turn into receivers who can do damage. And the top two receivers on that team have not done anything to do damage. So, Kenneth Walker I like a lot, but is he just going to be sort of an elaborate-looking Isaiah Pacheco if they can't get the safeties to move and get the linebackers to play off? It's the same looking functional offense to me. So I'm not worried about Mahomes, but I am worried about what's around him.
We are speaking with Jason Cole, covering the league since 1992, author of 8 books and selector of the Pro Football Hall of Fame, joining D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan. Jason, we talked a little bit about the Chargers earlier today and a little bit yesterday, and I'm really, really, as a guy that doesn't even like the Chargers, I have to say I'm incredibly intrigued.
Don't hate, Decker. Don't hate.
Hey, Raider fan, I am what I am.
Yeah, you are. That's true. I forgot. I already forgot.
I know.
So,
I tried to forget it. Never seems to work. But
you're from Santa Monica, man. You should be a Rams fan. You are the prototype West Side or Valley dude. See, what I'm talking about is Rams fans were always either West Side or Valley. Okay, which is language for some other thing, but I don't want to get into that. but that's what it is.
Well, it's also this. I've allowed myself this last 5 years to have an NFC team, so I've jumped on the Rams bandwagon the moment they came back to Los Angeles, and I'm really thankful that I did that.
Once you leave, it's over for me. That's all I got to say.
I'm never leaving. Okay. I'm never leaving. I'm here to stay forever. But the Chargers, I do have to ask, this is going to be Justin Herbert's 5th offensive coordinator in just 6 seasons. What do you think Mike McDaniel is going to bring to the table? And do you think we're going to finally see some success for Justin Herbert in the month of January?
I was thinking about this earlier today because I knew you guys were going to ask about this. And I'm starting to think that Justin Herbert is nobody's going to get this who's listening to the show because they're just not old enough. Okay. But like a latter day Roman Gabriel, like the guy who is supposed to be the greatest, the next great thing, like the greatest, the picture of what a quarterback was supposed to look like. Right. Mm-hmm. And that was Roman Gabriel in the 60s and early 70s. Right. For any of your old football fans in Los Angeles. Justin Herbert is what it's supposed to look like. Right? I mean, he can throw it, he can run, he can do all these things, right? Mm-hmm. But it's coming up short. And, yeah, you can make a lot of excuses for him, but time's, enough. Now, I like some of the things that McDaniels does. I do like the open way that they play, but I don't know how it it's not tough physical football. It's more like watching, and D-Fish will get this, it's like watching Paul Westphal offense. It's just wide open, it's run up and down the court, you don't play, you're not physical, you don't play any defense, but you're entertaining, and you do some interesting things that can win some games, and can do things that are fun, that fans like to watch. But Jim Harbaugh is about tough physical football. And I got to say, is McDaniel going to get to that? Harbaugh wants to control the ball and pound people. That's what he did at Stanford. It's what he did with San Francisco. It's what he did at Michigan. He wants to impose his will. That's one of the favorite Harbaughisms that you will ever run into. Impose your will on the other team. And that's not the way McDaniels coaches. It's just not his thing. And I'm very curious about how this is going to work. I'm very curious how it's going to work with Justin Herbert. I wonder if he's ever going to reach his potential, or if we're going to talk about a guy who was considered a legendary talent and nobody remembers 50 or 60 years later.
Yeah.
Jason, let's switch over to the NFC West this last couple minutes. And, let's start right with the Rams. I mean, we might have some time to get to somebody else, but the Rams were obviously excited here in L.A. Should they be the Super Bowl favorites, even though they're in the same division with the Super Bowl defending champion Seattle Seahawks? Tell us we're delusional or what? Help us out.
No. They've chosen and they have an idea like you build around stars, which has worked in the NFL, right? You build around guys who can change the game. You know, Dallas famously did it in the early 90s when you had Irvin, Aikman, Emmett. You know, and they had a deep roster, don't get me wrong. But, you know, it was stars, guys that people had to account for, right? Well, they just added one of the guys that you have to account for. So, like, to me, Myles Garrett is perfect for what they want to do. The question with Myles Garrett is, it's one thing to play in Cleveland where, yeah, there are expectations, but they're sort of sad sack losers, and nobody ever really blames the players when they lose. This is a different thing where there's pressure now on him to perform because it's an expectation that this is a Super Bowl contender and he's supposed to be the next guy who stirs the drink. So there's a little Reggie Jackson. Are you going to be that guy like Reggie Jackson to live up to the hype? You got Stafford, you got some other guys, but you're the dude on defense, man. Everything turns on you. And now they got McDuffie. So like they've added two pieces, not just one. But there's a lot on Garrett there.
Absolutely. Well, Jason Cole joining us. Quick question for you. Only about 30 seconds left. Do you think that there's any hesitation on the Rams' part to go all in and give Puka Nacua the bag based on the offseason he just had?
Yeah, of course there would be. Yeah. Why wouldn't you be? I mean, come on. Hey, I love the player.
Yeah.
But you got to handle your business. I mean, if I'm going to hand you a bag, I got to believe that you're going to take care of business. And he's done some things that make me believe he's not going to take care of business. So you're going to hesitate. Or you're going to try and cut a deal where you've got some safeguards. And I don't know who his agent is, but he's not going to want safeguards. He's going to want a bag full of cash. So it may have to wait a little while longer before they pay him. Because the other side of this, and I'll just leave on this, is they have found that they can find guys later in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
They believe that they can do that. So they may just say, okay, we'll draft another guy.
Man. I appreciate the honesty and, of course, the words that you gave us today on both the AFC and NFC West. And Jason Cole, we cannot thank you enough for joining D-Fish and Decker today. Seriously, man, we look forward to having you back again soon.
Anytime, guys. Be good. Thanks.
The best. Jason Cole, check out, of course, his eight books, including his great John Elway book. If you haven't had a chance to check it out, you need to check that out, The Relentless Life. Guys, coming up, we got just some more sports talk and a little final out as we wrap up D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And we just had Jason Cole on the show discussing all things NFL. We were kind of staying focused on the AFC and the NFC West specifically. And of course, Jason, who's covered the league since 1992, he is a Pro Football Hall of Fame voter. Also the writer of 8 books, including Elway, a really phenomenal book. I actually read that book once when I was, like, what was it, 4 years ago or something like that? It was a very, very good writer. And we were talking to him about, specifically, we asked him that final question about Puka Nacua. And I really think it's kind of remarkable how much Puka was in the news this offseason, mostly due to his own shenanigans. You know, there's the thing he's being sued for right now that allegedly happened on New Year's Eve. Now that the photo has been released, it is not a good photo that is out there in public, dude. It is like a full-on bite mark fully out of a woman's back. It is ugly, to say the least. Not to mention, he was having a lot of weird, like, public drunken episodes that we're seeing. And then, of course, the rehab stint that I very, very, very much hope was very much not manufactured and very real. And I hope he's getting his stuff together so he can go ahead and get, as we put, the bag. But hearing him, how quickly he was to answer that the Rams are and should be hesitant about giving him the bag because of how he has not handled his business off the field, I mean, that was pretty eye-opening because there wasn't even a hesitation. I asked him simply this: are they hesitant to give him the bag? And he said, yes, and they should be. They absolutely should be, because at the end of the day, this is a high-powered investment that you need to make into a person, not just a number on a stat sheet. At the end of the day, the person is going to affect that number on the stat sheet, and we've seen it time and time and time again.
What I, try to remind, when I'm in different conversations and depending on the sport or whatever, but it's sometimes we forget that the professional comes before the sport.
Yes.
Professional football, professional basketball, professional baseball. There's a point where your professionalism will cost you more than your ability. And so it's really just that, for the Rams or for any team, there are certain points where, and some teams overlook certain red flags or character or integrity issues or challenges. You take the Deshaun Watson the decision in Cleveland to offer that guaranteed contract, right? Like, yeah, you didn't anticipate the injuries. Sure, like, guys can make bad decisions in the past and not continue to make those decisions in the future. But to hook yourself to an athlete that has given you a reason to pause for a second, then yeah, like Jason was saying, you're going to take a little more time to make sure that investment is going to be able to be consistent in its return. Everything you've seen on the field, it is what it is.
It's there.
But you don't know whether some of the legal issues that may arise that could present challenges. It's like if you were having contract extension talks with Kawhi Leonard right now. That's a hard thing to do if you don't know exactly what the NBA is ultimately going to decide after the investigation.
Absolutely.
Into the aspiration thing. Like, there's question marks. Even if you love Kawhi, you think he's a great dude, whatever, like, we have a good future, but, like, we still have to wait until we kind of see how some of these other things are going to play out before we're willing to just say, here's all the money you could ever wish for. And so it makes sense. There's also the other part of it, timing wise, you can also catch the free agent market or the extension market at the wrong time. And sometimes other people's deals, while they, like the deal that Jackson Smith and Jigba got in Seattle, like, that reset the wide receiver market. But then there's a point where teams and ownership groups are like, whoa, this market is not going to just keep going up. We got to slow this down at some point. And so Puka could also end up in a situation where some of those question marks, in addition to, like, the wide receiver market's not going to keep going up to a $200 million market, let's correct it now. he could just end up in a spot where he's got to find a middle ground.
Yeah, and it's a very real thing. So hopefully, like you just mentioned, hopefully he gets his agency involved who can kind of help him tamper the things off the field and get everything right, because this guy has the ability to reset the entire wide receiver market. So we will keep you guys focused and updated on any updates we get with the Puka Nacua contract situation and everything with the Rams. But let's bring in Raj. Let's play a little game we like to call the Final Out.
D-Fish and Deck know their stuff when it comes to trivia. Well, kinda. Let's see who'll make the final out.
What up, fellas? What up? And we've been talking a lot of NFL football, so it got me to thinking. Gentlemen, can you name me? There are 10 quarterbacks with the most active passing yards in the NFL. That means they're active on rosters, playing football. There are 10, the top 10. Can you name me those players, active NFL quarterbacks in passing yards? I do believe we have a champion.
That would be me.
Yeah, so go ahead and give me a little something.
Well, I'm going to give the guy that is no question at the top of that list.
Oh,
Let's
no question,
go with Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, bonus points for number one. I mean, if there's a tie, that means Cody does win. All right. Aaron
So
is
what's
there.
the 10,000 yards? That's what you said?
I didn't say
Most
nothing about
yards.
10,000 yards.
Most
Stop making
yards of
stuff up.
active
See, that's
players.
why you lost yesterday, Fish, because you start making stuff up. I said the active leaders.
In passing yards.
Passing yards.
Yes.
Okay, Josh Allen.
Yeah, he's got to be up there. No way. No way. Really?
Fish. I mean, you won a couple, and then you just start the. You want a mulligan? You want a mulligan since we do golf and we got time left in the segment?
We're in the listen. We're in the front nine. We always use mulligans in the
All
front
right,
nine.
Go ahead, Fish.
Matthew Stafford.
There you go.
I mean,
Damn. Why
like-
couldn't you just lead off with that? Number
No,
two.
'cause,
I'm
geez,
actually
why
shocked.
would Josh Allen
I'm not
be
gonna
on
lie to
the
you. I'm a
list?
little surprised Josh Allen's not in the top
I'm
10.
not. Boy just started playing.
Okay, well, I'll go with another old
way.
head. From my Las Vegas Raiders, I'll go Kirk Cousins.
Kirk Cousins on the list. Yeah, you got it.
Is Phillip Rivers still active on the Indianapolis Colts? Like that. So now
Actually, is
it's
he?
like
You know what?
Technically, is
He's
he?
number 3 on
He's
the list.
technically still
And so
active?
that's why I gave him a mulligan, because they have him on the list, but should he be? And Josh Allen is number 11.
That's
so there. Yeah, that's why I gave him a chance.
you belong.
That's fishy,
Justice for
if you
for
will. No
D-Fish on
pun
this one.
intended. Okay, go ahead. But he should get.
Oh, is
bonus
it my
points.
turn? Oh,
yes, that's how it
let's
works.
see.
Jesus.
I'll go with the guy who is the new GOAT. I'll go with Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes is on the list.
About to say,
Yeah, just ahead of Josh Allen.
Whew, so he's 10.
I had to scroll down.
Oh, good Lord. Terrifying.
Dak Prescott.
Oh, that's a good one.
Dak Prescott, because these are regular season games, is on the list just ahead of Patrick Mahomes.
Well, I'm definitely not going to. This is getting a little tricky now. Okay.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm going to go with the two-time MVP. I'm going to go with Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson. Not on list, injuries and runs a lot, so that means the champion is taking his belt
Wait,
back.
where's my mulligan?
You should know better. Fisher is the champion. Congratulations, Fish.
Thanks, Raj.
Yeah, remember there's some injury-riddled
Appreciate
season, and
you.
at first they didn't pass a lot with Baltimore under John Harbaugh. So,
Yeah, it's because John Harbaugh doesn't know what he's doing with one of the best pocket quarterbacks
but
in the
there's
league.
one starting that's going to start for your favorite team, Kirk Cousins.
I said that. Yeah, I got that one.
You got that one. Jared Goff, guys. Can we forget about
Oh
L.A.?
my God,
You know
that's
what I
a
mean?
great call.
How
Should have thought of
quickly you
Jared
forget.
Goff.
Yeah. So that was it. That was
Yeah,
it.
I had
That's
him
how
on
it
there.
was. Okay. Well, there you go.
There you go.
So good job.
Well,
champion.
great job, Fish. You
And what
earned
was the
it,
poll
kind
result?
of.
By the way, we had a poll result.
what
Go
was
ahead
the
and
poll?
pass that to Crash for me there, if you don't mind. We'll get you up to the microphone. We have one more poll.
Yes, sir. We did a poll talking about LeBron once again, and people have a consensus here that LeBron has probably already made up his mind. 86% of people think that the decision is set in stone, and only 14% think that he's still trying to decide.
Aha. Well, if you believe reports or deleted social media things, we'll know by July 27th where he's going to Miami, I guess. So looking very forward to that announcement, aren't you, Fish?
Yes, I am actually.
Me too.
I am actually. So then we can spend all the time talking about where he went and why he went there and all the reasons why. And then he'll have a press conference and he'll let us know all the reasons why. And
Boy, cannot wait for all of these press conferences. D-Fish, we did it again, my man.
God.
Bright and early tomorrow morning is where you can catch us right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. You don't want to go anywhere because Brock and Alex are next. And, of course, we will see you tomorrow bright and early for more D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Until then, enjoy yourself some sports. We'll see ya.
What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the show. We want you to be a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time today at 855-97-LA-FAN, and you're going to want to save that number because we are giving away a pair of YG tickets. At the top of hour 2, he's going to be at Crypto on October 28th, and you have a chance to win a pair of tickets today. So in about an hour, we're going to be giving away those tickets. All you're going to have to do is call 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Brock, I woke up this morning just with the Holland, ha, da, 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 song like playing on repeat in my head.
Where did that come from?
Have you not heard the Holland song?
I have, but is it?
You're not? Okay, so you're not online a lot. It literally
is it blowing up again?
It just takes over my feed constantly. It was his birthday a couple days ago.
Oh,
and he's at all the fashion week, so he's outside. He is out doing things right now, like living it up in Italy. And he keeps coming on my feed. I mean, I love it. Like I said, Holland's like a walking green flag. He is like probably outside. I'm like trying to think of who got like more media attention besides like the goalkeeper for Cabo Verde. It was probably him and Holland that came out as like they're not rising stars, but I mean the goalkeeper for Cabo Verde was from the World Cup. But America got introduced to Erling Haaland.
I would say non-soccer fans know who Erling Haaland is, whereas beforehand you needed to follow European soccer to know. No, he is a megastar. His celebrity has surpassed soccer at this point. I'm sure people recognize him without even knowing why they recognize him at this point.
Well, so because he has such beautiful long blonde hair, all like the hair and makeup girlies have like gotten really into him too. Like I need to know what scrunchie he's using that's holding his hair back during games. Like I think he might have come out with his own like little scrunchie for everybody.
That'd be a smart move. It looks like like a Targaryen.
Yeah. He is.
Yeah,
he's a Viking.
That's basically what he is.
Yeah. No. If you are a Game of Thrones fan, like he would be a dragon rider. Hands down. But like the happy ones and a kind one. But like, okay, so again, I went down a rabbit hole on Erling Haaland, and I just woke up this morning, like song in my head, Haaland, dun, 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 dun. And his quote on his page is just so perfect. Every morning you have two choices. Continue to sleep with your dreams or wake up and chase them.
It's pretty good.
Done.
That's pretty good.
Done.
He even is a quote machine. Yeah, so he will he will continue to live it up. I'm pretty sure Premier League starts about a month from now, so he has a couple more weeks to do all the fashion weeks and all that, and then it is back to the pitch.
He's the selfie king. Like, talk about like a DGAF, just like whatever angle. Like, he ain't worrying about any of that. He is just taking like the funniest selfies, like down low. Who cares what's in the background?
I wish Premier League push their season back just one more month just for this year, because I want to see him in an NFL training camp. I want to see him try out at wide receiver.
Oh, and he probably would.
I'm not doubting he can do anything athletically.
That would be a fun crossover if he was still here, but obviously he had to get back to Europe for all the fun stuff.
Among the non-football players who are professional athletes, he has skyrocketed to number one of I want to see him on a football field just to see what would happen.
Well, I mean, specs-wise, like, he's up there with...
Basically just Randy Moss, but weighs a little more.
Is that what he is?
Yeah, like height, speed, and everything that he's been clocked at. You know?
Damn.
Push the Premier League season back.
Dude.
Give him
That's
time.
Fun. That's exciting. Football, it's so crazy, you guys. It's training camp week. It's training camp week.
It's here.
Rams kick off this weekend at LMU. Chargers and Raiders are underway. And we have done this whole week countdown to training camp, to football season, with different themes every day. And today we're going to take a look at the NFC West and the AFC West, and kind of take a deep dive into each of these teams, what we can expect, who we think is going to finish the season atop the division. So much to get to, you guys. It's going to be a really fun day with no games. Like, I just looked at our sheet. I'm like, we have no games.
It literally says none.
None. Games today. None.
But it's fine because we're taking a breather, and the Chargers and Raiders are reporting today. Only the Cardinals and Panthers actually hit the field today. So we need a breather today so that once training camp starts, it's full speed ahead till February.
Dude.
So enjoy the final day of your vacation as a sports fan.
Pedal to the metal,
from here on
baby.
out, we are sprinting.
That is incredible. I mean, okay, so today's the day you thought LeBron might choose his team.
Yes.
Even though he came out and said he was frustrated that Adam Silver's pressuring him to, like, get this decision going.
Yeah, and it's so weird because it's you like being in the center of attention, so why are you mad that you're at the center of attention? I just don't think he
doesn't want to be told
wants.
what to do.
He just doesn't know what he wants, and he wants to control the narrative so much so that he's kind of... Every time he says something, he proves himself to be a hypocrite because it goes against something he previously said. And we're just sitting here like, you don't have to say anything. You can just take your time and make your decision.
I mean,
but now that you've said so much, that you got to keep going.
He is, though. It's like his people around him and the sources that are connected to him that are saying a lot of these things. And it's so interesting. I that was another rabbit hole I went down yesterday, just with like all the other LeBron stuff. Obviously, after the Miami whoopsie of accidentally publishing the possible LeBron presser, and people started kind of, pulling out receipts of how it ended and how gnarly it was and how mad and angry Pat Riley was. So could that relationship, like, even though like we're saying, oh, it was a whoopsie, but like, oh, maybe that was like foreshadowing, that's actually where he's going. I started going back and reading some of the Pat Riley quotes about LeBron James.
Yeah.
That was like pretty close to hatred towards the end.
It was. Now, the reason why Miami still has hope is because Cavs owner Dan Gilbert and LeBron initially had an insane falling out when he left to go to Miami, and he went back there.
Yeah.
So LeBron has proven the ability to overlook past transgressions. But yes, for anyone who doesn't know, the Pat Riley and LeBron falling out in Miami, it was just petty. It was like 4 or 5 of the most childish reasons, and eventually it just culminated into I'm going somewhere else. But yeah, Pat Riley did not say nice things about him.
Very verbally upset
that's
with how it all went down. But another thing that I read and saw is that LeBron mentioned his daughter is having a big influence, like, about his decision. So, like, that also kind of makes you think
I don't know how
Golden State might still be in the conversation, because that's like a private plane commute away.
So yeah, because I don't know how old his daughter is, but I know she's the youngest.
Yeah.
And yeah, when Bronny is obviously an NBA player, and Bryce, I believe, is his younger son, is in college doing his thing. I see how your daughter kind of runs the household now, and her input, and whether or not
she's
you
11.
want to. Okay, there you go. So yeah, maybe. Not wanting to uproot her life and move somewhere. I'm sure she's been enrolled in school in LA forever now. And okay, so yeah, that could be a massive, massive part of the picture. So it's not that there's not a lot of things for him to factor in.
Yeah.
It's you don't get to have it both ways. Either you want to be the focal point and talked about every day, or you want to handle it privately. I think he's kind of caught in between.
The in-between?
And
the upside down?
Yeah, and he's in the upside down. And that's just, and he knows more than anyone that's not how media works. Either you're letting us into the process, or you're keeping us out. Right now, you're dictating day to day. You think you're dictating day to day. And that's where people just get annoyed.
It's just wild because, like, this is the last week before football news takes over sports media. So feels like today or tomorrow, LeBron. Let's do it. Let's do it. Because
end of day today.
Because there's a lot of other guys and players in the entire league that are waiting to move forward on everything else, which is just crazy.
I have a dentist appointment at 6 p.m. today. I'll probably be done.
You have a 6 p.m. dentist appointment?
Yeah, how about that? I didn't even know they were open that late. Didn't even know they were open that
so late.
I will be leaving there around 6:45. I'm going to take my phone out of my pocket, and I'm going to see breaking news. LeBron is going to
Was today the day that you said, or was yesterday?
End of day Thursday.
End of day Thursday, which is wild, Brock, because like you don't have like your phone on you throughout the entire show. Like I never see you on your phone. You are not online and on social media. Like you are like a man of mystery. You are.
It has frustrated many.
A sports fan of mystery. Sports man of mystery. Wild. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Now, we might not have a Dodgers game today because they're actually at the White House. They are doing their World Series visit to the White House this afternoon after their Phillies series win, which we'll get to in a second, and before they kick off their Mets series tomorrow. But Dodgers last night, taken game 3. LA is now 8-0 when Eric Lauer pitches, which is wild. But I got to tip my hat to Dalton Rushing.
Okay.
I have not done this yet.
Okay.
Dalton.
She's coming around.
What a game. What a game. In every aspect of it. 3 RBI. He even had like a little spicy Tootie moment when he caught the foul ball over by the dugout, and I wasn't mad about it.
No.
Because it was just like a... Like, you gonna try to go on me? It was just like it was harmless. And because he had already made an impact in the game, I was okay with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Coming around on it.
Slowly but surely, you guys, I'm coming around on Dalton Rushing. I think I also now I've accepted the fact we're not getting Will Smith back this season. So it's like, you got to work with what you got. And this is what we got. And Dalton, if we're going to make this work, I gotta see it from your perspective. And last night, that was good.
He definitely capped off the series the right way. The first game against the Phillies, he goes 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts. Eliezer Alfonso Jr. gets put in place of him. I'm taking it as kind of a brief punishment because typically Alfonso only plays the third game. And Alfonso plays decently well, had some mistakes. But in that 9th inning, Rushing comes in and is a huge part of that double play that sealed game 2. And then yesterday, as you highlighted, had a monster game. So Dave Roberts challenged him, and Dalton Rushing responded.
Yeah.
Tip of the cap to him, just like you said.
All right. But it wasn't just Rushing, you guys. Dodgers bats decided to come alive yesterday, and Max Muncy hit his 229th home run as a Dodger. And we were talking about it in our pregame meeting. I'm like, okay, why are we just talking about how many home runs he has as a Dodger? How many does he have total? He only hit 5 home runs when he was with the A's.
I was
like, okay, never mind. But can we just add that to the total? Because
may as well.
We're just if we're talking about his home runs as a Dodger, he only had 5 other home runs in his major league career. Let's just do the total.
It is kind of crazy that you think of Max Muncy as this massive journeyman just because it feels like he's been playing for 20 years. And even in my mind, I thought that the tenure with the A's was a lot longer. But even during those 2 seasons with them, he was up and down, bouncing around. By no means was considered a staple in baseball going forward. And he comes to the Dodgers, and exhibit A of how you can revitalize your career if you are surrounded with the right people who can just bring the best out of you.
I mean, Max Muncy and Eric Lauer, who delivered his 6th consecutive quality start. Lauer allowed only 3 runs over 5 1/3 innings while striking out 5. 3 of those were Bryce Harper. But we've heard Eric talk about how much his game has changed since coming to LA. He said in the short amount of time he's been with the Dodgers, the coaching staff has done more to his game than anyone else has throughout his career.
Yeah, there is a confidence I feel that comes with a player when you know everything you're being told is proven and from people who have succeeded at a level you haven't before, right? Like when you are Eric Lauer, yes, he was with the Blue Jays last year. The Blue Jays were playing incredible baseball last year on their way to the World Series. But to hear something from Mark Pryor, to hear something from Dave Roberts saying, well, if Clayton Kershaw was listening to these guys, I got to listen to these guys. If these guys have run off back-to-back World Series title, I need to listen and ingest and have confidence in everything that they tell me. It goes back to what Dalton Rushing and really what everyone in the Dodgers organization says about Roki. It's not his ability, it's his conviction. When you're with the Dodgers and you know everything that is done there is done to a certain standard. When your best players and foundational pieces like Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts, guys who are already in the Hall of Fame, are your hardest workers. You know, there's just an essence of removing your ego, leaving it at the door because what you did yesterday does not matter, and that is how we breed success here, and it just works time and time again, no matter who walks through those doors.
And it just goes back to the conversation and the argument that we've been having around the league being upset with the Dodgers paying their players too much and paying for their World Series titles. It's like, look at guys like this, like Max Muncy, who was essentially retiring, walking away from the game, didn't have anything left, and the Dodgers took a chance on him. They saw potential. They saw what he has become, which is a power hitter and a consistent bat and great defensive third baseman. And Eric Lauer, who was struggling this season, but again, the Dodgers saw potential and worked with him, and every time he has taken the mound, LA is 8-0 when he pitches. So it just goes to show what investing and developing and caring about your players do from the ground up. Because I mean, take this in any aspect of life. If you walk into a job and you feel wanted and you feel cared for, you're going to do everything in your power to make sure that you succeed, and not only you, but everyone around you succeeds. And you can really tell that is the energy and the vibe with this Dodgers organization from the ground up, whether it's the trainers, whether it's the star players like an Ohtani or a Freddie or a Mookie, who are the hardest working people out there, who don't make you feel like they are better than you. Everybody is equal and everybody is giving 110% every night. And it can be a different guy that is a hero each night. And that's what makes this Dodgers team so successful.
It really is. I mean, Max Muncy is the perfect picture of what the Dodgers can bring to you. Max Muncy does not have the career that he has had if he spends the last decade with any other organization, and that's not a knock to him. It's that the ability within him was only going to be brought out to this extent via the Dodgers organization. Over the 6-game road trip against the Yankees and the Phillies, Max Muncy hit .333, 2 doubles, 3 home runs, all of which were go-ahead home runs, 7 RBIs, and some incredible defensive plays last night, by the way, especially in the 4th inning. He had back-to-back to get the 2nd and 3rd out. Another example of this is Tommy Edman. Tommy Edman was solid with the Cardinals. The Dodgers were knocking on the Cardinals' door for a couple years asking about Edman. And while Edman was a surefire baller with St. Louis, he comes to the Dodgers, and something just gets brought out of him, usually during playoffs. But this year, it's during the regular season. Last night, 3 for 4 with a 3 RBI triple in the 8th inning. And after that triple is when the Phillies fans started going home. So I'll call that the capstone to the game. He's hitting .423 with runners in scoring position. There's example after example after example. Andy Pages, who has been with the Dodgers, of course, but the talk from every other organization that's been following along with him was that he can't play center field. He has to play right field. Dave Roberts says, I think I'm going to make him a center fielder. Yeah. And sure enough, Andy Pages is playing center field.
Your all-star.
At an all-star level, yes, if he was playing in any other organization, he gets stuck in right field. You know, there's just certain things that only the Dodgers can bring out of you, and it is a good time to be rooting for them because they are going to take this break. They're going to take care of the Mets, and they are coming back home and get some business done.
So when you look at this series, like we were talking about, what Philly and the Braves are probably the Dodgers' biggest threat.
Yeah.
And after a series like this, you see like Philly made some just brain fart errors, like running around
Hilarious
base
baseball
errors.
team.
Like great though for us. Like thank you for your service, Phillies, and thank you for it was funny. You were listening to like some of I was watching the highlights, and the Phillies broadcast is like, what are they doing? What is happening? This is like little league error mistakes.
Some of the most brain dead moments from great players. The Phillies have a great roster. And when you're relying on some of your best players to be big in the biggest moments, and they're the ones holding you back, it's just a tough pill to swallow. And thankfully, something that the Dodgers typically don't experience. So
and they
Phillies
take advantage.
need to wash that away.
You cannot make mistakes against the Dodgers. One thing they will do is take advantage, and they did. They ended up walking away with the series in Philly and against the Yankees. Today is a semi-off day. They are celebrating their World Series title at the White House. And then tomorrow, they wrap up this East Coast tour facing the Mets. So if they can come back winning all 3 series, this is a great start to the end of the season. To the second half of the season. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, you guys, we've been talking a lot about Aaron Donald, but I think it's happening. Okay. It really feels like it. We're diving into that when we come back. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at the Fan LA. You can also call us at any time, 855-97-LA-FAN, and you are going to want to save that number, you guys, because in about 40 minutes, we are giving away a pair of tickets to see YG live at Crypto on October 28th. We're going to give them away at the top of the next hour. All you have to do is listen and call when we tell you to. 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326 in about 40 minutes to win a pair of YG tickets. It's about to go down. That's going to be sick.
Hootie hoo.
And you were talking about it yesterday. A lot of these shows now are doing theme dress codes.
Yes. So
I'm here for that.
So Young Jeezy did a tour, I want to say maybe early last year.
Yeah.
And it was a black tie thing. And
Love
it
that.
blew up. People realized, typically when you go to a concert to see a female artist, there's a theme.
Mm-hmm.
Taylor Swift has one, Beyonce did one, Lady Gaga always has one, but you typically don't see it with male artists.
Yeah.
And for him to lean into that was a massive deal. People responded well to it, so much so he got a Vegas residency.
Ooh.
Because people want to, it's. I think we described it as adult prom night kind of.
But think about it, like, when else do we get to dress up like that if you're not going to a wedding?
Exactly.
Or I mean, like the socialites and the elite go to banquets and fundraisers and those kind of events all the time. But like, all us normies,
he tapped into something really cool. And so the YG show, Gentlemen's Club, similar black tie affair.
But
it's really cool.
Fresh.
Yes.
Like chic, fresh vibes.
Mm-hmm.
I love that.
So it is catching on, and that show's going to be nuts.
You know what else is catching on?
What's that?
The possible return of Aaron Donald. Ooh. The rumors, you guys. It's not rumors anymore, okay? The conversation is just when is the announcement going to come out? That's where I'm at right now, is when are we going to get that announcement from the Rams and Aaron Donald that he's coming back? Because it just feels more real every single day. So I'm going to run through the timeline of like how this came about and why everybody is feeling the way that they are, that, okay, we might get an Aaron Donald like final dance coming out of retirement to help this Rams team win a Super Bowl here in LA.
Okay.
So the Rams trade for Myles Garrett. This is where it all began, you guys. This was the beginning of everything. About an hour after the news broke, the sports world and all of Rams Nation started the plea to get Aaron Donald out of retirement. Oh my God, could you imagine? Myles Garrett, the reigning defensive player of the year, and arguably one of the greatest defensive players of all time, and Aaron Donald on the same team, on the same line. Like, that would be insane. Then Les Snead and Sean McVay started to address the rumors at the press conference with Myles Garrett. Then Les Snead came on The Fan on D. Fish and Decker and talked about it and told us, you know what, keep talking about it. Because if you keep talking about it, maybe he'll think about it and he'll lose sleep over it. I can't go there yet, but you guys can keep talking about it. So then The Fan put up a billboard off the 405, said, hey, Aaron Donald, come back. Come out of retirement. Then we had Quentin Lake on The Fan. We had him on our show. And I asked him, were all the guys in the locker room freaking out as much as we were? And he said, yes, this is what he had to say.
It's like, enjoy retirement for now, but if you can find that fire, and that's the biggest thing,
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knows you'll be in shape. Everybody knows that you'll take care of your body and, be able to handle it. But it's really finding that fire, because I know it's tough is, you have to have a lot of confidence and, self-discipline as a person to say I'm done with football, right? That takes a lot to say I'm done and I'm walking away.
Yeah.
But the same amount of effort that you said you wanted to walk away with, you have to find that same effort and energy to say, hey, I want to relight that fire.
Mm-hmm.
So that's it. If you can find that,
please,
everybody will be like,
Please?
we'll welcome you back in open arms. And I think a lot of people out there are going to try and do their best to kind of influence you and push you and nudge you to, find that fire.
And you know what? We have. Everyone has. But where the story really took a turn was when we all saw Aaron Donald working out at the Rams facility. That's where it felt real. Because now we know he really is thinking and feeling, do I still have that fire? Can I go through this every single day for another season after being away from the game for 2 years? And we all know how great of a person Aaron Donald is and how great he would be not only on the field but off of the field. And it just goes to show Sean McVay was recently on a podcast, and Sean McVay had this to say about Aaron Donald and what he means to him.
With Aaron Donald, and what's special is we have a really special relationship, and it's way bigger than football. I've heard him say it before, and it means the world to me, and I feel the same. It's family with us. He's done so much for me. I love the man he is. I love the husband, the father, the son. He represents a lot of the things that are right. And what he's going to do is he is thinking about this. He's going to go through his process. And the one thing about Aaron Donald is what he does at full speed ahead.
Brock, you just sent me. If you guys are just listening, when Sean McVay goes, I love the man, the father, the son, Brock's over here giving the
sign, quick little sign of the cross,
yeah.
We're honoring
father, son, and
Aaron Donald.
and the Donald spirit. Wild. So we all know what this would mean on the field. But what would the return of Aaron Donald mean for this group as a whole and the mentality of this Rams team that's already the Super Bowl faves?
If you are currently in the Rams locker room, you have heard over the past couple months how it should have been you in the Super Bowl, how easily you would have handled the Patriots in the Super Bowl, how you should have got a ring there, and you spent all offseason since the Trent McDuffie trade and the Myles Garrett trade of how you are far and away the Super Bowl favorite, and anything less than a Super Bowl is a failure. You also know that Aaron Donald has a great life. He has a Hall of Fame jacket waiting for him when he's eligible. He made tons of money. He can do whatever he wants. If he wants to get into broadcasting, he will start tomorrow. If he wants to get into banking, he could start tomorrow. No matter what Aaron Donald wants to do with the rest of his life, he has the avenues to do that. So for him to decide to walk back through that door just gives you a bolt of energy of he is here because he knows a Super Bowl is in our future. Aaron Donald could literally be anywhere on planet Earth right now.
Yeah.
And doing whatever he wants. So for him to choose to come over here and sweat and bleed and scream and cry and be in pain for an entire season when he does not have to be, when his legacy is already planted. Like another Super Bowl ring doesn't do anything for Aaron Donald's legacy. Like he's already cemented as one of the greatest defensive players to ever play any sport. So for him to choose, despite all those things I said, to still come back to this locker room means he believes in this team more than anyone, and that's going to give me, even if it's just 1%, that's going to give me more energy to go out there every single day and work than I had prior.
Which is similar to what we were talking about with the Dodgers. When you have the superstars that are there and working as hard as you kind of elevate everybody around you to be to that level and to rise to that level and to be the best that they can be. So not only do you have the reigning defensive player of the year in Myles Garrett, who also he's been asked, which is crazy, like the biggest move of his career coming off like a historic season and one of the greatest defensive performances we've ever seen. Half of his questions are about Aaron Donald. Like not even necessarily just about being here in LA and like being Super Bowl favorites and having a historic year. But he seems like such a great human that he is all for this. And that he's approaching it in the best way possible.
He is. Myles Garrett is right on the heels of Aaron Donald regarding best defensive players of this generation. And instead of being spiteful, of being...
Which he could be.
He very much
easily
could be. This is the only guy that you can put ahead of me in regards of what we've done over the course of the last 10, 15 years.
And this team.
So for me to walk into this locker room, here's an opportunity to not only get closer to Aaron Donald, but to do it in a uniform that he used to wear. So, no, Myles Garrett does not have to be so welcoming, but he's choosing to be, which is great. And I just think if you are an offensive coordinator or really any offensive coach on any other team, adding Aaron Donald to this Rams team, it just changes everything. Really facing the Rams as a coordinator, right?
Yeah.
If you're a coordinator, you have your base principles. You have 20 to 25 plays that no matter who you are facing, those plays or those defensive calls are in the game plan. Why the Rams are so difficult is because you have to throw everything out. You have to make, whenever you play the Rams, you have to have a unique game plan that is just for them, because defensively, you're going to see 3 tight ends on the field, and that is something that, well, the league is trying to copy it now, but that is something that typically you don't see. So we have to spend extra time implementing things and put extra effort just for this week that does not apply to really any other team. You add Trent McDuffie and Myles Garrett to a defense. As an offensive coordinator, there are certain calls that you just can't do because Aaron Donald's right there. I'm sorry, because Myles Garrett's right there. Then you add Aaron Donald to the mix. Just as a coordinator, it is so mind-blowingly frustrating when your base principles, the thing that you've been practicing since the spring and OTAs, you can't even use those. And quite often, you're going into a game plan with way more plays that you have never run before in a game than before, or without plays that you typically rely on running, because this team is just too lopsided on one end, and we can't attack them the way that we would attack other offenses or defenses.
So we know that Aaron Donald, has been or was training at the Rams facility to see if he still has that fire. That's the word that we keep hearing from Sean McVay, Les Snead, Quentin Lake. Anybody who's connected to and knows Aaron Donald well and personally is like, well, he has to see if he has that fire. Yeah. Does he have the fire? Can he find the fire? Can he get hungry again? Like, because as Quentin said, it takes a lot of strength, a lot of mental strength to walk away from something when you are at the top of your career.
Yeah, it's the dream of any athlete to walk away among the best, among the most respected.
Is it though? Because like we see so many who don't know how to walk away.
Right, which is why it was such a big deal for Aaron to choose to. That's not an easy choice. Now, Aaron, what makes his situation unique is he's been very vocal throughout his career saying, I'm not a guy who's going to be doing this forever. Like, I have a number in my head, and that's how many years I want to do.
What did he say? It was 8?
I think it was 8, but then they won the ring.
Yeah, he's
like,
he
said, I can't go after. Yeah. Exactly. So his situation was unique, but the dream for any athlete is to walk away on top. Easier said than done, which is why so many, I mean, it's not just an athlete thing. It's musicians who are still making albums. You're like, I wish you stopped making music. It doesn't sound great, but it's just
in their 80s touring, singing, and you're like, I guess this is like I'm just seeing the vision of you, and I'm pretending what you used to sound like.
Whereas in an ideal world, you leave on top. So this is a massive, massive deal for Aaron Donald. One, to even be considering it, let alone seriously considering it.
Yeah,
and all of LA seems to be on the same page. We're just waiting on that announcement. Yeah. The funniest thing he could do, by the way,
is what?
Is like I said, I'm going to go to the dentist at 6 p.m. At 6:45 p.m., I'm going to pull out my phone. It's going to say, LeBron James announces he's going here. The funniest thing he could do is at 7 p.m., Aaron Donald says he's coming back.
That would overshadow.
Yes, it would.
That would overshadow.
That would be hilarious.
That's like literally the only news right now that we're waiting for. He can't stop waiting for Aaron Donald. Like the training camp to start like next week. He ain't waiting for that.
That is the funniest. That is the single funniest thing that could happen this offseason if Aaron Donald just stomps on LeBron's announcement.
Like that, it's kind of the only big name that could
do it for LA, Aaron.
That could outshadow that.
Do it for LA, Aaron. Come on,
dude. If you call that and it happens, I'm gonna laugh so hard. All right, we're gonna take a quick break here. When we come back, do you care, LA? Oh, we got some good ones. We're heading around the headlines in the world of sports. Don't go anywhere. That's coming up next here on Brock and Alex.
whoever's evaluating just sees too many areas of growth and they just move on. But like you said, spending some time working on your body, your mobility, your core strength, like some of these things that are going to actually make you a better baseball player or a better athlete, sometimes that's the better investment for most.
Completely.
And, it's hard, though, because there's so much out there about showcases and opportunity and being seen, and the scouts are going to be there. And
it's getting younger and younger and younger. You got like 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds, like parents being told, oh, you need to get in this program or else your kid's not going D1. I'm like, that's not how any of this works. There are so many snake oil salesmen out there that are just getting so many families to put so much money into things that just simply will not help their kid. But those parents they don't know any better. And I feel like it's important, and honestly, I just want to help so many of these parents.
Yeah. Rod, you remember when that sound you made when we were talking about the NFL last week and the NBA and Major League Baseball, and what is it always about?
Money! By the way, that's to get even like darker into it. Like private equity is so into youth sports now. It is a multi-billion-dollar endeavor. Everything with youth sports. You got the travel teams, you got the equipment, you got the showcase culture that exists right now. I think it's a real dark, ugly thing right now. And when it comes down to it, me explaining, like, get him a trainer with that price and, like, really kind of get him a better athlete. And they're like, well, can he get recruited because of how he hits? I'm like, it's not impossible. I'm just saying, like, how people go to a game, they will just look at him and say if he's a little out of shape. And whether this is fair or not, they'll see him and be like, he's not projectable. He doesn't really put the work in that we need as an organization or as a school. It's just for better or for worse. So I was explaining this all to them, and I hope I steered them in the right direction.
And what are the, like, now in basketball, there's you don't necessarily have to physically be somewhere to be seen always. Some events are live viewing events where college coaches can be there and see the players in person, and then some they're all on some type of platform where coaches that want to see them or hear about them can go pull up the film, they can go pull up the video, and that's what's also changed a lot about recruiting and being seen, is that the video is, 2 seconds a coach can have a video of you playing in a game without actually having to be there. So there's pros to that and cons to that, because guess what? That means he can see thousands and thousands of more players than he used to, when he had to physically go from city to city to see a kid in person. Now, some kids will still get the opportunity to be seen in person, and that may make a difference, but it always comes back to, like, you just focusing on you and getting better and improving, as an athlete, and eventually, your game in a lot of ways will kind of do the talking and do the messaging more so than you trying to get onto a particular stage to say, look at me, when in reality you're not ready to be seen yet. Just focus on getting better, and then that opportunity.
Turn it up and down. There we go.
Two-time captain, DB, and the hometown team. Quentin, thanks for joining us.
Of course. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
We love Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show and the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN, and you're going to want to save that number, you guys, because in about 15 minutes, we are giving away a pair of tickets to see YG Live at Crypto on October 28th. All you're going to have to do is listen and call 855-975-2326 in about 15 minutes. When we come back from break, the next segment, top of the hour, we're giving away a pair of tickets.
All right.
All right. Shay, it's time for Do You Care LA?
The sports world is talking. But what's actually worth talking about in LA? Producer Shay brings the stories. Now Brock and Alex give the city your verdict. Do you care, LA?
Mm-hmm.
What is up, LA? What's up, Brock and Alex? Happy Thursday.
Thursday.
Happy Thursday to
Happy
you, sir.
Thursday.
Pretty boring sports day in LA. But there's
What do
a
you
lot
mean?
There's nothing going on today. No, there's no sports going on.
I mean, we're having a great time.
We're having a great time.
Yeah,
but
we're not boring.
There's no sports going on in LA. But that leads me to our game. There's a lot more sports going on in the world, and that takes us to Do You Care LA, the segment where I tell Brock and Alex different stories from around the world, and they tell me if they care from an LA perspective. You guys ready?
Ready.
Let's do it. Born ready.
So you might have seen this story on Twitter. This came out earlier in the week. So a
I did
$3
not.
Goodwill fine was turned into nearly $90,000.
Wow.
I hate this kid.
No,
I hate
you
this
don't.
kid.
No, you don't. We don't live in hate. We live in like, I wish it was me. But good for you,
I'm a
little
hater.
kid.
I'm
No,
a hater.
we're not
I'll
haters.
stand
We're
by that.
lovers. We are
I'm a
lovers
hater.
on this show.
A 19-year-old bought a Wilt Chamberlain Lakers warm-up jacket from a Goodwill bargain bin for just $3.07, guys. Remember that number, $3.07. The jacket was later authenticated and photo matched to the 1972 NBA Finals when Wilt won the Finals MVP and helped the Lakers win their first championship in Los Angeles. Pretty big deal if you ask me. It sold at Sotheby's for $89,600.
Damn.
Is that how you pronounce it, by the way?
Sotheby's, but it's all right.
Sotheby's.
It's all right.
Sotheby's.
It's all right.
Yeah.
This is nuts.
Like who gave that jacket away? Who in his family? Who gave it away? That's what I need to know, because that's a vintage item that you pass down for generations.
Okay, so this was from his MVP season, which means there is no excuse. Okay, anything that this goes for any sport. Anything that an MVP winner touches, you hold on to, because the Hall of Fame is going to want it, or an auction is going to want it. You can raise money at a fundraiser down the road.
Yeah.
You hold on to everything. I'm sure there is an insane story about this because it was found in Portland, Oregon. So who knows how it even made it up there?
How? Who got their hands on that?
Exactly. But I will say, you would be surprised how many of your favorite athletes' practice or just non-game day jersey related things end up in Goodwills. Like, you could find a Patrick Mahomes practice jersey at a Kansas City Goodwill if you're lucky, because if you think about it, a player goes through so much practice gear that at the end of the year, teams have auctions all the time. By the way, for those who don't know, like your local NFL team, I can only speak for the NFL, but I'm assuming multiple leagues do this.
Yeah.
They have so much just leftover gear. If you come in there with $50, you can just get an old practice jersey of someone that you want. Now, again, that doesn't necessarily relate to this. That's just more of a general convo.
Yeah.
An MVP warm-up, how that slipped through the cracks of the Lakers, like that should be hanging up at Staples. And it's not.
That's
good for this kid.
That is an incredible. I love vintage finds. I'm a big vintage girly, like throwback shirts, jackets, like all that jazz. That's incredible.
We care.
That's incredible.
We care.
I
Shay.
wish I found that.
Yeah, I can only find shirts with holes in them and stains, but it's okay. I still buy them.
You're not going. You're
I
not
like
going to the
them.
right places. I'm telling you, vintage dirty laundry. I'm going to take you there. That's my girl in Redondo.
How much is it though? Is it
It
expensive?
depends. It depends.
Like, can I find a $3 jacket?
No, like
see,
the vintage shirts are going to be like $25.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I
Still
want to go
great.
to Goodwill and I want to find something like that.
Really quickly, Shay, before we hit the next one. The fact that this warm-up was probably massive, it's what's confusing me. Like, if I'm just working at Goodwill and I see, oh, this is a 6XL, obviously an actual NBA player wore this. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just a youth large.
Yeah, but it could also be like, this was just a large human who had this. And maybe they lost some weight and it doesn't fit them anymore.
And Goodwill, you wouldn't expect Wilt Chamberlain's Finals MVP jacket.
No.
Crazy. So I'm also
going
going to tell you. So I hire a closet clean out company that comes and goes through all of my stuff, and we reorganize and we give stuff, we donate, we sell stuff every other year, and then stuff that won't sell, they just take and give to Goodwills. So I'm sure it wasn't within the family. It could have been someone cleaning out a closet and did not realize.
But that's the thing.
What it was
is There are plenty of Lakers warm-up jackets. There are not ones that would fit
How tall
massive
is he?
Wilt Chamberlain.
How tall is he?
He was like he was he 7-footer?
I think he was 7'1". You know what, Brock?
That's what
You
I'm
might
saying.
be
Like,
right.
I'm not necessarily blaming this goodwill. I'm blaming however many people saw
7'1".
this jacket and passed it along. Nobody thought
he was 7'1".
Yeah.
Nobody along the way
Okay.
thought, hey, this is a massive warm-up
7'1",
jacket.
like
that
between
can fit a
250, 275.
Obviously, somebody important wore this jacket.
No, yeah. I
But
might be there with
Good
you.
for this kid. He can pay for
Wild.
one semester of college with that $90,000.
I mean, yeah, that's a big jacket. Like
insane.
$3.
It's a massive
That's like
jacket.
all the cloth. That's probably way
That's
more
how
than what
much
the cloth is worth.
College is very expensive. He could probably get 2 semesters out of this, maybe 1.5, depending on
That's
what school.
wild.
But college is disgustingly expensive.
I went to San Diego State, and when I went there, it was a steal.
Yeah.
A steal. Very
State
grateful
tuition,
for that.
Yeah.
The
big.
steals are long
You guys,
gone,
I think it
unfortunately.
was like $1,500 a semester, $3,000 a year.
I paid $60K a semester, Alex.
Steal. I'm telling you, steal.
Oh my god.
My sisters were all like, they went to Boulder, UC Santa Barbara, and LMU. So my parents looked at me and they're like, oh, so we had it easy with the first one. Did great.
Oh, Shay, we do care. We
care.
All right, guys, on to the next one. So Tyreek Hill, it's a big name in the NFL, but he might not even play in the NFL again. So he's still a free agent, says he has no power in his injured left leg in nearly 10 months after undergoing 2 surgeries. He tore multiple ligaments. It's not looking good for the guy. Do you care?
So was it a play that he tore the ACL?
Yeah, it was. I think it was the 5th game of the year. It was very nasty. Do not look it up. It was brutal. And when your biggest attribute is your speed and his speed and his
able
numbers
to be quick.
were already kind of
Yeah,
decreasing.
it was all speed. It's cheetah.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, he's not. He's a tiny guy. He doesn't beat you with strength. It's his speed. So for him to not have that, I hope I hope he finds comfort in it, but it might be raps.
His biggest mistake in my eyes was leaving the Chiefs and chasing the bag. He just hasn't had any success since he's left the Chiefs.
I think it's a good example of, does individual success fulfill you the same way that competing for championships did?
Does money, and again, we've had this conversation a lot. Do you want the bag or do you want the chips? He left a dynasty.
You did?
You left the best team in the NFL at that time to get more money. But also, like, I think, like, Mahomes and Travis Kelce were, like, kind of, they knew who he was and all of his off-field stuff that was going down. So, like, he wasn't a part of the crew.
Yeah. Yeah, he was it danced to the beat of his own drum?
Well, I think he has some, like, off-field stuff.
Tons of them.
Too.
Tons of them, yes. And, the Chiefs were not going to come close to the amount that he got to live in Miami with much more favorable taxes and all that. But again, he got a Super Bowl. He got all of his things. Only he
was
can
he just
decide.
a part of one?
One, yeah. I think he lost one, won one. But best of luck to Tyreek Hill. It might be raps.
Talk about Miami and the just. Whew. They did not do well with everything that they went all in on. All right, guys, we're taking a quick break here. When we come back, is the NFC West the best division in football? That's next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show and be a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Did you hear the new little intro we have for the countdown to training camp? The whistles, the hitting the pads. Do you have like any, I don't know if I'd call it PTSD, but like you hear the whistle and you're like, because like I hear the whistle and it's been years, obviously. I didn't go pro, but playing soccer in college, I hear a whistle and I'm like, yes, coach, what's up? It's just like, I'm like alert immediately.
I don't have that, but what I and many of my former teammates that I talk to have is dreams where you're running late for practice. That is a very common, I guess it's really a nightmare, but that is a very common nightmare amongst former players.
That's really funny because like we all know you have those like recurring dreams, nightmares.
Yes.
A lot of them growing up is like if you end up somewhere with no clothes and you're like, oh my God, what am I doing?
Happening?
What is happening? But I've heard this because NFL players, I didn't realize how gnarly it is if you're late to practice. What was the craziest thing you've heard? Because your brother was in New England, and I know Belichick
has the
insane.
strictest.
Tell me about
the strictest policies. So when you go to the NFL, you can be fined for being late. The fine for being late is not as expensive as the fine for missing the day entirely. But what happens in New England is if you arrive late, Belichick just sends you home so that you have to pay that one.
Yes, sorry, buddy.
The lengths that people will go to have an excuse. One story I will share without sharing the player's name.
Yeah.
He knew he was running late, so he eased his car into a ditch so that he wouldn't, because the money to fix his bumper would be less than the fine if he was late to practice.
Remember like Julian Edelman kind of talking about this on one of the Fox morning football shows.
There could be a short podcast series on what athletes have done to have an excuse as to why they were late instead of having to actually be late and pay the fine.
Because you need like a legit like a doctor's note or like a police like report of something or like the tow truck is here. Were you ever late?
There were some close calls for sure, especially as a rookie when you have like homework. Basically, you have to get bagels for the guys or get this.
It's like intern. It's like intern vibes.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. And there were some times I misjudged how long it would be to go get breakfast for everyone, but I was never fined for being late. Yes, but if you have a good vet in your room, they give you some relief on some of the things. Now, I got lucky because I was drafted in the 4th round. Kyle Fuller was drafted in the 1st round.
Because that's where you get the money.
Exactly.
So they go after the 1st round picks, and it's like, well, hey, you got money. So now
we
you're
would
gonna
always split
it.
Everything, and he would obviously take the bulk of it. Now he took he would always think we would split it 70-30 whenever we had to pay for something. So I got very lucky.
Still, I've seen some of those receipts where like they go out to team dinners, and it's like, here you go, Rook, and you're like, oh. Oh my gosh.
If you have a good veteran in the room, the next day they'll pull you aside in the locker and be like, let me know how much I should send you. It's more of the ritual. It's not now that's not everyone. Some guys just get screwed.
Yeah.
But if you have a good vet in the room, they'll take that off of
So do you think it helps with the like camaraderie? Because I know like we see this happen like whether it's sports teams, whether it's like sororities, fraternities, like that's very much the culture of like the newcomers coming in.
Yes, it is. It is a bonding experience. And it's something where because everyone above me did this, I'm not going to complain about it because it's just part of the culture and part of the dynamic, right? Like Patrick Mahomes at one point had to buy Alex Smith his breakfast. You know what I mean? And it's like he's Patrick Mahomes.
I was like, that's cute.
And at one point he had to take care of the vets in his room. So if he can do it, if Tom Brady had to do that, everyone needs to do it, and it's just part of the process.
What did your brother say, like, Tom Brady was like during, like, the training camps? Because we all know he was, like, first one there, last one to leave, and he kind of got that firsthand experience.
Yeah, so my brother Shane was with Tom for 4 years. I was with Tom for 1 year. I always would compare Tom to a police dog.
Oh.
When the police dog, or if you're like at TSA,
dude, so nervous.
When the vest is off, it's like a puppy. Like they can pet it, they can play with it, and if you're in the locker room or just hanging around, Tom is just a California kid who is joking and laughing and is hilarious, is cracking jokes on people. The second that he puts the helmet on or the police vest, and that German Shepherd just snaps into it and is a completely different thing, that's what I would best compare him to.
That's a really great visual example to Tom Brady. Because there's been a lot of conversations, obviously, now that he's in his like post-retirement modeling. He's doing some weird stuff in the media, and everyone's like, Tom Brady, you were like the greatest. What are you doing?
Cashing checks is what he's doing.
Did you see it, though? Did you see, like, what went down between him and one of the Paul brothers at the...
Oh, yeah, setting up for, like, a WWE thing or something.
Yeah, he, like, slapped him at Fanatics Fan Fest and then flipped him off at the World Cup final. It just feels weird, right? That's not...
There's just too many cameras.
That's just not Tom. I mean, but we don't know Tom Brady. We didn't really get to know the personality of Tom Brady when he was... I guess with the Patriots, we got like a little sliver of it when he was with the Bucs.
He's a very good businessman, is what I will say.
Okay.
One of the best.
And like just doesn't care what anyone else thinks, and he's having fun.
And why should he?
Dude, he's in his modeling phase. Like the man gets younger.
He's doing it.
But that's kind of his whole thing.
Yeah. He's when you're at the mountaintop and have spent most of your life at the mountaintop, you can kind of just do whatever the heck you want, because at the end of the day, he's him. And that's enough.
Yeah. that's so, okay, last question then, because I got to meet him and like see him in the hallways at Fox Sports, and it's so funny how everyone is always, there's like this, Aura Wise as a teammate. Did guys feel or see that when he walked by, or was it he made you feel comfortable?
He knew the presence that he carried, but he used it in the best way possible. He used it to motivate his wide receivers.
That's great.
He used it to bring the best out of his offense. Tom Brady, to his credit, like, all the money in the world, but didn't go out of his way to show it. Whereas I had plenty of teammates who, you know, they're getting exclusive shoes, they're getting exclusive this, exclusive
chains,
that.
The cars.
And I'm sure Tom had those things.
Yeah.
But he never went out of his way to show that.
Okay.
I'm sure he had a much nicer car than the Escalade that he would show up in. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's great.
But he wouldn't drive that to work.
Yeah.
Or his driver wouldn't drive it to work. You know, like he
was a humble leader.
Yeah, and he used his influence, like you said, his aura to motivate the team. It was never to stand out. It was always if I can go through the grind, what's your excuse?
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. That's the vibe I wanna see in a leader. And that's why, like, I've talked about the Tom Brady effect and the LeBron James effect. There's like not many guys or women, players, athletes that can do that, to when like they lead by example and they walk in the room, you're like, oh, I got to be better because they're here, because they're doing even more than I'm doing right now.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys, training camp is officially here. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And throughout the week, you guys, we've been doing countdown to training camp. The Rams kick things off on Saturday at LMU. And then Chargers and Raiders training camps are underway with rookies reporting. But we're going to start in the NFC West. Oh, wait, real quick. Before I get to that, you guys, it's time to give away some tickets, okay? So you want to win some tickets to YG Live at Crypto on October 28th. All you have to do is be caller number 4 right now. Call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326 if you want to win a pair of tickets to see YG Live at Crypto.com Arena on October 28th. Again, call 855-975-2326 so you can win a pair of tickets to see YG live at Crypto. Whoo! I almost forgot to give away the fun free stuff today. So now we're going to go back and talk some football.
Let's do it.
And start in the NFC West. Is the NFC West the best division in football? And I'm going to say yes. Like right out of the gates, because they enter as arguably the deepest division. All three of the four teams went to the playoffs. Seattle is coming off as the Super Bowl champs. The Rams, arguably, could have been
us.
Could have been in the Super Bowl, and that was kind of like the whole offseason. It should have been us, but now they're entering the season as the Super Bowl faves with the best roster. And then you have the 49ers, who won 12 games despite dealing with all the injuries that they had last season. And then you have Arizona, who is definitely in a rebuild and finished 3-14 last season. They're kind of going through a whole restructure situation. But between Seattle, the Rams, and San Francisco, that is the most feared division.
I think it's the best division in sports. Like when you factor in college conferences, NBA conferences, I'm sure there's some softball conferences. The Big 12 and softball is nuts. You know, like it is the best division in sports. The biggest proof of that is the Arizona Cardinals have the number one strength of schedule this season, and it's because they have to play twice the three other teams in the NFC West, right? So
facts.
We can do this by team. So let's start with Arizona. They go 3-14 a year ago. A big part of that is because Kyler Murray was hurt, and then he was in quotations hurt because they knew that they were moving on from him at the end of the year. New head coach Mike LaFleur, if he sounds familiar, he is the brother of Matt LaFleur. If he still sounds familiar, it's because he was the Rams offensive coordinator for the past couple of years. So we can root for him from a distance. Kyler Murray's no longer there. Their quarterback will be Jacoby Brissett. But Jacoby Brissett held out all of spring. He wants to get paid like a starter. When he initially signed his contract, he was getting backup money. He wants starter money.
That makes sense.
It makes total sense, but he has yet to really be in that building to the extent that you want your starting quarterback to be. The running back room, Jeremiah Love, already the highest paid running back because he was taken so early in the draft. Absolute freak of nature out of Notre Dame. They also have Tyler Algier from the Falcons and James Conner, one of the most physical runners over the past 10 years that the NFL has seen. Tight end Trey McBride, wide receivers Michael Wilson, Marvin Harrison Jr., and Kendrick Bourne. Now, Marvin Harrison Jr. was kind of supposed to be the chosen one. It hasn't really come together yet, but the talent is there. Yeah, Michael Wilson is the prototypical possession wide receiver.
Do you think it's just because he hasn't had the right fit around him?
I think a lot was put on his plate. The expectations of him were probably a little high.
But you also come from a football family.
He does. And why he doesn't get the excuses of adjusting is because his dad, Marvin Harrison, was such a phenomenal wide receiver. So a lot of things people kind of assumed he would understand about the game that maybe he's struggling over. But the talent is still there. People aren't giving up on him just yet. Defensively, Josh Sweat, they brought in. He's a monster, pass rush beast. And in the DB room, Will Johnson, last year was his rookie year, and Budda Baker, who's been a top-of-the-line safety for his entire career. So what you have in the Cardinals is, yes, they went 3-14 last year. They're not going to win many more games than that this year. But to sum it up, you have a rookie head coach taking over a 3-14 team with a starting quarterback who skipped OTAs.
Yikes.
So the ceiling is placed there. However, I will say, this will be a tough out. The Cardinals are not going to beat many teams, but they are going to catch some teams slipping, and the biggest reason is because of that running back room. Jeremiah Love, Tyler Algier, and James Conner, any three of those guys could be starting running backs on a lot of other teams in the NFL. They will be physical as hell, and they will catch, amongst Seattle, San Francisco, and the Rams, they will catch at least two of those teams slipping. and they will win at least 2 of their matchups against those 6 teams just because of how physical this team is going to be.
Yeah.
And the Cardinals do not have a very high ceiling, but I think they will be a very tough out.
I love that you started from the bottom up. We're like, this is the best. I said, this is the best division in the league. And you went up to it and said, no, this is the best division in sports. Let me tell you why. We're going to start with the worst team in the division.
We're going to get them out the way. We're going to get those guys out the way.
Okay, let's go. Arizona is clearly in a rebuild situation.
Mm-hmm.
But as you said, there is some hope. This is a new era without Kyler Murray, who, like, until you said that, I was like, oh, yeah, no, he's a Viking now.
He's
like,
out of
I
there,
just kind of had that, like, oh, yeah, I forgot moment.
So much movement.
But now we remember.
If the Cardinals were in a different division, they would in any other division, I would argue, in football, maybe other than the NFC North, they win 7 to 9 football games. You know,
but think
it's just the fact that they're stuck with these beasts.
Yeah, if they were in the
NFC West.
if they were in the South,
Yeah.
maybe
they would have much more success. We ready to go up north to San Fran?
Yeah.
Let's go up to
on
San Francisco. 12-5 a year ago. Of course, they lose in the second round to Seattle. What the 49ers did last year is nothing short of a miracle.
Yeah.
The entire team was hurt. They lose Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, and George Kittle late in the season. And the fact that they were still fighting with the Seahawks in the divisional round is nothing short of a miracle. As long as Kyle Shanahan is their coach, they will have a chance. Quarterback Brock Purdy, running back Christian McCaffrey, among the best athletes in the league and will be until he retires. George Kittle says he will be ready for week 1 with that torn Achilles, but they're not going to push it.
When did it happen? Was it mid?
I want to say it was the wild card game.
Dude, that's not that long. Like, Achilles takes,
Isn't it?
Like, try to think about, like, when we saw, like, Rodgers right.
Mm-hmm.
It was
takes
like
a while.
year. Even like Kirk Cousins like wasn't fully right.
So again, this is Kittle saying this. This is not the 49ers saying this. Their biggest offseason addition is wide receiver Mike Evans, who fills out the wide receiver room of Ricky Pearsall and Christian Kirk. Why this wide receiver room is so concerning is you have collected the most injured wide receivers currently in the NFL. Mike Evans has missed 12 games over the past 2 years, and he's 33 years old.
Yeah.
Ricky Pearsall, unfortunately, for situations out of his control, his rookie year, he got shot during a robbery. Thank God he's still alive. But he missed significant time his rookie year, and then last year he was super banged up with some lower body stuff. And Christian Kirk has played in a lot of places. He's really good. He's just always hurt. So again, the 49ers, the running joke is they're just never healthy, and they didn't really help themselves this offseason by bringing in injured guys. But when you think of the Niners, you think about defense. Fred Warner is the best linebacker in football. He is as surefire a Hall of Famer as Myles Garrett is. And as long as he's there, he's scary. They bring back Dre Greenlaw, who left last year to go to Denver. Now he's back. What makes this defense so scary, though, is their defensive coordinator is Raheem Morris. If that sounds familiar, it's because he was the Rams defensive coordinator during the Super Bowl that they won and multiple years after. So Kyle Shanahan knows Sean McVay like the back of his hand because they're buddies and they run the same system. Raheem Morris knows this offense like the back of his hand. It's a little different. So the 49ers will always be a tough out, and they will always be the toughest matchup that the Rams have every single year. They have a lot of work to do in San Francisco. They keep betting on perpetually injured guys remaining healthy. If that becomes the case, they have a right to the NFC West as much as anyone, but I have to see it to believe it regarding the health, and that is the 49ers.
It's crazy because you forget that like Morris has been a head coach and then went into the coordinating positions, and when you have that inside real just like experience and information on your biggest rivals like within the division, that's scary and that's dangerous because everyone we've talked to when we ask, what is the Rams' biggest hurdle? Like what is going to be, and I'm so excited because in the next segment we have Cynthia Freeland joining us.
Genius.
Yeah. from NFL Network, now ESPN, I think she even said, like, it's going to be the 49ers. Every single person we talk to, it's the 49ers are going to be the biggest hurdle for the Rams. So you forget, like, he had that inside information and the inner workings of the Rams.
It's going to be dangerous. The same way that when the Lakers had their dream run in their dynasty, it was Shaq, Kobe, D-Fish, and everyone.
Yeah.
The Sacramento Kings were always a tough game because they were built to beat the Lakers.
Yeah.
The 49ers are built every year to beat the Rams, and they will always be tough because of that.
That first game is going to be in Australia.
Mate.
To start the season. All right, we're going to save the other two teams for the end of the hour. Right now, we have to give a huge congratulations to Donovan Arias in LA. You just won a pair of tickets to see YG live at Crypto. Congratulations.
2400.
Yeah!
Let's go, Donovan.
You almost made Brock just spit out his teeth. That was beautiful. Congratulations. Who you taking with you?
I don't know yet, but we're going to turn up to some YG 400.
Yeah.
Donovan says it doesn't matter who's coming. I'm going to be in the building. Donovan's going to be in the building.
I'm turning up. I am so happy for you, Donovan. Thank you for listening. I hope you have the best time ever.
Thanks, guys.
Have a blast. Said it don't matter who I'm coming with.
It doesn't matter.
I'm gonna be in the building.
He's still there. Let's go.
Oh,
Donovan. Donovan.
Happy for him. That concert's gonna be nuts.
Fire.
Anyone in that building is gonna have a great time.
Dude, Shay on the mix.
Yeah, DJ Shay.
It's a YG song.
I know. I'm looking him over there. It looks like you're DJing, like twisting the knobs, getting it going. All right, guys. We got to take a quick break here. But as I said a moment ago, I'm so excited for our next guest. She is the smartest person in the NFL.
Yep.
She creates the odds. She is all about that NFL science, data, the analytics. Cynthia Freeland is joining the show when we come back. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we love having you be a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. We have spent the entire week having a countdown to training camp theme. And so I am so excited for our first guest of the day. She is the smartest human in sports, analytics expert, doing all the NFL data science at NFL Network and ESPN, the host of Numbers Games, Gordy and Clyde's mom, my bestie, Cynthia Freeland.
It's always the best intro, Alex. Again, the checks the mail, I appreciate you.
Oh, we appreciate you, Cynthia. So I think since we've had you on, the Aaron Donald hype just keeps growing, especially after seeing him training at the Rams facility. We've heard from Sean McVay. We've heard from Les Snead. First, how convinced are you that it's actually going to happen? And then what would the addition mean to this already star-studded Rams roster?
I think it's more like 60-40. I'm tempering expectations just a little bit because ultimately former players do work out at the place that they called home. Brock, you know this very well. They're allowed to use the gym there. There's special I don't know if any gym has enough weights to a regular gym doesn't have enough weights for Aaron Donald. So let's just say there's that. But I think it's getting a little more, it's a little more likely. It's not 50-50. I wouldn't go so far as to say 75-20. Let's say 60-40, temper the expectations just a little bit. And mind you, do I think that a veteran player of his kind of caliber would want to participate in training camp? No, absolutely not. So, I think that, we won't know for a while now because I don't know if training camp would be necessarily where, they don't you saw Aaron Rodgers would never come back to training camp. So you see now, potentially Aaron Donald. I think it's, it's certainly something that Sean McVay would want. So we'll see, but it just would mean ridiculousness from an already ridiculous defense.
The Rams camp finally opens this weekend. Is there a big story or two that you are locked in to follow along with the Rams camp?
Yeah, listen, I got my entire master's. I wrote my master's thesis on offensive linemen. So I want to see what they're putting out there in front of Matthew Stafford because, we talked about it before, but this team will go the way that their O-line goes. You have a veteran quarterback who's one of the best, first ballot Hall of Famer, but still it's very difficult to sustain the high level of play if you don't have a great O-line in front of you. And the run game is really important to all the different concepts that Sean McVay likes to run. And, look, Puka Nacua, what I love most about him is he's a scrapper. He will get in there and block defenders, but, you want a free release because if he's running with a lot more, speed, that's going to be harder for defenders to get in the way of him. And he will be more useful and do exactly what's necessary from him if he can get just a little bit more of that. Don't press the man. It's silly, but whatever. So I'm just curious how the O-line will look.
So the one thing about Sean McVay and the Rams is what Sean McVay does, the rest of the league seems to follow. And last season, it was his use of tight ends. And he really kind of resets the trends each year. How do you see him kind of building off of what he did with this offense last year?
Well, part of the reason he used so much 13 or, the personnel with multiple tight ends is because you had Devontae Adams being injured for part of the season, right? So they were trying to find another pass catcher that could be disguised. Really, they're playing a lot of 11, which means that the tight end is actually a fake wide receiver. He's a tight end in your program, but the play is a wide receiver play. I'm saying all this because really it's about the disguise ahead of the snap. So things look very similar ahead of snap and you don't know where the ball's going. So maybe he made that 11, but he did it with a tight end. It's still the same formation as far as the defender's concerned. So you really don't know what's going to happen after the ball is snapped. So I don't think that much is going to change, meaning the fact that he will disguise plays by having them look very similar pre-snap. Who's it going to be, right? Which one, if you're fantasy football player, kind of a nightmare, other than Puka Nacua, because it's going to be fun. But when you're trying to figure out, like, should I use one of these tight ends with Sean McVay? Like, I don't know, because ultimately they're playing wide receiver in that case, and you just don't know which one it's going to be, which is a nightmare for both defensive players and fantasy players alike.
We're spending a lot of time this midday discussing the NFC West and how difficult of a division it is. The Cardinals are kind of on a separate timeline, but what threat do the 49ers and Seahawks still pose despite their fan bases feeling a little underwhelmed about each of their respective off seasons?
I think the San Francisco 49ers might be just overall the most underrated potential Super Bowl team as far as odds in Vegas right now. They are not listed in last I looked, which was like yesterday. They're not in the top 5. I actually think all 3 teams that we mentioned in the NFC West, we'll let the Cardinals have a minute. But, all 3 teams should be in the top 5. They should really be top 5 or 6 because, in terms of Super Bowl favorites. So I think the Niners are getting a little bit slighted. It'll be interesting to see if Seattle can maintain the level of success with the new offensive coordinator. Having that defensive-minded head coach, of course, does change things for them. And the Niners, to me, it's about health. Like we see Christian McCaffrey and a cloud of dust was their strategy last year because everyone else was sitting on the bench. But you get a guy another first ballot Hall of Famer like Fred Warner walking back in the room, and you can do a lot more things with the defense and have a lot more pressures that are efficient and, ultimately kind of disguise the other. By the way, Mike Evans is now there, and that's kind of been overshadowed by some of these other big names signing specifically for the Rams. But that's a pretty big field stretching difference maker for what's going on with Brock Purdy and all of those different offensive kind of formations and looks. And George Kittle, he looks healthy. I mean, I don't know, but we presume he's healthy based on, if Instagram workouts are any indicator, then it will be good.
He's letting you know the Achilles is feeling okay. Yeah.
But Achilles is feeling great per Instagram workouts. Like, I mean, again, we don't know, but like it would seem he's fine. So that there, to me, the question mark there is, can they get back to health and stay healthy?
Okay, Cynthia, let's move to the AFC and talk some Chargers, because I think their biggest move this offseason was getting Mike McDaniel as their offensive coordinator. How much pressure is on McDaniel and Herbert to perform this season and win a playoff game?
Oh, wait, there's also another former head coach on that offensive staff in Adam Gase. So you have a guy who, on the offense, you forget, right? 2 former head coaches on that side of the ball with Miami. I don't know, the Miami connection's interesting. There has to be some pun there that we're not making, but whatever. We'll figure that one out later. But I'm looking at now.
To be continued.
To be continued. What are they going to be able to do, considering the tackles are now, again, presumably healthy? Because a lot of what we saw from Justin Herbert last year was great playmaking, but under complete duress. I think he was under the second most pressure of any quarterback last season. So we saw Mike McDaniel with Tua Tagovailoa get the ball out quickly. That tempo game was really what got them in rhythm. Now, not even close to the same style-wise when it comes to what Justin Herbert's capabilities are versus Tua Tagovailoa, but like the idea that if there's pressures, if the O-line isn't 100% healthy, or if something happens, because in the course of the season something always happens, they do have those quick schemes, those quick hitters. Those are nice tricks in the bag that we didn't really see so much of last year that could have been nice, helpful additions to the offense. So I think those are going to be really interesting. And then, of course, when you have like the Gase impact of all of it, you're going to see some really, like, you got to go back in the archives and you have to think, Jay Cutler with the Chicago Bears. Like, that's what you got to see there and go back in that bag of tricks, which means you should probably think like what tight ends are going to score touchdowns, etc. That could be some influence from him there. Just remember, don't think of, Miami Gase or Jets Gase. Think, the Bears or even the Denver Broncos. Go back with Peyton.
Wow.
With Justin Herbert, I don't know if there's a larger disconnect between people who are really in on him and people who were out on him once they blew a 27-point lead. So what is your current evaluation on the abilities and, I guess, what remains of his career for Justin Herbert?
I think that's silly. I mean, listen, blown leads happen. Matt Ryan blew a pretty significant lead in a pretty important game, and we still think he's pretty good. You know, I mean, I'm just saying. I'm saying Matt Ryan's good. I'm not, no shade there, but like when I'm looking at what could potentially happen for Justin Herbert, his legacy will ultimately be decided by the playoffs, because the expectation when you have a franchise guy like that, a guy who, again, we talk about all the time, there are not 32 people qualified to be quarterbacks in the National Football League, let alone being in the top echelon of them. So does he need to be QB1 for the entire league? No, but as long as he's like top 12, right, then this really has the impact that you want. There aren't substitutes out there that you can just go grab. Remember, like, we can't draw up in a lab a brand new quarterback that's going to be perfect. Fernando Mendoza will have some struggles, and he was the only guy that was really kind of, everyone thought could be a first round pick, right? So you're looking at the opportunity here for Justin Herbert to now be defined by what he can do, as opposed to like this kind of overcoming weird situations like no O-line last year, or a lot of replacement O-linemen last year, or some strange coaching things in the past. So let's see who he is. We know he has the stuff. We know he has his God-given whatever biological traits he has. He has those. So we'll see if those traits can translate to wins, especially in the postseason.
So, Cynthia, you mentioned Fernando Mendoza, sweet, sweet baby Fernando, the Raiders' #1 overall pick, the future of their franchise, but they also brought in Kirk Cousins this offseason. Are you under the belief that he should sit and work behind Kirk Cousins, or when he's ready, put him in? Where do you stand on all of that?
Well, I guess the question is let's define ready, because the expectations that come with drafting someone first overall, like we're probably going to see him, whether or not he's ready, whatever that means. But to me, I think the Patrick Mahomes model is probably better for him long term. If I'm just making the decision as like just an advocate for like what could be best for Fernando Mendoza, not necessarily for the Raiders, but for Fernando Mendoza, having that year to learn how to be a professional. Obviously, Patrick Mahomes started like the last week of the season. We get it. So his rookie season, whatever. But that's not really a real, like, that wasn't a quality start. It was just a good start, almost like a preseason start for the reps, for learning how it works in the headset with the 8 seconds and all the different things that dynamically are different from college. So I would rather let every quarterback, even these top rated guys, sit. I don't know if I think anyone's ready right out of the gate, especially now that we've had all these different dynamics of the transfer portal, which has made playbooks very, very thin for a lot of college players. Like, I just would rather learn, absorb. You have that 5th year now. If you're a first round draft pick, you have the extra year of kind of insurance. So I would rather see the slow roll. I think we'd have better results long term, but this is a win now league, baby. It's what have you done for me lately? So I understand that it probably won't happen.
But the Raiders only won 3 games last season, so it's like you're not working with a ton. Anything over 3 wins is like, okay, we're doing it, buddy. We're doing great. But I'm with you. I don't think you should be rushed. You got Kirk Cousins. You paid the man again. That man's agent needs to put out like a TED Talk. Needs to be studied for like how much money he has gotten him. Insane.
Does he need any more clients? Because I would love to be his client. I guarantee money would be great.
Give me my money. Where's my money? Jaxie, my daughter, hasn't been living up to her hype as your agent recently, but we'll make it work. Cynthia,
listen,
become a whole
great.
thing, you guys.
She's great. She's a perfect agent.
She learned how to shake her head and say no, and we decided that she was Cynthia's agent for a little bit. It was hilarious.
Yep. Is it enough money? No. It was Jaxie. Yep.
We love you. Thank you so much for coming on. And oh my goodness, training camp is about to start for you. So I will stalk you down.
Let's
and see
go.
You soon.
I'm ready.
Let's go,
I'm
baby.
ready. I'd rather have real things to talk about than what is it? Cowboys month? We got to see if the Cowboys are any good, but it's July. It's Cowboys month.
No.
It is. This is the month where they're most relevant.
Facts.
I said it.
Facts.
I said
Facts.
Thank you so much.
We love you.
You got it. Thanks for having me. Bye, guys.
Bye.
She is a genius.
No, literally.
Absolute
like quite
genius.
literally. I could not be more opposite than someone and be best friends with someone. It's perfect. in all the best way possible. So, like, she is like the numbers, and I am like the I bring the She brings the facts. Right?
You got to have the
All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, do we want to finish up the NFC that we were talking about, or do we want to talk some Muncie?
Let's finish up the NFC.
Okay, we'll save Muncie for the next hour. Okay. Yeah. We're going to continue through the NFC when we come back. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. 1051 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we love when you're a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. So, okay, we started this hour kind of going through why the NFC West, I said, was the best division in football. Then you one-upped me and said, no, the NFC West is the best division in sports.
It is.
Which is wild. And I love that we started at the bottom. So we've been working our way up. So at the top of the hour, we went through kind of the Cardinals and how they are in a rebuild. I think they only, won 3 games?
3-14 last year.
Last season. We just moved our way up to San Francisco and kind of went through why they are the biggest threat to the Rams.
Yes.
Even talking to Cynthia, it's like you forget that they have 2, what she was saying, the 2 head coaches.
The Shanahan, the Kyle.
No. That was the
Chargers.
That was the Chargers. Sorry,
Adam Gase and Mike McDaniel.
Sorry, that was Chargers. But what she was saying with the 49ers is they're kind of sliding under the radar.
Mm-hmm.
Is no one's really talking about the Mike Evans edition, and we don't know if Kittle is fully healthy back yet. But they've dealt with injuries throughout like all of their runs, and somehow continue to be great. So let's move to the defending champs in Seattle and what makes them so dangerous, because they did lose a lot of personnel.
Very underwhelming offseason by fans' standards. So what you have with the Seattle Seahawks is people collectively felt that they overachieved last year because nobody thought that Sam Darnold would ever be a Super Bowl winning quarterback. But he is, and you can never take that away from him. So quarterback Sam Darnold is back. Running back Kenneth Walker III has left. He was a key piece to that offense. He is now a member of the Kansas City Chiefs. So the running back unit will be helmed up by George Halani, who was a guy they used sparingly, Jadarian Price, who they drafted at late first round out of Notre Dame, and Zach Charbonnet when he is healthy. Zach Charbonnet got hurt. He was not able to play in the Super Bowl, but him and Jadarian Price will probably split carries. The wide receiver room is JSN, Jackson Smith and Jigba, the highest paid wide receiver in the NFL. A familiar face in Cooper Kupp, who is not the Cooper Kupp that we remember, but still a quality guy, and he got a Super Bowl ring because of it. And the speedy Rashid Shaheed, where the Seahawks really separate themselves. They probably have the best D-line in football. You could argue them over the Rams. I'm going to say the Rams.
Well, if they get Aaron Donald back.
Well, if they get Aaron Donald back, then it's far and away.
Yeah.
But right now, a D-line of Byron Murphy, Jaron Reed, Leonard Williams, DeMarcus Lawrence, and Dante Fowler is up there with anyone. And if you want to say they're the best, I can't argue with you. Defensive back-wise, Nick Emenwari is as special a talent that the NFL has right now. They don't win a Super Bowl without him. Mike McDonald, who is their head coach, is a defensive-minded guy. Nick Emenwari is a guy who just really doesn't have a position. He's as big as a linebacker. He's as fast as a corner and has coverage skills of a corner, but can pass rush like a D. And he does everything. He's a freak. There's no one like him, and that is the key to them. So offensively, where there's hesitance, they have a new offensive coordinator because Clint Kubiak is now the head coach of the Raiders. He runs a similar system, though. Brian Fleury was the tight end coach under Shanahan, so he still runs a Shanahan-Kubiak system. It'll be a lot of wide zone and very similar. So the champ remains the champ until they're not the champ anymore.
When you look at, you lose your OC in Clint Kubiak, who now the Raiders head coach, and then you lose your Super Bowl MVP in Kenneth Walker III. It's hard to keep your core together and all of your personnel together after you win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, they lost Boye Mafe. They lost, who was an edge rusher. They lost Tariq Woolen, who was a tall, rangy cornerback. They lost their safety, Kobe Bryant, which is hilarious that that's his name. But the Seahawks
You think he's named after him? He's got to be, right?
It's Coby, but I feel like based off his age, his parents definitely knew who Kobe.
A nod?
Maybe he would have been born right before. But anyway, the Seahawks overachieved last year is the general consensus. So they get the rare place where we've been to the mountaintop,
Yeah.
and yet we still get to have a chip on our shoulder because people thought that what Sam Darnold did was a fluke. It's gonna be special to watch Seattle play football because this is the toughest team that I'm having trouble with trying to gauge where they finish at the end of the year.
You know what's so funny is like Seattle and the Knicks are similar in that sense.
Ooh,
where
that is
they,
a hell of a comparison.
Like they are doubted even after they won. They're like, yeah, well, it ain't gonna happen again. You're like, dude, they just won the chip.
Comparing them to the Knicks, Alex, is the best possible analogy that could be made. That is dead on.
Because you're like, oh, they weren't supposed to be here.
Right.
It should have been someone else. It could have been someone else. And again, like even after they win, Sam Darnold, everyone's like, it ain't going to happen again. Knicks are like, I don't think that's going to happen again. Anyone can beat them.
We are months away from them winning a Super Bowl, and I'm still expecting them to finish third in the NFC West. They are the Knicks. You're right. Seahawks are the Knicks.
Sorry, not sorry. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we haven't even gotten to the Rams yet. So we're going to get to that next hour. Then we're going to dive into the AFC West. This is a fun training camp week. Hour number 3 coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN. Enter Sandman, baby. We were talking about this in the commercial break, and I didn't know why. And then obviously Shay's using it as our welcome back song. But it's what teams, like, they've adopted it as their own.
Virginia Tech is the most popular. When they take the field, they shut off the lights.
Wait, what color? Am I wearing their colors too?
Kind of.
Yeah, that's what I'm
sort
like.
of, actually. You got like the burnt orange. Yeah, they're burgundy.
Okay, no,
orange,
they're burgundy. Yeah, the burnt orange is what it is. So this is like a burnt orange. Okay.
So when they take the field, for as long as I can remember, they always play that song, and I've definitely seen, maybe not the whole band, but one or two Metallica members actually go there and play it sometimes. It's one of the most
Did
iconic
they go to
entrances.
this? Like, what's the connection? Did they go to this school?
I don't know how it started. It is so random. It probably just started as... So Virginia Tech's always had one of the best college football atmospheres.
Really?
So,
have you been?
No, I haven't. It is in the middle of absolute nowhere. Like, if you go to the middle of nowhere and then take a plane to even more nowhere, that's where Virginia Tech is.
Okay, because when I feel like even going to like Nebraska, you're like in the cornfields.
See, but yeah, so Virginia Tech, no matter if I were to go to Virginia Tech right now, I would have to take 2 planes and still have a 3-hour drive.
No,
it's impossible to get to. But because of that, they have great atmosphere. So I think my complete guess here is they asked Metallica, "Can we play your song?" And then Metallica saw the atmosphere that they bring because there's literally nothing else to do in Blacksburg, and they said, "Oh, we should make this a thing." And now it is a big thing.
Well, they probably pay for it too.
Oh, they pay.
But I wonder if there's like some sort of connection. Because I'm going to tell you, like Metallica, I got to see them in college. They played San Diego State, and then I got to see them perform at Petco.
Mm-hmm.
I got a guy whose sister is their tour manager. So we got like full backstage,
Sweet.
Like my homie. I gave him a shout out yesterday, actually. One of my besties, Tim.
And they're still rocking at like age 60,
It
right?
is incredible.
That's sweet.
Like, you want to feel the energy. Like, there's nothing like a rock metal show.
Wow.
Like, the pure just,
I've been to plenty
It's
of rock
beautiful.
shows, but I've never been to a proper metal show. But the energy is palpable from any footage that you see. They're going nuts.
Some insight on this, guys.
Okay, let's go.
So I looked it up.
Okay.
This is on the Virginia Tech website too.
Oh,
so I'm pretty sure it's right. I don't
All
think
right,
it's gonna be wrong.
that feels legit.
So what it's gonna be is so they started playing the song. It was kind of like a pregame song that they would always play.
Yeah.
And then it was one cold night. One of the band members started because they jump up and down during the song, so you could see the crowd like jumping up and down.
Oh, so it's
if you
one
watch
of
it on
those
YouTube.
stadium vibes where like everyone's pulsing.
If you look up like craziest college football atmospheres, this will always be the first video that you see. It's gonna be a Virginia Tech like walk up song, and then maybe you'll see like a Rose Bowl atmosphere. But it's Virginia Tech football. It's always at the top.
Okay.
So it's basically so he was cold. Like the one band member was cold, so they started jumping to like get warmer, and then
wait, like who that was in like the Virginia Tech band when
and
they
then,
play it,
and then 2 other people started jumping with him, and then the whole band was jumping, and then the entire crowd was jumping, and this was in 2009.
That's sick.
Wow.
Yeah,
almost.
So
20
it was
years
organic.
Ago.
So it was like an organic.
This was 2000 actually.
Okay, I was going to say, for as long as I can
26
remember,
years.
they've done this. And Virginia Tech plays a lot of night games. So the night game entrance with this song when they shut off the lights is the entrance of college football. Them and Clemson. I don't like Clemson's, but Virginia Tech probably has the best entrance onto the field.
So they installed a new video board at the stadium, and with the new video board meant a new walkout song, and Enter Sandman actually beat out Welcome to the Jungle.
Ooh,
so it could have been Welcome to the Jungle. Fun fact about college football, guys.
Welcome to the Jungle is AC/DC, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So fact.
No, that's Guns N' Roses. Isn't it?
Oh, that's Guns N' Roses.
Yeah.
That's right. Guns N' Roses.
Literally wore their shirt the other day. Way to go, Curry.
be nice
I'm
to
that
yourself.
person.
Be nice to
I'm
yourself.
that person.
The reason AC/DC is on the mind is because Shay brought up during the break, in case anyone was wondering, we spent the entire break talking about Metallica.
Yes, we did.
When the USSR shifted to being called Russia,
yes,
in quotes, liberated, they put on a concert. AC/DC was on tour, and Metallica was their opening act. And they asked Metallica to go. They asked AC/DC, and of course Metallica opening for them, to come perform. And in Moscow, they had, in just an open event, 1.6 million people, and Metallica playing in front of over 1.5 million people is one of the greatest, like, considered one of the best shows ever.
Which is funny because when you guys were explaining this, you're like, yeah, I think there was like a couple 100,000 people.
1.6
million. No. There was over 1 million people.
And they're just out there rocking. And the lore behind it, who knows if it's true, is that, again, Metallica was the opener.
Yeah.
But AC/DC as the main act never really matched the energy that
How
Metallica
can
had.
you?
And so
How can you?
It's remembered as Metallica's show, even
That
though
was
really
probably
it was
like
AC/DC's.
when they took over in terms of popularity after that.
It's hard to
With
go
that
back
many
after that.
people, because it's
yeah.
like pre-social media, and if you have a million people and you're like, oh, that's the energy I want.
Yeah.
Like, that feels like a shifting moment. It's crazy when you think about the big artists that were opening up for other big artists.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Sabrina Carpenter was opening for Taylor Swift, and I think mid touring with her is when she blew up, and then now she was selling out stadiums.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh God. Okay. I don't know who the main act was, but I remember a friend's wife was talking about how there was this opening act named, she mispronounced it. She said Chapel Ron, and she was performing this song "Hot to Go," and it was great. And then two years later, I was like,
dude,
oh, that's who she was talking. Okay. I would love just like a coffee table book of who opened for who and the connections there. That's cool.
So wild, so fun. All right, guys, you are listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, and it is countdown to training camp week. And we spent the first 2 hours kind of going through the NFC West and why they are I said the best division in the league. Brock one-upped me and said the best division in sports. And we've gone through each of the teams except the Rams. So we'll do a little quick recap of Arizona's in a rebuild.
Yep.
Yeah, they only won 3 games last season. San Francisco is probably, which is crazy, the most underrated, tough team right now.
No matter who is healthy, you will always be afraid when San Francisco's on the schedule.
Yes. And then you have the defending Super Bowl champs who just nobody really believes in.
They have to prove that last year wasn't a fluke to get the consensus. People still do not believe in Sam Darnold. They give him the respect of a Super Bowl winner, which no one can take from him. But the consensus is you lost Kenneth Walker III, and Sam Darnold can't do it again.
And
so
Clint
the
Kubiak.
Rams and you have a new offensive coordinator. So we're going to put the Niners and the Rams above you.
And so let's talk the Rams real quick. And I think they are the reason that this NFC West division is going to be the hardest division in sports. They reached the NFC Championship game, obviously, last season, losing to Seattle, which could have been a play away.
Yep.
Like, they were a play away
right there
from beating Seattle. They currently have the best roster in the NFL, and that's not even including the incredible possibility that Aaron Donald could come out of retirement and join this already Super Bowl favorite roster. So when you look at the Rams in the NFC West, I mean, I have them winning the division. I think, obviously, Vegas and everybody else as the Super Bowl favorites have them going to and winning the Super Bowl, especially having it be here in LA. And the last time they won the Super Bowl was when the Super Bowl was at SoFi. But when you look at this Rams team as a whole, I mean, I want to say it's obvious, but what makes them the best?
The ability to do the things that they want to do better than anyone else can do it. And because of that, the reason is because you have Sean McVay, who is your favorite play caller's favorite play caller.
Yeah.
Whoever your offensive coordinator is, unless you are a Niners fan, he watches Sean McVay. He talks to Sean McVay. He wants to do what Sean McVay is doing. He's recreating offense every single year, and every year it seems to show up with a new way to do things that people then want to copy. So you are going to have a run-heavy offensive structure. You are going to have a physical offensive structure. When you think of Sean McVay, you think of the Rams, you think of points and bright lights and the LA. No, they are a physical football team. It's going to be a wide zone run game. There's going to be heavy play action off of that. You're going to see Puka Nacua with these large 20-yard chunk gains running across the field on these deep crossers off the play action. You're going to see Matthew Stafford as strong and as accurate an arm as the NFL has. And when you hit the red zone, you're going to see Davante Adams do his thing. 12 of his 14 touchdowns a year ago were in the red zone. Defensively, you're just going to have to pray. The only thing you can attack is the inside linebackers. If I had to point to a room, that's the only room that really doesn't have a superstar. But still, you're not going to be able to pass the ball effectively. The pass rush is too strong. They have 4 or 5 guys that can get it done. And one of those guys is the best defensive player in the league right now in Myles Garrett. On the secondary, you have Trent McDuffie, who is as versatile as they come. You have a defensive coordinator in Chris Shula, who's just collected a bunch of versatile guys to where the quarterback
like the best of the best.
Has no indication of what he's getting because everyone can do everything. And if you are going to beat the Rams, it's going to have to be by running the football. But with the addition of Aaron Donald, and honestly also with the addition of Myles Garrett, that's kind of been taken care of.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. And it's interesting, too, because what we've seen Sean McVay do is adjust. And when we were talking to Cynthia Freeland last hour, I didn't realize, like, when she was talking about, when we were asking her about, like, what Sean McVay does, kind of changing the way everyone looks at an offense and running the 13 was in reaction to Davante Adams not being healthy. So he's like, okay, so I don't got my guy that I thought was going to be my guy this season. Let me just completely restructure this and utilize the tight ends.
Those are the things that other coaches can't do.
Yeah.
Other coaches, their season and their offense just stall out, whereas Sean McVay found a way to still be successful without having Davante Adams for a large chunk of the year. That's what makes him special.
That's wild. So this is going to be a fun one, you guys. So we have gone through the NFC West. Now let's make our way to the AFC. And we talked about it yesterday. This feels, if there is ever a season for the Chargers to take advantage of a situation, whether it's the Chiefs no longer in their dynasty era, losing a lot of their big name guys. The Raiders obviously still in a big rebuild situation, even though they feel like they got their guy of the future in Fernando Mendoza and getting Clint Kubiak, the Seahawks offensive coordinator now as their new head coach who just won a Super Bowl. And then the Broncos, who a lot of people feel like, oh, it was kind of a fluke that they got as far as they did last season. And the Chargers now in their 3rd season under Harbaugh, you got Mike McDaniels, the new offensive coordinator, and Justin Herbert not living up to expectations. It feels like their year.
It has to be, because if you are not going to win the AFC West this year as the Chargers, if not now, when? This is as open as the AFC West has been since Patrick Mahomes arrived on the scene as a starter in his 2nd year, and you have to take advantage of it. So we can start with...
Do you want to start at the bottom again? Or are you going to start at the top?
Do you want to start with Denver or Kansas City? It's up to you.
Ooh.
Bottom or top? Bottom or top? Bottom or top? Bottom or top?
How are those bottom or top? Those were both. I want to say they're both top. Let's start with Kansas City.
All right, let's start with Kansas City.
Let's start with Kansas City.
6-11 a year ago, and huge reasons because you lose superstar Patrick Mahomes to a knee injury. But even before that injury, they were going to make the playoffs because they're the Chiefs. But there was a clear difference of the Chiefs now versus the Chiefs during their heyday. So Patrick Mahomes is tracking to be ready. Week 1, he had the ACL and LCL injury to that knee, but they did go out and get Justin Fields so that if Patrick Mahomes is not ready to rock, you have a starter who's had some ups and downs, but he can at least get the season going until you're ready to pass it off to Patrick Mahomes. Running back, big boost. They get Kenneth Walker III, the Super Bowl MVP, leaves Seattle, gets cashed out in Kansas City. They also drafted a rookie running back out of Nebraska, Emmett Johnson. I am super high on. You are going to see a ton of him. And as a more balanced physical back, he will be a great complement to the speedy Kenneth Walker III. Tight end, you have Travis Kelce. Hall of Famer, living the life of his dreams.
Just married Taylor Swift.
Swift.
It was like a royal wedding.
Exactly.
At MSG.
And
but the issue with him, though, is like even last year, it was like he talked about that he was in the best shape of his life in the offseason coming into last year because he wasn't happy or satisfied with his numbers on the field. And even last year, we didn't get the production that you thought we were going to get from him.
No, he was their leading receiver, but their leading receiver in a year that they won 6 games. So he has taken a significant step back, but when you take a step back from being one of the best pass-catching tight end probably ever, you're still a serviceable guy. He just can't be their main option. The problem is you look at this wide receiver room, and you have Rashee Rice, who can't stay out of trouble. He missed the first 6 games last year due to a suspension, and then he missed the final 3 games with injury. He had to get a knee procedure done, and he spent his time rehabbing in jail instead of being in OTAs because he can't stay out of trouble. So,
wait, what?
Yes. So when
that
he is healthy,
so wild.
he has the potential to be up there with the Jamar Chases and the Pukas, but until he gets his act right and gets healthy, we just don't know if that's going to be the case. Speedy Xavier Worthy, speedy Tyquan Thornton. Defensively, you have defensive coordinator Steve Spagnuolo, whereas we talk about the Rams defensive coordinator Chris Shula. He wants you to not know what's going on and mess up and throw into a zone you didn't mean to throw into. Spagnuolo is a little different, but the same idea. You have no idea what's going on, but he puts his guys in high-pressure situations.
Okay.
He is going to blitz the living daylights out of you, and he's going to trust his guys in one-on-one situations more often than a lot of other defensive coordinators would. The problem is there was a decent amount of shakeup on that back end, and now he will be trusting a rookie corner in Mansour Delane and a nickel in Kader Kohu, Christian Fulton, who used to be at the Chargers. So I say all this to say the pieces are there, but you lost a lot because your 2 starting corners are now part of the LA Rams. They have a new offensive line because they lost both of their offensive tackles in Jawan Taylor and Wanye Morris. Why I say all this is to say the Chiefs dynasty is over.
Oh, yeah.
And this thing is up for the taking. And I'm glad we started with the Chiefs because there is a passing of the torch.
Yeah.
Right now, Denver has it, but
do they?
That's the big question. And that's the big question. Most people feel that they do not, which means the AFC West is up for the taking. Thank you, Kansas City, for all the memories. We will still be rooting for Patrick Mahomes, but their time is over.
It's crazy, though, because they have such great coaches.
They do.
In the AFC West with Harbaugh and Andy Reid. And, I mean, Kubiak, obviously, like, this is his, going from OC to head coach. And then Sean Payton. Like, you got some great head coaches in this division.
The Chargers have to find a way. If not now, when?
Okay, yeah, we obviously only got through one team in the AFC West, so we're going to keep this going in the next segment, but we got to take a quick break here. When we come back, we'll go to Denver next. Right. So who we thought the passing of the torch was. All right, guys, you're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we love when you're a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA on YouTube. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN. And we've been having a really fun countdown to training camp week. We spent the first half of the show talking about the NFC West, and now we are making our way through the AFC West. And really how it, for the first time in, how long has the Chiefs dynasty been going on?
2019, I want to say,
so
was their first Super Bowl against the Niners in Miami.
Okay, so for the first time in years.
Yes.
It's wide open.
Mm-hmm.
It is for the taking. We kind of went through, we started with the Chiefs. And the challenges they're facing, and I would say the biggest one is Patrick Mahomes coming off his major knee surgery. This is the biggest injury surgery of his career.
Yes.
Travis Kelce, who has always been his guy, is just not who he used to be, no matter how great of shape he's in. They lost a lot of personnel. They added some more, but it is up for the taking. And last season, it was kind of the Broncos who took the torch and took advantage of the opportunity under head coach Sean Payton and Bo Nix kind of being his guy that he drafted and believed in, but then got injured in the playoffs. And there was all of these, like, was this a fluke situation? We know Sean Payton is one of the greatest coaches of our time. But is this Denver Broncos team for real?
That's the biggest question. And what it boils down to is how you feel about Bo Nix is how you feel about the Broncos. If you are a believer in Bo Nix and Sean Payton's system, then you see them as a Super Bowl contender. If you are not a believer in Bo Nix, then you do not consider them a threat at all. And I would say right now, the vast majority of the league is in the second camp. So with Bo Nix, you have a very athletic quarterback who is pretty limited with his arm, but what Sean Payton does in his offense, it's about just getting rid of the ball quickly. When you think back to those Drew Brees Saints teams, Drew Brees was never scrambling around holding on to the ball very long. He knows where he's going with the ball, and he's confident with where he's going with the ball, and he can deliver it accurately. He's much more accurate than Bo Nix, but that's why Bo Nix can thrive in this system, because he comes from Oregon, where it wasn't very different. He just did not hold on to the ball very long. At the running back spot, J.K. Dobbins, familiar name. He spent some time here with the Chargers and re-signed with Denver. R.J. Harvey and Jonah Coleman is a name to remember for Raiders and Chargers fans. He is a monster. He played at Washington and will be a beast. I would argue he'll be the starter before the year is over, so remember that name if you're playing Denver. Wide receivers, they add Jalen Waddle. They trade for him out of Miami to add elite speed with the big Courtland Sutton. Courtland Sutton is kind of like Max Muncy, just always overlooked, but insanely talented. Is so good. He'll never be the superstar on the team, but he will always be reliable and have his moments. So that's the wide receiver room. Why Denver is scary, why Denver went 14-3 a year ago and appeared in the AFC Championship game, is because of this defense.
Okay.
D lineman Zach Allen, 15.5 sacks the past 2 years. As a defensive tackle, that is nuts to put up edge numbers as a DT. The outside linebacker room is where it gets scary. Nick Bonito, 27.5 sacks past 2 years. Jonathan Cooper, 18.5 sacks the past 2 years. Their pass rush is always among the best, if not the best, in the NFL, and that's where things get shaky. Now, it bears mentioning Jonathan Cooper had 2 arrests in the same week in May.
Yikes.
I don't know what the current status is of those, but there is a chance that he is suspended early on in the year.
Okay.
And if you are a Chargers or Raiders fan, that would be beneficial to your offense. DB, they have the best cornerback in football in Pat Surtain. Far and away the best, in my opinion. And if you have a wide receiver one, you just have to accept that they are not going to have a great day when Pat Surtain is matched up with them. They also have Riley Moss, Jahdae Barron, and Talanoa Hufanga, familiar name for Niners fans. He's kind of he's a disciple of Troy Polamalu, trains with him, learns from him, and everything like that. New offensive coordinator in Davis Webb. does get play calling duties, which is kind of shocking. First time OC, you would think Sean Payton would handle it. Sean Payton trusts him. Yeah, it'll still be Payton's offense, but it's a big step for Davis Webb. He was under center not too long ago as a backup in the NFL. All this boils down to, again, I'll repeat, what you think of Bo Nix, your belief in him is your belief in Denver. It bears mentioning a team that was just in the AFC Championship game has the 13th best Super Bowl odds.
Yeah, I mean, I believe it.
Yeah, so that's why I say the league and the powers that be that make these odds don't really see them as a threat because they're not even in the top 10, even though they were among the top 4 teams to finish the season and added names to their roster.
Yeah, it felt luck. It felt like a little bit like luck with their situation. And again, like this is also, that was a year where you had one of the greatest quarterbacks in our time post Tom Brady in Patrick Mahomes out. And the division up for grabs. So let's move on to we'll go to the Chargers.
Okay,
let's go to the Chargers now. And their biggest offseason move is getting Mike McDaniel as their offensive coordinator. Yes. And that is it should be, and the pressure is on as the difference maker for Justin Herbert and this Chargers offense.
And they're feeling that pressure. Right? Jim Harbaugh is entering his 3rd year, and his whole thing is being able to turn a program around. He did it at Stanford. He did it with the 49ers. He did it with Michigan. 49ers, he got to the Super Bowl. Michigan, he won a national championship, and it's taking longer than people thought. So is there pressure on the Chargers this year? Absolutely. Is Jim Harbaugh going to be fired if they have a bad year? Is Justin Herbert going to be traded? No. But there is a growing feeling of it's time to get this together and the division is wide open. You need to make something happen this year. Offensively, they will have an incredible run game. That is Mike McDaniel's specialty. They will have a healthy offensive line with 2 offensive tackles who are all pro capable. Rashawn Slater already is an all-pro, an entire offensive line that has been retooled. They draft Jake Slaughter, the center 2nd rounder out of Florida. He should be a key addition. Where the Chargers come up short, if they do this season, it will be because of the wide receiver room. Now, they are still flirting with re-signing Keenan Allen. I don't know
Does he make that big
much,
of a difference, though?
Right.
It would be a nice,
like,
veteran presence.
It would be a veteran presence who Justin Herbert is very comfortable throwing to, but that would not move the needle or raise the ceiling. They need some explosivity, and if it comes for the Chargers, it's going to have to be from rookies, undrafted free agent Devontae Ross out of Penn State and Brendan Thompson out of Mississippi State. So not the best place offensively, but if you have Mike McDaniel and you have an offense that is built to run the football, you will be okay. You will have a chance. Defensively, they lost a ton. The key staples, though, are going to be Derwin James as the do-it-all nickel DB and Tuli Tuipulotu, who is a local kid from Lawndale, went to USC, and is now remaining home as a Charger. Last year, he took a massive leap. He is their best pass rusher now, and those are the 2 names that the Chargers will rely on defensively.
It's just crazy because you kind of forget pre-Jim Harbaugh, like, they had losing records.
Right.
Like, Jim Harbaugh, since coming back, yes, they haven't had playoff success yet, but they've had back-to-back playoff berths, back-to-back 11-6 seasons. Like, he's moving in the right direction. They just need that playoff success. And I think that's what's going to lead to, quote, a successful season.
Yes. They have to win a playoff game, and winning the AFC West is a massive step toward getting a favorable playoff schedule.
Yeah. All right. Let's move to our final team in the AFC West. Raiders. You go low and I go up. Also, a lot of changes, a lot of positive changes. New head coach Clint Kubiak, who was the Super Bowl winning offensive coordinator for the Seahawks. They drafted Fernando Mendoza, #1 overall, the future of their franchise, while also signing Kirk Cousins to kind of be his mentor and their starter until they believe that Mendoza is ready. They had the worst O-line, I think, in the league, and really did a lot of reconstructing to make it better.
Yeah.
So when you look at this Raiders team, who it's hard to say like high expectations, what would be considered a successful season for them?
A successful season for the Raiders is 6 wins.
I just had 5
An
in my head.
incredibly successful season for the Raiders is 8 or more.
Okay.
And that's not out of the question. So you mentioned Fernando Mendoza. He will take over at some point, whether it's later this year, whether it's next season. It's his future, but they're not going to put him in a situation where he can't be successful. And too often, a quarterback gets drafted early to a bad team. They get surrounded with talent that's not good enough, and they struggle so much that it ruins their career. They're not going to let that happen. They have Ashton Genty, who admittedly, we don't even know how good he is because the offensive line he was behind last year was no good. And similar to the Chargers, I suppose, although they're in a little bit of a worse spot, it comes down to who they're going to be throwing the ball to. There's a lot left to be desired, and Trey Tucker and Jalen Naylor are probably their 1-2 right now, and both of those guys are really wide receiver 3s. So there is no wide receiver 1 right now, but this season offensively is just going to be about, is Fernando Mendoza going to be ready, and can we get some of these young guys the reps that they need so that when Mendoza is ready, they're ready to go as well. Defensively is where things get exciting.
Yeah.
I feel they have a lot of key pieces there. They retooled that linebacking room. They now have Nakobe Dean, Quay Walker, Kwity Paye is on the outside, and Max Crosby was traded, but now he's back.
Yeah, the fake trade.
The fake trade.
I'm back.
Defensively, there is a ton to be excited about. The single rookie that I am most excited to see in action is Traden Stukes. He can play any position in the secondary, rookie out of Arizona. He can play corner, he can play nickel, he can play boundary corner, he can play strong safety, free safety, and it's only a matter of time before he cracks that starting lineup because there's so many opportunities for him to crack it in multiple positions. I am excited for Raiders football, and I know that sounds like I'm being facetious. It sounds like I'm doing it tongue-in-cheek, but I really am, and it's been a while since I've been able to earnestly say that. They are not going to win as many games as most of the league.
This is rebuild.
But I am thrilled to watch some of these guys go out there and ball. At the end of the year, I predict a Raiders fan will say, we didn't make the playoffs, we didn't win many games, but we are really close to being the best version of the Raiders that we've seen in 20 years.
Wow.
And in 2028, I'm going to say they are a playoff team. But it takes time.
Okay.
It takes time. So
you're giving them like 2
from
years.
For Fernando Mendoza's third year, they are a playoff team.
Okay, so let's talk about Mendoza, because obviously the biggest question is, what does ready mean? And we talked about this with Cynthia Freeland last hour of, they brought in Kirk Cousins to be that starter, so they don't have to rush Mendoza in and he kind of be that mentor. But when you're the number 1 overall pick, and say as we know, they're probably going to be losing a good chunk of games this season. There's that pressure of like, well, let's see what he can do. I'm under the belief is don't rush the guy. You literally had the worst offensive line in the league last season, meaning you're not getting the protection that you need, and that's when injuries happen. Obviously, they did like a big restructure, and it's looking a lot better than it was. But you gotta see what you have before you throw your future into the fire.
What ready looks like for Fernando Mendoza, the biggest thing I feel will be his ability to be under center and turn his back to the defense. So what that means is we talked to Mark Schlereth maybe last week or the week prior, and whenever we talk about Sean McVay's offense, what makes it so difficult, when a quarterback is under center, you can make everything look the same. You can make every run look like every pass. Every play action looks like every run, and that really makes the defense hesitate. Going under center, turning your back to the defense, and when you pull that ball and look up to throw the ball, being confident where to go with it. Here's why Fernando Mendoza needs some time, is because in the entirety of his college career at Cal and Indiana, he took 5 snaps under center.
Oof.
So that's where the biggest hurdle is for him.
Yeah.
He's a shotgun quarterback, is not comfortable under there, but will be there by the end of the year. And whether they play him or not, starting next year, the Fernando Mendoza story really begins.
I hope if we do see him, it's not until after Thanksgiving.
There's just no point.
There's no point.
To rush
Why?
it. Right.
Like, don't have him get injured. Push it back even more. Like, take your time.
Clint Kubiak is saying all the right things. It sounds like he's perfectly on board with this. It sounds like he has security from Mark Davis, the owner, saying, "You're not going to get fired this year. You can take your time," and that's music to Fernando
and Tom
Mendoza's
Brady.
ears. And Tom Brady.
You forget that he's like also a minority owner.
Yes, he is.
And calling games on Fox Sports.
We don't need to look into that.
Wild, you guys. So who do you have finishing atop the AFC West?
The AFC West will be won by the Denver Broncos.
Wow. Okay, I'm gonna go Charger.
All right, here we go.
All right, we're gonna take a quick break here, you guys. When we come back, it is time for Brock to spill the tea. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we love when you're a part of the show. You can call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN. We have been having a great week. Countdown to training camp. And I love all the, is it like nostalgic for you as we're like kind of talking through everything?
So when I do feel nostalgic is game day. Training camp, not so much. OTAs never, but once I go to my first college football game to call a game, that's when I feel it of, if I could have one more Saturday. And then if I ever go to an NFL game, it's, if I could have one more Sunday. But never training camp.
It's so funny because it's just that kind of like that team camaraderie and that vibe of like running out in the moment. And it's so funny. I didn't really understand this until like we had I brought Richard Jefferson to one of my husband's shows, and we were backstage, and he was watching their huddle together before they ran out on stage, and the crowd goes crazy, and he goes, "This moment makes me miss playing."
Oh, how
like, and I was
cool
like,
is that?
"Oh, okay, I get it." It's that like immediate feel, and I was like, as you're explaining that, I'm like, that makes sense as a retired professional athlete.
I've always been told the comparisons between musicians and athletes, and it wasn't until like 3 years ago that it started to click of how similar your performances are. And how you get immediate feedback. If a bad play happens, you feel it.
Oh yeah.
If a great play happens, you feel it. When that song that everyone was waiting for plays, everyone goes nuts.
Chills.
And they know it from the very first chord. You know, it's very similar. I'm glad you shared that. That's really cool.
That's wild. All right. Now it's time for you to share some stuff because it is time for you to spill the tea.
Hey, you hear that? The kettle's on. Woo! And Brock Vereen is here to spill the tea.
Let's go.
Welcome in to Spill the Tea. There is no cup of coffee like the afternoon cup of coffee, but before we can have that cup of coffee, we first have to spill the tea. Today is inspired by a conversation I had yesterday with a friend who was going to a training camp that is close to him, and he asked me a question that I never realized was worth answering, and it's, what should I look for? So, if you are going to a training camp, here are some things that you should look for, especially out of the young players. So, quarterback, don't be caught up in their completion percentage, how many touchdowns they threw. None of that matters throughout a training camp practice. Look for how quickly they make decisions, especially if you have a rookie quarterback. Their decisions can be wrong. They're gonna throw picks. They're gonna throw bad passes. But what they're looking for is how quickly can you make a decision, because that proves how quickly you can process. Even if it's the wrong process, at least you are processing, and we can correct that. The only thing you don't want a young quarterback doing is standing back there, patting the ball, and just frozen because you know things are moving too quickly. Running back, if you have a young running back, just look for their ability to get vertical. A lot of times you see young guys go out there and they're shaking and baking and they're making guys miss. They may even make somebody fall. It doesn't matter. What a coach wants to see is get to the hole and get vertical. Guys that can do that gain the trust of an offensive coordinator. Guys that do that are proving they can read what is happening up front with the defensive front, and they know where the hole is going to be. Just get vertical. Another thing with running backs, blitz pickup. It doesn't matter what you are doing with the football in your hands. If you're not handling business in blitz pickup, that running back of yours is not going to see the field. Young wide receiver, one-on-one situations, just look for their ability to separate. A lot of guys are fast. A lot of guys are tall. How many balls they catch in one-on-one doesn't really factor in. It's just, can they separate and can they make a clear window for the quarterback to hit them? Don't freak out when your favorite young wide receiver drops passes in the preseason. It's going to happen. Game 1 preseason, we saw with Jamar Chase, he dropped a couple footballs and everyone was out on him all of a sudden. They're going to drop passes. It's a different speed. The game is different. Let it go. It's not that big of a deal. 7-on-7 brings a lot of false hope. 7-on-7 is a real misnomer over how successful your offense is going to be once the season starts. What 7-on-7 is what does this offense look like when everything is perfect? What does this defense look like when everything is perfect? It's a necessary drill, but if you are using it to gauge how good your offense or defense is, you're looking too much into it. Two more things. An underrated part of practice that you should always go watch is the O lineman versus the D lineman in one-on-ones. I know that wide receiver DB is more fun to watch, more exciting. The stakes feel higher. Take a minute and go watch O lineman and D lineman have their one-on-one battles and watch some elite pass rushing moves or some elite offensive line play. Never overlook that. Lastly, if you are like me and you like to track undrafted free agents or some late round guys and know who's going to make the team and who isn't, special teams. If they are involved in special teams, especially if they are starting on special teams, if they're making plays on special teams throughout preseason games, that is their best way to make the roster. And those are the things to look for as training camp is officially underway. That is the tea for today.
It was so funny because I was like, where is he going with this? What do you mean? What are we looking for? So is his friend going as a fan? Is he going as a broadcaster or just reporter of some
He's
sense?
just going as a fan of the Packers.
Okay, so this is just, you're going just to watch and to have
just
fun.
to watch and have
What
fun.
do you think of having all the fans there during training camp? Do you like it? Is it hard because it's in like every little thing you do, it's like you're on. Like you can't training camp is when you're supposed to make mistakes, but you're still under the microscope.
It's fun because you get to feed off of that energy, and when you make the jump from college practices, there's nobody there.
Yeah.
And so only thing you hear is your coach screaming, and you don't really get like reactions to things. So it's fun, and in certain moments, if there's scrimmages, you can kind of feed off the crowd. You know, if it's white versus blue, offense versus defense, whatever it may be. That's always fun. I will say that the only time it gets annoying is when when the fans don't understand what you're trying to accomplish in a drill.
Okay.
And they think that something terrible has happened, and you want to turn around and say, you don't understand what we're doing, but it's not worth the effort, and you look like nuts. You look nuts if you did that. So that's the only time it gets frustrating. Not every single drill is just about the offense trying to score a touchdown as quickly as possible and the defense trying to get a sack. Like there's many more things that can be worked on than that.
How many practices during training camp are open usually?
Typically, there's 2 weeks of open practices.
To anybody
the
that
public.
can go.
Yeah. Some teams really limit how many can go. Some teams, it's kind of just open season, like the Dallas Cowboys. It's the Cowboys. They want to make it an event.
They're Oxnard, too.
And they're in Oxnard.
They're in California. It's a party up there.
Yeah. So those are situations. The Patriots actually historically have insane turnouts for their training camp. But then there's some teams that don't want to show you anything and are paranoid about who's recording what. Anyone who is considering going to a training camp practice, go to a joint practice. Now, those aren't always open to the public, but those are fun. That is when it's the closest thing to a game like atmosphere, honestly, even more so than the preseason games themselves.
Yeah, did you have any
starters?
Yeah, did you have any fights break out?
All the time.
That's what it is. Is that why they do it? Like, why do we do these joint practices? Because, it ain't going to end well.
Because by week 2, I know our offense so well because we practice against them every single day. And by week 2, that quarterback knows how many places the defense can align. So it's just to get a new look at something.
Okay.
Because I know, that's such and such. And when he fixes his gloves like this, I know that he's not getting the ball, right?
But you also, you don't want to give away too much. So, what are you you're not given, your best plays.
You are practicing your 30 foundational plays that you're going to take into every game. You're not showing any of the special stuff that you would actually run against them if the game had meaning. Yeah. It's tricky.
So once again, the point is just to kind of get the competitive juices going?
The point is to get competitive juices going and to get a fresh look at things against a unit that doesn't know against a defense that doesn't know our offense, and for a defense to get a look against your offense that does not know your defense.
It's still so
that's the
wild
biggest
to
part
me.
of it. Yeah.
It's like that's what we see. Like all the news is going to be, oh, did you
just
see that
fights.
fight break out? Did you see
It's
that
just
fight
fights.
break out? That's all it is.
Coaches try to maintain it. Belichick, for example, was notorious. If you got in a fight, you were getting kicked out of practice. Whereas some
And then
coaches
if you miss
secretly
a
loved
day,
it.
then you have to pay.
Yeah.
So it all comes down to money. You don't want to lose any monies. Don't get in any fights. So it's like how expensive and how worth it was this beatdown?
I know guys who lost tens of thousands of dollars getting a fight.
Have you ever gotten in a fight?
Not that I got fined for.
Oh.
No, never
okay.
got fined for it.
Hour number 4 coming up next. You guys think Brock got in a fight? I got to hear about this. It's coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We love when you're part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA on YouTube. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Now, before we went to break in that last segment, we were talking about joint practices at training camp and how fights break out, Brock. And I asked you if you ever got in a fight, and you said not one that I had to pay for. Yeah. Which means, in training camp, sometimes you get fined, right?
Yes,
Most likely you get fined.
Yeah.
If the fights break out, and we were talking about how those joint practices, that's usually, it always ends in some sort of a fight. Tensions are high. So, Brock, I have to know, when did you get in a fight? Was it on the field? Was it off the field? You are such a calm and collective man, but I know, the post-playing career, Brock.
I only got into fights when another teammate got into a fight. I was always good at annoying my teammates.
Oh, yeah, you were a trash talker.
Yes, so I would never strike the first blow, whether it was verbally or physically. But once that seal was broken, I was very good at just twisting a little needle into your side over the course of practice. Now, as far as physically fighting, if a teammate got into a fight, I would be right there. Yeah. Typically during 7-on-7, we'll say a tight end swings on a safety, all the corners come running, all the receivers come running, and then coaches got to break it up. Things like that will happen twice a practice sometimes, especially when you get to the dog days like week 3 and everyone's just sick of each other and you just want to go home and you're sick of football. That's when it really happens. So to clear it up, never started one, but if a teammate got involved, it was, all right, well, let's do this. Because also, one part of being in fights is it's kind of like a break from practice. Because both sides clear, and then it's going to take coach.
So it's a lot of pushing, so it's not necessarily throwing punches.
It's definitely throwing punches.
Oh.
But you are essentially, fights in football are really stupid because you're literally wearing armor.
Oh, yeah, so it doesn't matter.
So if you're throwing punches, it's more so just to send the message of, I'm mad at this guy. If you really want to hurt someone, it's when you grab the face mask and start, moving. That's when it's, okay, this is getting a little
Let's calm it down.
Yeah.
Okay, so take us inside kind of that, vibe of training camp. Because, I didn't realize it can happen, within the team.
Yeah.
How much trash talking is actually happening within the team during training camp?
Constantly. But it's also...
fun, cheeky, or no, I'm trying to get under your skin? Because we're also competing. You got guys competing for the same spot.
It depends, because so say Rob Gronkowski is lined up right there.
Hi, Gronk.
He's talking trash to you, and you could talk trash to him. But at the end of the day, he knows, I'm a Hall of Fame tight end. We're just having fun, right? However, there are plenty of times, not specific to Rob, just across the board, where it's, he actually does not like that guy, or that guy does not like that guy, and sometimes it just eventually boils over, and it's not the worst thing. This is where football brain kind of comes in.
Okay.
It's not the worst thing because you want to know how your teammate responds, right? If your teammate gets beat and that guy running back says something to him and your teammate throws a punch on it, it's like, okay, you don't respond well to when things go poorly. Whereas if you get beat on a play and then your teammate makes a play the next time around, it's like, okay, then he goes over and talks. It's like, I kind of like how that guy rocks. He lets his play handle it, but he still makes sure that he hears what he has to say. So it is a nice insight to how somebody handles themselves when the bullets are real, as the phrase goes.
Who was the best trash talker that you played with?
Ooh.
Or played against?
Ooh.
Or that is known for being the trash talker in the league?
The trash talker, if you added list number 1 of all time, I would say in the modern era is Steve Smith.
Okay.
Did I play against Steve Smith? I don't know if he was in Carolina when we played against Carolina. I think he was there.
Okay.
Steve Smith was always known as the live wire of look at him the wrong way. He just wants to fight you. And has plenty of footage that proves that is actually the case. The worst / best trash talker actually is Andrew Luck, because he was so nice. He would not say a negative word about you. You could. There is footage of guys blindside drilling Andrew Luck, wondering if he's even going to be able to get up. He would turn over and say, "Nice hit, buddy," and pat him on the head and get up. Like, there's nothing you can do against a guy like that.
Yeah.
You can't break him. He just loves football too much.
Wait.
So yeah, Andrew Luck was always funny. We had a joint practice with them, and that always stuck out to me. You can't rattle him because he's just always happy.
Yeah, which is like even tougher for someone who's like trying to get a reaction.
Right.
Like that's the best thing is like I've learned just now in my because I used to be gnarly in terms of like my actions would speak louder than my words and I would take people down. But when people are trying to get a reaction out of you, if you just don't give them the satisfaction of it and just kill them with kindness and just like constant smiles and all of that, dude, that pisses them off even more.
It gets under their skin.
Even more.
Ooh.
Yeah?
One of the best verbal trash talkers actually is Julian Edelman.
Really?
Jules was good at it. And he was good because you wouldn't expect it from him.
Okay.
You would not expect, but anyone who ever had to play against him or play with him will let you know he was nasty when he needed to be. I always obviously being on defense, very rarely would I be on the field when he's interacting with another team. But you could just tell, and if you really lock in, you could hear what he's saying. It's like, ooh, okay. Yeah. I know you had that up your sleeve. Oh, shoot, okay. Julian was a great trash talker.
It's crazy because that's another guy that really benefited from the GOAT.
Yeah.
And being a part of the GOAT. How much of an
Absolutely.
influence did he have kind of on his, I guess, success and who he became as a player?
Tons. Julian Edelman is, one day he will get the flowers, if you will, that he rightfully deserves. I think playing with Tom Brady, there's naturally going to be a shadow of I played with the best quarterback ever. And that directly led to my success, which it did. But like Julian came in as a quarterback, spent some time playing both sides of the football. Like for how much credit we give Travis
seriously?
Hunter. Yeah, people don't remember. Early on, Julian Edelman played DB and wide receiver. But that doesn't get brought up in the story of Julian Edelman. And yeah, he is a fascinating dude. Him and my brother shared a house when my brother was on the Patriots. So, I knew him very, very well. And then when I went to New England, of course, that further cemented that.
Yeah.
I've spent many great parties and just life with Julian.
Oh, I love
but seeing him on the football field was always the best because it was the only time that side of him would come out.
It's fun though because we're all getting to really see that personality side of him now that he's on TV and a part of like the Fox NFL kickoff mornings, and you see why he's one of those glue guys, and I think those glue guys are so important in training camp.
Gotta have the glue guy.
Through the season, like the personality that their play is what makes them great, but then just who they are as like a person vibe-wise. I mean, you can talk about that too. Does that happen and those roles kind of get set in training camp?
Oh, yeah. There are a lot of guys that have played a lot of years of football just by being a good person to be around. Like just from, yes, they have ability and they have to be able to contribute, but we'll say their on-field ability is not far beyond a lot of other free agents. Why they're around and continue to be around is just because they know their stuff.
Yeah.
They don't complain. They're willing to help the young guys. They're willing to fill in on something that a coach needs them to do, and they're just a good person. And that's the definition of a glue guy. And plenty of people have made a living just being a glue guy and just being a good dude.
But then also showing up when it matters most.
That's the most important part. When your number is called, even if it is rare, you have to at least be serviceable.
So I would say like the comp on the Dodgers, because we're about to switch and talk about baseball, Kike Hernandez.
Oh, ultimate.
Right?
The
like
ultimate.
He is the glue guy.
Vibes
where,
through the roof.
Yeah, he can do and be anywhere, but just having his presence in the dugout, in the clubhouse, and then once it comes October, then he comes alive.
Yeah.
Geektober.
Geektober.
But you can see it. Like, it is so important for the vibe, the morale, and then just like the play on the field.
There is something about, regardless of how tense the situation is, whether you're home, whether you're away, whether it's good weather, bad weather, World Series or spring training, like, there's something about looking to your left and seeing someone and saying, I like this guy.
Yeah.
Like it really is that simple. There's something about we're doing conditioning and we're on our 15th sprint. If I look over and say, you know what? I like that guy. And if he's doing this, I'm here with him. Just knowing no matter what you're going through, highs and lows, you're doing it with this dude and you really like that dude, that goes a very long way.
The image that I have in my head is like Kike in the dugout doing that like twerk. The twerk dance that he's doing like towards everybody. There's like that like the Kike core video that they put out that was just like all the moves of Kike Hernandez, and it's chef's kiss. He should be back, you guys. He is on his rehab assignment at AAA Oklahoma City, so he should be back with the Dodgers this next homestand.
If I'm not mistaken, Tuesday against Seattle, there's also a possibility that Edwin Diaz makes his debut. So both of them are
they're
not
both
in pen,
with
but they're
both with
penciled.
AAA Oklahoma City.
Both of them are penciled
he could
in
return.
for Tuesday.
Yeah,
How about that?
It's exciting, you guys. It's happening. We need these vibes back. Well, baseball coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. So the other thing that's funny to really think about is how great the Dodgers have been without some of their key core pieces or guys they were planning to depend on throughout the season. And they are starting, as we call after the All-Star break, we always call it the second half of the season, even though it's a little less than half of the season. But they've come out of the gates just on fire on this East Coast road trip.
Yeah.
They took 2 of 3 in New York against the Yankees, won the series last night in Philly in just a really fun fashion way where you get the lead, you tie the game, you come back. It was like every possible thing that could happen. They took advantage of opportunities and of errors and mistakes that the Phillies made. Yeah. And when you look at, like we had talked about, like what is the Dodgers' biggest hurdle or competition, Phillies were one of those names that we were bringing up. And when you see what happened this last series, what the Dodgers were able to do, it's like, yeah, okay, you get in a hole, we can still come back and win. And if you make any mistake, we're capitalizing and taking advantage of that.
Seeing the Phillies, who just met the Dodgers last year in the NLDS and probably will do the same thing this year, just crumble when the pressure got the highest at home. It was just strange to see.
Yeah.
Back-to-back nights with just comical base running errors is so
that's a kind way to put it. Their broadcast was like, is this Little League? What's happening? Like their broadcast,
they were not so kind.
Their local broadcast was ripping them.
Yeah, day one things to where I could go to the local high school and put them in the same situation and they're not making the base running errors that the Phillies did. Just things that blow your mind. But for it to happen on back-to-back nights at home means, okay, the moment got the best of you.
Yeah.
The pressure got the best of you and at your home stadium, whereas the Dodgers on the road to have composure to handle those really confusing moments, not knowing what's going on, but being able to capitalize on them. If there's any that's my biggest takeaway from this series is how they were able to capitalize off of the Phillies, who just crumbled in the highest stakes moments.
I think the other thing that I was able to take away from this series is that even though we don't have our best arms available, guys are showing up and arms are getting the job done. And it goes to Justin Robleski 2 nights ago, who went toe-to-toe with Zach Wheeler,
in the rain.
just 1 run over a 6 1/3 inning, striking out 7 and only threw 89 pitches. He's still on a bit of a pitch count, but he had Alfonso, who we call Fonzie, behind the plate. And when he was asked about just his performance and battling the elements, he talked about Fonzie and how great of a game he called and just how he himself and Justin Robleski loves to just rise to that occasion when you're playing in an atmosphere like Philly, which is similar to a Yankee stadium. There's a few stadiums I would put Dodger Stadium, Phillies, Yankees, kind of like all in that category that it always kind of has those playoff atmosphere vibes just because of the matchups, but also the history and the fan bases of these teams. And to know that Justin Robleski is that dude, like, he's that guy you can depend on now, like, come postseason.
Every scenario that you want your young pitcher in, he's been in, and he's had success in there. Like, to your point, last year, he was able to pitch in a World Series, and that is the highest stakes moment that baseball can offer, but the game wasn't on his shoulders. He wasn't the starter. He had to get 3 outs, and he performed in that moment. But that is so different from being the starter in these games. I cannot think of any greater scenario that he can be placed in throughout the rest of this regular season that he hasn't thrived in. Like, Justin Robleski is ready for playoff baseball. Like, it's a done deal. We know what Yamamoto does in those moments. We know, knock on wood, when Shohei gets healthy, what he can do in those moments, and we know what Robleski can now do in high pressure, high stakes moments.
So speaking of Shohei Ohtani, he threw off the mound yesterday.
Yes.
So, which makes me nervous, but then also, I guess, is a positive thing that the knee's feeling better, but I really feel like he needs that reset and that rest. The only thing that's going to help his knee at this point is rest.
Yeah.
However, if there was a positive you're taking out of this, it's, I guess, that he felt good after throwing off the mound in the bullpen?
Yeah, Dave Roberts told the broadcast, who told us, the viewers, that they're still mulling over if Shohei, which yesterday was supposed to be his start, if he was just going to miss one start or a few. So hopefully it ends up being a few. Because he hasn't pitched in 2 weeks now. I mean, it just needs rest, and the Mets series should not be too tough of an ask for the Dodgers to be able to get through. The Mariners are the real deal. I know the AL is having a wonky year, but the Mariners are always going to be a talented team and going to bring it. Still, we don't need to see Shohei Ohtani during that series. I hope we can at least get through the Mariners series, because that should be 3+ weeks after that.
Yeah, so Sasaki is scheduled for Friday.
Okay.
Then we have Yamamoto for Saturday in New York and Sheehan for Sunday.
Okay.
Then they have a day off. And then it's the shorter homestand, as you mentioned, Seattle and Boston coming to town. But we should be getting a lot of guys back.
Tons.
So Kike and Edwin Diaz are the first wave of Dodger players that should be coming off the IL, that are finishing up their rehab assignment in AAA Oklahoma City, but should be joining the team next week once they're back here in LA.
The bullpen as well, they're almost 100%. They're only missing 2 more guys. Ben Kasparius, however, it's not looking good. He was put on the 60-day IL for shoulder inflammation. The latest update on him was just that it's not looking great right now. Blake Treinen was initially put on the 15-day IL. He has now been out a month with elbow inflammation. So the starting pitchers are getting closer. Edwin Diaz coming back is big, but the bullpen also is getting closer and closer to being 100%, which the Dodgers as a team have not been 100% at any point this year.
At all. So the only like real setbacks are Tyler Glass now, because we have no real timetable window with the back spasms. He had a setback. And Will Smith.
Yeah.
It's feeling like he might not, if he comes back, maybe it's for October.
Yeah, at this point. And you have to then ask, how do we ramp up Will without just throwing him to the dogs in the middle of October, right? Like he would be out 2.5 months at that point.
Yeah.
Longer, So
well, and then you have to go through your for a catcher spring training, I guess timing wise, working with your guys. But I'm sure they would all love to have him back.
They would absolutely.
They would love to have him back.
It would make a difference. But whereas Will Smith is the calm, steady, he's the last guy you ever have to worry about. That scenario where if we don't see him until playoff time, that's the only time I would worry. It's just, okay, no real reason to have cobwebs, but if there are, there's really no time to shake them off. So hopefully I do think it's a big if we see Will Smith again this season, hopefully he at least gets 4 or 5 games under his belt before playoff time.
Which is interesting because of that, the rumors about the Dodgers going after a catcher before the trade deadline have surfaced. I'm just seeing this article. I haven't had a chance to read it yet, but the status of the 4 Dodgers aces are going to dictate the trade deadline strategy for the Dodgers. We heard Dave Roberts, I'm sure he's joking, when he was saying, we're more likely to be sellers than we are buyers. Like, that is Dave just being nice to his guys, making sure nobody's freaking out about that. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. But the positive thing, they're starting to get guys back off the IL. Okay, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we're heading back to training camp. Let's talk some Rams again, okay? Because I think they might have the half-decade super team. What do I mean by that? Just come back and hang out with us when we get to it. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we love when you're a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Now, this has been a really fun countdown to training camp week. Chargers, Raiders, rookies have reported. Rams are this weekend at LMU. We've been going down memory lane with Brock throughout the week of what training camp kind of like. It's so funny. The whistle is what really brought it up as like, are you getting PTSD from this? And you feel like you're, okay, I got to be out there. He's like, no. The only thing I get PTSD about and have nightmares is being late to practice.
Being late.
Which is hilarious because it's like grown men being like, oh no, I can't be late for school. Like, it's going to happen. It happens to the best of the best. And that's one of the coolest things I think about training camp getting started. And as we've been talking about throughout the week, some of these teams being at college campuses where everyone's just all together. You're getting that vibe and the camaraderie started for the season. Vibes are high because anything can happen at that point, especially right now where the goal is, it should be for everybody out there, Super Bowl or bust.
Yeah.
Like that has to be the mentality, right? I mean, when you know that you're on
it has to be.
Okay, so let me ask this. How were the Bears when you were a part of that organization?
So,
because it was pre where they are now, and the Bears haven't really lived up.
The problem is
to
the
the
year
expectation.
before I got there, they were a play away from making the playoffs.
Okay.
So my rookie year was, we are going to put points on anyone. No one's going to score on us. We were a play away from getting it done.
Okay, so you had like that positive.
And then
like,
we won 5 games.
So it was like, so you're telling me there's a chance. But you have to go into training camp in the start of the season.
You know what?
With that mentality.
And it ties into when we talk about Aaron Donald. It's not just him proving that he's ready for game day, because anybody can get up for game day. It's proving that he's ready for the grind of training camp, the grind of when things don't go the way that they seem. Do you still have that juice in you? That's what the qualifier is do you have it in you when things don't go the way that you hoped that they would?
Yeah.
And that mindset that Aaron Donald has is also the same mindset that would apply there.
Have you ever been a part of a team that like just didn't have hope?
Yeah, but okay, so you have to lie to yourself because that's the only way to get through training camp. Like if I start the season,
brutal.
Okay, you know what? Let's use an example to make it clear.
Please.
If you are the Arizona Cardinals,
that's a good one.
Right.
That's a great one.
You are entering this year with a first-time head coach taking over a team that won 3 games a year ago, and we lost our quarterback. And our new starting quarterback hasn't even been with us for all of spring except for the mandatory days. And we're in the toughest division in sports, and we have the toughest strength of schedule in the NFL.
Yeah.
Objectively speaking, Mount Everest is standing in front of you.
Yes.
Like you when the Cardinals winning the Super Bowl would be the greatest upset in history.
I mean,
right?
at this point, it's laughable.
Right.
Like for most people in the league.
Right. And if they were in an interrogation room, they would admit that. But you can't admit that because if you admit that, it makes it impossible to go through training camp. It makes it impossible to show up to work with the energy and effort necessary to get the most out of that day, week 6, if you haven't won a game yet, right? It's you have to lie to yourself for your own sanity. And I'll never forget, I was talking, I got the opportunity to work with Bill Cowher, and I remember talking to him once about what does a coach have to say to a player when you're 2-9 and the season's over and it snow's about to start falling and you still have a ton of games left. What do you say? And he got this scowl on his face and was furious. He's like, how much money are they making? And you're like, oh yeah, it's a job.
Yeah.
So your last resort of sanity is, oh yeah, I still get paid. a lot of money to do what I love to do. Now, if you get to that point, that's your last resort, and you're not going to be playing at your best. But at the end of the day, to keep yourself from going insane, you do hold on to that of, I have a very nice life, and there are millions of people who would kill to have this job.
Okay, so then that's the other side too. Do you guys realize and think about it? Like, it's entertainment. Like, fans are spending thousands of dollars at every game, like tens of thousands of dollars throughout the season if they're season ticket holders. The entertainment fact of it, like, you guys are putting on a show. Yes, it's work. Yes, it's a game. Yes, it's your livelihood and your life. But is there ever a thought too in that where it's like, you're also putting on a show?
The NFL does a better job than most sports leagues of putting the veil between entertainment and sport.
Okay.
So, without getting too into the weeds, the NFL is a non-profit entertainment league. It's technically not a sports league. There's a bunch of legal reasons why that's the case.
Wait, it's a non-profit?
Yeah, the NFL's a non-profit.
Wait, what? I feel like that mind-blown emoji right now. Excuse me, what? What? What?
So I'm instead of using a bunch of legal jargon, the NFL, I'm sure if you were to look on paper with their tax filings, it may say something else, but the NFL runs itself and conducts its business as a nonprofit. And I'm sure other sports leagues do as well, but they do a great job of hiding the fact that it is an entertainment league because it's such a physical sport that if I break my arm, if I tear my ACL, if I get a concussion, I don't want to hear that it's for the entertainment of others. That part falls a little strange.
Got it. Okay.
It is.
Okay. Yes.
It is.
Yes.
But that angle of presenting it that way just doesn't come off the way that anyone would want it to. Yeah.
It's just crazy. Like, and again, it's tough when you are a lot of these teams that, like, from the outside looking in, you know you don't have a chance. We're lucky that here in LA, we haven't really had to deal with that for a bit, where all of our teams across sports leagues, have a legitimate chance.
It is the admiration I have for lifelong fans of any sport that just have not won anything
the Jets?
Really in their lifetime. Yeah, like a Jets. If I bump into... Okay, I don't know what's more impressive. To bump into a 50-year-old Jets fan who has memories of them being good, or a 20-year-old Jets fan where you're like, why you
didn't have a choice.
You could have chosen anyone. But my uncle was a fan. So.
Shay being a Browns fan.
Yeah, Shay.
You have a choice, Shay. You have a choice. And you live in LA. You were born and raised in LA. Like, you have the ability to be an LA sports fan. And you decided to pick the dumpster fire Browns.
But that is a level of fandom, though, that I have to admire.
You admire Shay?
I have to. Below the belt from Alex.
His ego just took such a hit.
Below
I'm kidding.
the
Take it next week off.
We love
Uncalled
you. We love
for.
you.
But no, I will always love that level of fandom of just you know at the end of every season, you are furious at the lack of success that your team had, but somehow over the 6 months of off season, you convinced yourself by week 1, we're going to win it all this year. I have to admire that because it is insanity in such a beautiful way. It is. I think it was Henry Ford who said, "Things work out the best for people who make the best of the way things work out."
Oh yeah.
And through that lens, I kind of respect it.
So you can paint your own narrative, and you can create your own narrative. And if something happens, be the spin master of your own mind, and you're like, you know what? This is I've done it before. I have done it before in like unfortunate work situations, and I'm like, you know what? In order for me to survive, this is the way I have to think about it, and this is the story that I am going to like. It's not a lie, but it's like it's a truth of the situation.
It's not a lie, but it is a truth.
It is a truth.
It is my
of the
truth.
situation, and it's what's going to save my sanity.
Yes, there is a beauty in sports that way. There are a lot of teams. Okay, we were just talking about Virginia Tech football.
Yes,
they've been bad for a very long time. They sell out every game.
Wait, that's funny because like that wasn't even a part of the conversation. The part of the conversation was like they have the best atmosphere in college sports.
They've been terrible. But that's why sports are great because they can find 80,000 fans.
I don't even think I realized that.
To come out there and go
nuts. I don't
nuts.
even think I realized that. Because again, like I didn't like grow up, like I didn't go, like kind of. So like college, my experience of like college football, because my season was during college football season. So I was playing during college football season. So in college, I never got to experience it. My experience of like college football was when I hosted Tailgate 48. I hosted a show on Big Ten Network, and I got to go to all the biggest like Big Ten matchups that were happening that week, and got to for the first time see the religion that is like college.
Religion is the best way to put it.
It's like Saturday is for college football at those schools, and it is a straight religion, and it was like such a rad thing to see and experience.
Love every bit of it.
Wild, you guys.
It is unique, and no other entity in the world can mimic what sports can bring out regarding loyalty.
Yeah. So, okay, this is what I said is on my bucket list. I am going to a USC tailgate game this year because I got to experience that. I've never experienced that. I've experienced the Rose Bowl. I have not experienced the Coliseum in terms of like that whole situation.
It's happening this year.
And our best friend has season tickets and some like amazing hookups. Shout out. So yeah, I'm gonna make sure that happens. All right, guys, we're gonna take our last break. When we come back, we're gonna do one more look back and reset of the AFC and the NFC West and what we have to look forward to this season as we have been countdown to training camp all week. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you've been tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here and being a part of our show. And if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN. Shay, how has the chat been going on today? I haven't even checked in. We've been so locked in all day talking about training camp.
Yeah, no. Shout out to Greg Sauces, who has my back.
What?
That is so foul, bro. Stay loyal to the Browns, brother. Shout out to you, Greg Sauces. He's always my friend. He's always my friend.
I knew that your ego got a little hit with that shot.
A little bit.
Well, I mean, we were literally talking about shout out to the fans who have a choice, that are young 20s and decided to be fans of these just storied dumpster fire, Shay, franchises. And that's one of them. That's
Sticking
one
by
of them.
You sticking by?
Sean Watson and Shador till I die.
Ew, no.
He's sticking with him.
Mr. Badman?
It's admirable.
We don't
Sticking
say,
with him.
we don't, no, I would never claim sticking by Deshaun Watson.
I have
Shay,
to. I have
no,
to.
you don't. No, you know what he did, right?
Oh, yeah, I know.
Legally,
I know. Don't worry.
Ew, Shay, we're gonna have an issue here. I wouldn't even
tough
say
being a
his,
Browns fan.
I wouldn't even
It's
say his
tough
name on
being a
air.
Browns
When I
fan.
had to talk about him, I would call him Mr. Badman.
Mr. Bad.
Mr. Badman.
I'm a controversial guy, Yeah,
we know.
but I'm sticking with them.
Mr.
All right.
Badman
I'm sticking
sounds
with them.
Jamaican.
Mr. Badman.
Oh.
Well, let's talk about the great teams, okay? Because we're really lucky to have one of them here in LA. The Rams coming into the season, you guys, as the Super Bowl favorites, with arguably the best roster in the NFL, with all of the pressure in the world, in the league. They have the most pressure in the league. On their shoulders, on their back, with the biggest bullseye. And if when Aaron Donald, I'll go there, decides to announce his return and coming out of retirement, it gets even bigger.
Yeah.
Even bigger. So earlier throughout the show, we went through the AFC West, the NFC West. I said the NFC West is the best division in the league, and Brock one-upped me and said the NFC West is the best division in sports. And when you look at the talent and the teams and the coaching staff that you have, I would say both in the AFC West and the NFC West. We'll start in the West here,
Okay.
since I kind of lead it in that way. When you have the defending Super Bowl champs in your division, and then you have a San Francisco team who won 12 games last year and has the Shanahan coach that so many other coaches throughout the league come from, the tree of the McVay and the Shanahan. And then you have the Rams, who, as we've been talking about, and we know the Super Bowl faves, best roster in the NFL. It's crazy to think that, again, and I think Cynthia may have said this, we have a few other people say this, 49ers are a weird dark horse.
Yes, they are.
In the league. And in the division.
They will always be a terrifying out. The Rams in the NFC West is always tricky because you know that you are going to face the Niners or the Seahawks in the playoffs, and playing any team 3 times is always going to be difficult. With Arizona, they're in a rebuild phase. They have a first-time head coach taking over a 3-14 team. However, of the 6 games that they have in their division, they're going to win 2 of them. The Cardinals are going to catch teams off guard. They will be able to stand toe-to-toe with the physicality of the NFC West. They have an impressive running back room, probably the most physical running back room, and they're not going to win a lot of games, but they will be a tough out. The Cardinals took a step in the right direction in this offseason. They're not going to win many games, but they will be a much tougher out going forward. San Francisco.
Wait, I have a question, though, about the Cardinals here, because I don't think I didn't put them in that same category, but Arizona only won 3 games. The Raiders only won 3 games.
Yeah.
But there's so much more hype and conversation around, I think, the Raiders.
Yes.
That, like, I didn't even think about that they were, like,
They were
same.
tit for tat over who was going to get that number 1 overall pick toward the end there of the regular season. It's because the Raiders are in a more favorable division is a big part of it. The Cardinals in another division win 7 or 8 games. But they have the number 1 strength of schedule, meaning they have the toughest schedule in the NFL just because of the division that they
How
are
do
in.
they should have the easiest.
They should
have the easiest because of how they finished.
Right. So out of division,
Oh,
they
you're
will have the
saying
easiest
in
schedule.
division.
But the fact that they
Got
have to play
it.
6 games
Got
against
it.
teams.
Okay. When you were saying that earlier, I was like, my brain is not computing this because they only won 3 games last year. They should have an easy schedule, but because. There we go.
Yeah.
Hey, she woke up. It's almost 2:00 and she woke up. Okay, because they're facing the Rams, the Seahawks, and the 49ers. It's
They are going
Good
to be a
luck.
physical downhill team. San Francisco, as long as Kyle Shanahan's there, Super Bowl is the goal.
Yeah.
What they pulled off last year, going 12-5, despite losing George Kittle toward the end, despite
Insane.
losing Fred Warner, despite losing Nick Bosa, is a miracle. If they are healthy, they are the biggest threat to the 49ers because of Kyle Shanahan and because of defensive coordinator Raheem Morris, both of who know Sean McVay very well.
And I also think there's that hunger. Like the Seahawks, like we've talked about it as well throughout the show, that I don't think anyone expected them and still have their doubts of them getting back there. The Sam Darnold, I see ghosts. It was just going to haunt him for the rest of his life.
It'll always be there.
Always. And then they lost their offensive coordinator, who is now the head coach of the Raiders. And there's just so much. They lost their Super Bowl MVP.
Yeah.
So when I look at this, I think Rams, 49ers, Seahawks, Cardinals.
I think that's accurate. And the problem is that plays perfectly into the Seahawks' plan of nobody believes in you. Like, how rare it is to win a Super Bowl and then turn right around
And
in
have
your
that
first
dog.
team meeting and say, we're the underdogs again, chip on our shoulder. Sam, no one believes in you. Zach Charbonnet, everyone thinks that because Kenneth Walker is now with the Chiefs that our running game is going to be terrible. JSN, despite you being the highest paid wide receiver in the NFL, people don't think that's going to be a factor, and they get to feel that motivation despite being the reigning champion.
So I guess what's harder is that the Rams chip on their shoulder of that should have been us, but then you also have the bullseye, or the Seahawks saying it was us, but we still have that chip on our shoulder.
The Seahawks say the Rams still have a bigger bullseye and a bigger sense of pressure. Oh, you know what? The Seahawks have the bullseye, but the Rams have much more pressure to perform and win a Super Bowl.
But again, like as a player, having that kind of like to get up every single game, to get up every single day for practice, for training camp, for preseason, for midseason, to have that it should have been us or it was us, you don't believe in us, keeping that, I guess with the Rams having the reigning MVP, the reigning defensive player of the year. And you have to remember, Myles Garrett hasn't been on a winning team.
Right.
So that's a different kind of leader mentality that you have coming into the clubhouse going, okay, guys, I want to feel this too. I want to be able to win something.
Right. Myles Garrett, for the most part, has been playing football just for the fun of it from November onward because they're always eliminated from the playoffs. No, the Rams are in a situation where I don't expect them to go undefeated because that's difficult. But if they lose a game,
did they go through?
But if they lose a game, though, there will be a bigger weight to how can the Rams possibly lose to anyone? Whereas if the Seahawks lose a game, it's okay, that's fine. They lost games last year.
Yeah.
Like the Rams have no excuse to have any mistakes, even though they're going to have mistakes. So it's going to be handling the pressure of everyone expects you to win every single game 40-0, and that's just not going to happen.
And you know what? Like, and I don't mean this like in a bad thing, but I hope they do lose a game or two because I think it's important for them to face that adversity during the season to be like, oh, I don't want to feel that again, opposed to going in into the playoffs, not having faced that.
Agreed.
It's a weird, and again, like their last 3 games, 2 of the 3 are against Seattle.
Yes, that will be prime time TV, ladies and gentlemen.
Which, like last season, it came down to that last game for like who's gonna win the division, who's gonna get the bye. Like there are so many things that are so exciting. And again, they're kicking off their season in Australia, and they kick off training camp this Saturday. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. The James Coe Show coming up next.
Los Angeles! What is cracking? It's your boy, James Coe. On the microphone here today, man. I appreciate y'all jumping in. Again, if you guys were looking for your guys, D-Mac and Reiter, I apologize in advance. They are off this week. So I'm filling in for them in the 2 to 6 p.m. Time slot. And my guy, Ben Stevens, is filling in on the 6 to 10 p.m. side. So we got that going on. It's all this week, but next week, don't worry. It all gets back to normal. I'll slide back into my 6 to 10, and D-Mac and Reiter, the guys will be back here between 2 and 6. Just want to say hello to everyone on the YouTube side. If you guys want to listen to it via YouTube, it is youtube.com. And actually on all the socials, it's at The Fan LA. Man, we've got a great show lined up in front of us here today. We're going to be continuing our countdown to kickoff and training camp and all that kind of stuff, man. Look, it's going to be all football, man. We're talking a lot of football today. There is no question. As a matter of fact, we're tapping into the USA Today. Tyler Dragon, national NFL reporter, going to be joining us in just about half an hour. Also going to be talking to a sports medicine doctor who will give us an update on, and maybe not an update, but what does it mean when Shohei Ohtani has a knee injection? He'll also talk about Ladd McConkey's hamstring. Should we be worried about it? We'll talk, we're going to talk a lot of basketball here as well, and that's where we start the show. But before we start the show, we got a producer back there, man. We got Peyton back there. Producer Peyton. Pete, what's going on, brother? How you doing?
Yes, sir. Big day today. Big day today. So much stuff. A lot of people will call this the dog days of sports, but not for the James Coe Show.
Oh,
Plenty
no.
of stuff.
Oh, listen. I want people to know. Like, again, I get asked this every now and again. Like, there's not that many games. As a matter of fact, there's no games today. But again, there's just not that many games. What the heck do you guys talk about? Look, this is where a real sports talk show guy's going to make his money. And for me, not only do I not hate it, I like it. I'm like, hey, listen, you guys will let me freestyle even more? I get to freestyle and just crack jokes and do stupid things for 4 hours. Let's go. This is my happy place. This is my wheelhouse. And don't get me wrong, like, I love when there are games, I could react to games and do all those kind of things. But a true sports talk show guy, a true blabbering idiot like myself, I absolutely love this time of year as well. But again, we talked about, hey, listen, a ton of football on deck today. But we start with the NBA and we start with the Lakers. As a matter of fact, Anthony Slater, an ESPN beat reporter for the Golden State Warriors, actually has a pretty good thought process here on the Lakers and former Warriors forward in Jonathan Kuminga. Again, Anthony Slater says the Lakers are continuing their pursuit of Kuminga.
I can tell you that they keep calling Jonathan Kuminga. And again, obviously they have not made a lucrative enough offer for Kuminga to jump. But part of their pitch has been, hey, you can come start here potentially. And that says two things to me. Number one, it says the Lakers still don't want to be done making moves, right? And they believe they're a little weak on the wing position, which, I think Thibault will help. I think, Zaire Williams will help. But, they could use some more juice on the wing. And maybe they get Kuminga done, maybe they don't. I think the LeBron domino affects Kuminga and what he may or may not be able to get. But again, all I can tell you is Rob Pelinka keeps calling about Jonathan Kuminga.
I think he brings up a great point here in regards to LeBron. Again, the NBA as a whole seems to be waiting for LeBron. And when that domino falls, there will be a lot more dominoes to fall as well. Not only on the TV schedule side, which Adam Silver says the league is waiting for a LeBron decision, those big marquee Christmas games, right? Like any of the marquee national games will be heavily influenced by where LeBron goes. And as a matter of fact, golly, let me just say, if he goes to the Warriors, man, this will be one of the most watched national teams that we have had in a long time. Maybe since the Warriors themselves were, title contenders 10 years ago. This, again, just Steph and LeBron playing for one of the marquee franchises in the NFL. the NBA. Playing for one of the marquee franchises in the NBA. And Steph, by the way, Steph single-handedly did that, right? Maybe I shouldn't say it. Maybe single-handedly is going a bit too far. But when Steph was at his peak, I mean, when this guy was just knocking down shots from everywhere, it's him. It's Klay Thompson getting 60 and 3/4. It's Game 6 Klay. Going crazy. Kevin Durant. When KD went over there, they became the evil empire of the NBA. Draymond Green continues to be the most hated person in the entire league. But they are must-watch. However you feel about their individual players, they are must-watch. If LeBron goes over there, my goodness gracious, it's like throwing kerosene on a fire, man. It's going to explode. That would be incredible. I mean, shoot, Steph Curry has had to chime in. Every single player associated with the Warriors, associated with the Sixers, associated with the Cavs, and with the Miami Heat, they've had to answer questions about LeBron. Here is Steph making his pitch.
I don't have a percentage. This is kind of up to him. I feel like any place he called and say I want to play there, you move mountains to make it happen. And I know we're in that boat as well. So the pitch is we want to play good basketball, be around people that know how to play the game. Hopefully, raise our floor on our competitiveness this year. There's good golf in the Bay.
But again, it's one of those situations, man, where you get Steph and LeBron on the court at the exact same time. It's like peanut butter and jelly. It's hot sauce and fried chicken, baby. They just go together. Hey, and listen, we're talking about two guys. Steph Curry, much older in his career. LeBron James, this might be his last season. And yeah, I mean, look, the LeBron haters can make all of the accusations that they want, like, oh, you're going to be going to a longtime rival. Oh my God, this is champion. This is ring chase. This is not ring chasing, dudes. I cannot say this strongly enough. This is not ring chasing. The Golden State Warriors are so far away from winning a title that even if LeBron goes there, even if LeBron teams up with Steph Curry, Vegas would know. Vegas knows. There's no way in hell Golden State is jumping Oklahoma City or San Antonio right now. They're not jumping the Knicks. Let's be real. It's a fun storyline. It's a super fun. It's a must-watch storyline. How are the Golden State Warriors going to do against all these young teams, man? Come on. That's must watch. Will they hold up in a whole 82-game season? Of course they won't. As a matter of fact, they'll probably fall apart like well before the playoffs begin. But I'll say this. I'll say that even if they're relatively healthy, they could be in the 6th seed. They could be a play-in team. No one wants to see that team in the postseason. Because if LeBron goes there, he slides in, and we're talking about 2-3 guys that got extremely high basketball IQ. Steph Curry, LeBron James, Draymond Green, 3 guys that can really pass the rock, move it around. 3 guys with just unbelievable playoff experience. I mean, come on. Like I said, that's must watch. Not because they're the favorites, and because they're not the favorites, this is not ring chasing. That's very important, by the way. You cannot realistically say ring chasing on a team that is not expected to win the championship. That don't make no sense. Make it make sense to me. The only way you think that's the case is if you think they're going to win the championship. And I'll tell you right now, man, they're not. They might be the 5th best team in the NBA. Really depending on, again, how these other free agents land. But Anthony Slater saying that the Lakers continue to call about Jonathan Kuminga, I find that to be pretty interesting. I mean, this is a team that has made a lot of moves. Snow time, baby! Snow time, Lakers. You got Luka, you got Reeves, you got Mamu Kalishvili, best name in basketball. I love this guy's name. He's got the best name in basketball. I don't know why. First of all, I will say Mamu sounds like, I don't know, like one of the supervillains in like a Superman comic. Oh my goodness, here comes Mamu. Mamu sounds like one of them dudes that, like General Zod and Mamu, like sounds like one of them Krypton criminals. Mamu. It doesn't help that Mamu actually legitimately looks like a Krypton criminal. It doesn't help that Mamu legitimately looks like General Zod. Pull up a picture, bro. If you're not driving, go on your phone. Pull up a picture of Sandru Mamukelishvili and General Zod. It don't help that these two dudes look a little similar, bro. Actually, I don't even know who was the other dude's name, man. Hey, someone research this for me, dude. Like, what was the other dude's name? It wasn't General Zod. Who was the other dude? And he was like big. That guy's a big boy. I'm talking like from the Christopher Reeves movies. You know what I'm saying? Who was the other guy? He was like some big old dude next to General. Anyways, that's who Sandru Mamukelishvili looks like. But you got Jake LaRavia, you got Kessler, Walker Kessler on this squad. Snow time, baby, let's go. But if you're wondering why the clamoring for a guy who only averaged 12 points per game last year, why the clamoring for this? Maybe you're not familiar with Jonathan Kuminga's game. It's because he's a phenomenal athlete. And this is a team that, again, I've said this many times before, that I like the moves that they have made on an individual basis. I love the Mamu signing in a vacuum. I love the Quentin Grimes signing in a vacuum. I love the Walker Kessler signing in a vacuum. But when you bring them all together, what this team lacks right now is speed and quickness overall. Athleticism, overall athleticism. That's why, again, the Grimes signing is important. He needs a good defender, not a great defender. By the way, the draft selection of Cameron Carr, that could be the true X factor. Forget about Kuminga for a second. For me, it's all about Cameron Carr. I feel like, and I get it, he's an unproven rookie, but y'all, I'm telling you, go and find Cameron Carr highlights online right now from Summer League. Cam Carr looks legit. He looks really good. As a matter of fact, producer Payne, you saw a little bit of the Summer League, right?
I was going to say, let's go back to Cam Carr at Baylor. I mean, I went to TCU,
Yeah.
Big 12. Let's go. The Big 12 is the best conference in basketball, in my opinion, in the country. I mean, he's playing at Baylor, averaged 19 points there. He was fantastic.
Long, athletic.
Yes.
Yeah, he looks good.
And I also really, really liked the Colin Sexton signing by the Lakers as well. Just for athleticism, defensively, he's really good. He's kind of that energizer bunny that the Lakers need.
Okay, here's the thing with Colin Sexton. I think he is a microwave scorer. And he's a great scorer off the bench. I think defensively, I don't think he's necessarily as involved and as invested. If J.J. Redick can turn that around, listen, Peyton, I'm with you, brother. Like, if J.J. Redick can somehow convince Colin Sexton to use that athleticism on the defensive side of the basketball, okay, now we got a little something. And, I will say this. I think J.J. Redick has done a heck of a job. I thought last year he did an incredible job with the Lakers because defensively they were just lacking. And what he did for them to kind of sort of turn them around on the back half of last year, I thought was incredible, right? Like they shifted mostly to a zone-based defense to kind of sort of mask the inefficiencies that they had on the athletic side. And listen, that's what they're going to have to do on the defensive side going into this upcoming season. For defensively, it will all be about funneling it to the inside and just hoping Walker Kessler can wipe away, shots and make it difficult and rotate and just rotate on the three. They're going to give you the mid-range all day long, in my opinion. This is how defensively, this is how they're built. They're going to give you the mid-range all day long, but again, maybe you don't like hearing about analytics, but analytically speaking, bro, like it's supposed to be the worst shot in basketball is these middies. I disagree, and I hate that the midi has gone away. You know? I mean, other than Richard Hamilton, I'm probably the most upset that the midi has gone away. I love the midi. But analytically speaking, man, they say that the midi is terrible. Okay, whatever. It's all good. In regards to the Lakers roster, I didn't mention Bronny James. A lot of folks assume that Bronny James is going to be some kind of trade piece, I guess, maybe, possibly, if, the Lakers get involved with where LeBron ends up. And listen, I've said this for like a month or so now, that even though LeBron's moving on, it doesn't necessarily mean that the Lakers are not going to somehow, maybe, possibly, potentially work in a sign and trade either. Maybe a 3-teamer gets involved. Look, there's all this talk about why LeBron hasn't made a decision. And there's all this talk about, well, LeBron and Rich Paul and them and the front offices that they're working with are trying to figure out, okay, well, can they get Kyrie? Can they go and get Anthony Davis? And when you're talking about moving for 2 pieces in LeBron, Kyrie / Anthony Davis, yeah, that deal gets a lot more complicated. And when that happens, yeah, it's going to take a little bit of time. Here's what the internet rumor is. And I think there's something to this, that it has become very complicated. And there's an arms race among these 4 teams, right? Philadelphia, Miami, Cleveland, and Golden State. There's an arms race in, can either one of these teams actually secure the rights to either Anthony Davis or Kyrie Irving? Obviously, Golden State's not interested in Kyrie, period. That's off the table. But can they get Anthony Davis? And if they can, I could see there being a gentleman's agreement, like a wink-wink handshake, like, okay, hey, Wizards, hey, Washington, chill out for a sec. If we get LeBron, we're making this deal. If we don't get LeBron, then we're not going to make this deal. All right, but we got to have a principal agreement in place. But regardless, and if that's true, that's true. Again, like maybe Cleveland is like, okay, we're going to move Harden, but we got to get Anthony Davis and or Kyrie. Right? Dude, Kyrie and Cleveland, back in Cleveland, a double homecoming for Kyrie and LeBron? That'd be kind of nice, honestly. And look, if you're a Cleveland fan, if you're just a basketball fan, Cleveland, they don't care at all about moving on from Harden now. Harden absolutely stinks in the postseason. That foul baiting stuff, man, like hunting for fouls, like it don't work in the postseason, bro. The Beard has no idea how to score if he's not getting these foul baiting calls, brother. Cleveland fans would be like, yeah, please get rid of Harden, please. Let's bring in Kyrie for Harden straight up. Let's just make that happen. But again, Kyrie, Spider, Mitchell, LeBron, 1, 2, 3. That's kind of nasty now. That's kind of nice. Right? Or can they secure a deal for Anthony Davis? Either way, you know what I'm getting at here. You know what I'm getting at. Can any of those top 4 teams that are in the running for LeBron, can they also make an additional move to get one of his guys? Maybe that's why it's been delayed so much. I don't know. That's just, again, it's a crazy internet thought, but I think there's something to it. In regards to the Lakers, though, a lot of people be looking at Bronny James like, hey, will he be moving on to wherever Bron Sr. goes? I don't know. But you know what? It's not stopping people from asking Bronny. Not stopping people from asking Bronny about his thoughts on the whole thing. As a matter of fact, a random streamer by the name of Biggie22X. Biggie22X saw Bronny on the streets and asked him about Pops.
What's a motivational message to the youth?
Man, just be you, man. Go out anytime you got some pressure or whatever, just be you, go out and be you, and you're going to be all right.
And last thing, you think your dad going to the Warriors?
Man, I don't know where he's going,
bro.
But I'd be crazy if he did.
Yeah,
I
appreciate you, bro.
Wow. Okay, so there you go. Bronny doesn't know, or probably Bronny, maybe he does know, but Bronny's not sharing where he thinks or he believes that his dad is going in free agency, though. A random streamer on the streets, man, just found Bronny on the street, bro. I love the First of all, good on Bronny. You know, he seemed very good-natured. And by the way, that's why a lot of insiders don't think that Bronny's getting moved. Like, he's apparently liked in the building. Apparently, he's a really hard worker. Somebody that brings good attitude to the locker room in practice. That means something. That means something. That's not a nothing. Maybe LA feels like, hey, what about if we develop this guy into like a legitimate, solid bench contributor? That's not nothing. That's not nothing. I think the other rumor that I saw, too, is that if Bronny gets moved down to the Lakers' new G League spot, that he would sell tickets, which I also think makes a little bit of sense there. By the way, we are presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. Again, that website, calldowntown.com. I tell you what, let's step away for just a moment here, and when we come back, we're gonna talk to Tyler Dragon from USA Today. I'm gonna be asking him about the quarterback situations there in Las Vegas. Why did Fernando Mendoza finally sign? What were the indications there? What does it all mean? How is it all going to play out? And what are some key storylines for both the Rams and the Chargers? Tyler Dragon from USA Today. Coming up next, right here on the James Coe Show on the brand new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. What is cracking, Los Angeles? It's your boy, James Coe. On the microphone here today. Had some folks in the YouTube chat asking, where is D-Mac and Reiter? Who is this idiot? Now, I added the who is this idiot part. D-Mac and Reiter on vacation today. And for the rest of the week, I will be here in that 2 to 6 hour, my show, The James Coe Show. We'll slide back into its normal slot from 6 to 10 p.m. Starting next week. We are presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. Again, text injury help to 40222. All right, we shift to the NFL, and for that, I am very pleased to bring on to the show for the very first time Tyler Dragon from USA Today, a proud Howard alum, former UCLA Bruin, and current NFL reporter with USA Today. Tyler, man, how we doing?
I'm doing good. I love the intro. First time on the show, love the intro.
Hey, listen, man, if you go to UCLA, you go to Howard, you're getting a shout out, baby. So, no, I appreciate you jumping on.
Yeah, of course. Glad to be on.
Okay, my first question here for you. You talked about, and you had reported how Carson Beck had signed. He was the first quarterback to sign ahead of Mendoza, ahead of Ty Simpson, rather. I guess my question would be, how much do you think Carson Beck signing was motivated to potentially steal that starting job in Arizona ahead of Jacoby Brissett? Because as we know, Brissett doing the hold-in, hasn't practiced with the team. They're still working on the contract negotiation, but a really good opportunity for the young fella to get in there and potentially show his wares.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think the biggest motivation was to get him signed yesterday was the Cardinals rookies reported to training camp yesterday. So you want to try to get all your rookies in and signed before training camp because rookies aren't allowed to practice and compete without a signed contract. So that was the biggest motivation. But, of course, you are right on that track as well, that Carson Beck certainly wants to compete for that starting spot in Arizona. Jacoby Brissett, he's in his own contract gridlock with the Cardinals. He wants to be paid like a starting quarterback, but the Cardinals are kind of reluctant to pay him that starting caliber money. I'm hearing that they're probably going to acquiesce and pay him kind of a fringe starter type salary. But yeah, to your point, Carson Beck wanted to get signed, and the Cardinals were motivated to sign him before rookies reported to minicamp on Wednesday.
Look, I like Carson Beck. I don't love Carson Beck. I like Jacoby Brissett. I don't love Jacoby Brissett. But that being said, Jacoby Brissett is a fun player. Like, I've called him the new Jameis Winston, where this guy's going to sling it. He doesn't care about the results. He just wants to get this ball downfield. I thought Arizona last year, their offense played well. Obviously, they lost a bunch of games down the stretch. I think it was like 9 in a row, right? Or something like that. Something crazy down the stretch. But I wanted to get your thoughts on this Arizona Cardinals offense just because I feel like I know they're not going to be a good team, but I feel like at least offensively they could be a fun team. Jeremiah Love, maybe Marvin Harrison gets going with the new coaching staff in place. Michael Wilson was a big-time find for them, and of course they've got Trey McBride, who's arguably the best pass-catching tight end in the NFL.
So I hate to rain in your parade, but I don't even think they're going to be a fun team, and that's just because the NFC West is so good. We all know the Rams, they're pretty much an all-star team, especially if they get Aaron Donald. Yeah. And then you have the defending Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks. Oh, and not to mention the San Francisco 49ers were a playoff team last year, and they just got Mike Evans. And they're going to get Nick Bosa and Fred Warner back healthy as well.
That's a big one.
The Cardinals, they're in the division basement of the NFC West. So even if those players, Jeremiah Love, Trey McBride, and those players show some promise, and Beck or Jacoby Brissett, whomever starts, they can play decently, but the Cardinals don't stack up against those other three teams in the NFC West, and they're probably going to be below 500. But the good news is they do have some young building blocks to build around, like a Love and a Harrison and a McBride, and they hope a Carson Beck.
Well, they'll hope to see if Carson Beck can be a little bit more promising and exciting downfield. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But the big one is that Fernando Mendoza finally signed. Contracts are slotted and fully guaranteed, man. I guess anytime there's a holdup here in the quarterback getting signed, especially when he's the number 1 overall draft pick, I guess a lot of fans wonder, what is the holdup? Like, if it's already fully guaranteed, what's the holdup?
So I talked to some sources around the situation, and so the Raiders, they like to pay their first-round picks in installments. I'm talking about that signing bonus. Yeah. And number 1 picks going back to Kyler Murray, they all had a single lump sum payment in their signing bonus. So they get paid all up front. That's become the tradition with number 1 overall picks going back to 2020 with Joe Burrow and so on. And the Raiders, they had to break from tradition, and I'm hearing that they gave Mendoza that single lump sum payment in their signing bonus. So that was the holdup, and that's been the holdup with all these quarterbacks. You talk about the top 4 quarterbacks that were drafted. Only 2 of them have signed, Beck and Mendoza. When you look at a Ty Simpson, he hasn't signed yet either. So quarterbacks, they have a little bit of negotiating power when you talk about signing bonus, cash flow, guaranteed money details, or just offset language in the contract. But yes, the contracts are predetermined. They are slotted, but there's some wiggle room in negotiations when you talk about the cash flow and the contract offset language.
I find it really fascinating too, and I know I'm just kind of sort of like spitballing here, but I do wonder, man, if it wasn't the new, ownership group, and I know it's been there for a bit now, but like if it was just the Davises, where cash flow could be a little bit of a problem, I wonder how much more they would have dug in their heels on Fernando Mendoza. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I mean, when you look at recent history, and the way the NFL is trending now with number 1 pick, Cam Moore last year got his payment in a single lump sum. That's the way the NFL is going. And Fernando Mendoza and his side, they don't want to break precedent because then that it might happen next year. And the Raiders certainly didn't want to break from their tradition. However, their tradition, based on what the NFL is doing nowadays, was a little bit outdated, and they come to realize that.
Yeah, makes sense. You wrote a piece talking about one key storyline for all 32 teams. What is the one storyline for the Rams? What's the one storyline for the Chargers?
So for the Rams, I feel like it's how they're going to deal with the Super Bowl 61 expectations. We all know the last time the Super Bowl was in Los Angeles, the Rams hosted up the Lombardi Trophy. Well, now it's a Super Bowl or bust season with the off-season moves that the Rams have done with on offense and defense. And then you look at where the Super Bowl is. They're going to every Sunday, every Monday, Thursday, whenever the Rams play, it's going to be they're going to be favored to win, and if they don't make the Super Bowl this year, it's going to be a failure and I believe it's going to be a failure in their eyes, and it's going to be a failure for all Rams fans just because of the players that they got this offseason and where they ended up last season. You're talking about a team that went to the NFC Championship game and lost, but then you get Myles Garrett and a Trent McDuffie, 2 all-pro players and Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah.
So that's for the Rams. For the Chargers, I feel like there's a lot of pressure not only on Justin Herbert, but Mike McDaniel and Jim Harbaugh. When you think about Justin Herbert, he's 0-3 in the playoffs, and he's running out of excuses. Yes, the Chargers were decimated on the offensive line last year, but they're getting their 2 tackles back. And then you have one of the most brilliant offensive minds in football, Mike McDaniel, as the offensive coordinator. So Justin Herbert, it seems like he's in a very luxurious situation with a refortified offensive line and all pro caliber tackles back. You have a really good offensive mind as an offensive coordinator. And Jim Harbaugh, he's won everywhere he's been, whether it's been to the NFC Championship game, whether it's been a Super Bowl appearance to the 49ers, whether It's a national championship with Michigan. So the Chargers are the only place that he has not had a lot of wins, especially in the postseason. He has not won a postseason game. So now the pressure's on all three of them to make some noise in the postseason, especially, again, because the Super Bowl is right there in SoFi Stadium.
I like it. I like it a lot. Hey, give me an educated guess here, man. Educated guess. How do you think those storylines do play out?
The Rams are my Super Bowl pick because I just don't see how a team is going to beat them when you add the Defensive Player of the Year, and that's not even accounting if they get Aaron Donald. I do think that for the Chargers' sake, their ceiling is probably in the divisional round of the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
If they win a playoff game, maybe even win the AFC West, I think that's a successful season for the Chargers because it's a step in the right direction, and it's an improvement from where they were last year in the previous season. So I think those are those two teams that limit. But for the Rams, it's Super Bowl or bust.
Okay, last question for you here. Steve Weish, who is over at NFL Network, is also a Howard alum. Arm wrestling contest, you or Steve Weish, who's winning?
Steve Weish is my boy, but he knows he cannot beat me in an arm wrestling contest.
There you go. Tyler Dragon from USA Today, proud Howard alum, former UCLA Bruins student athlete. We appreciate the time, my man. We appreciate you, bro.
Thanks for having me on. Have a good one.
All right, you too. Oh, man, that was great. And I love Steve Weish, too, by the way, man. Steve Weish is so nice. He's so generous with his time. One of the most, well thought of reporters here in the NFL space for sure. So great to shout him out. And I love the fact that Tyler Dragon also went to Howard there as well. Okay, I tell you what, we ran a little bit long, but that's okay. When we come back, we will talk about a crazy story about how Wilt Chamberlain's warm-up jacket was found at a thrift shop. Found out how much it went for in auction and how much this guy paid for it. An absolute treasure-finding mission. That's coming up next right here on The James Coe Show on the brand new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Los Angeles, what's cracking? It's your boy, James Coe. Having a good time here in hour number 1 of the James Coe Show. Appreciate Tyler Dragon coming on from USA Today. Interesting stuff in regards to Dylan Brooks. He was on the Richard Jefferson road tripping show. And and he was talking about the viral meme that had come out from this most recent playoff, right? It's Richard Jefferson's road tripping show, if you guys don't know. But Dylan Brooks was a guest on there. And, you know, do you know what the meme I'm talking about, man? It's the hate watching meme, right? Like where he's got his shades on, he's got his ice on, he's got, he's in full, he is in full Dylan Brooks hating mode. And he is laughing and clapping his hands in Game 4 of the Lakers Thunder series, right? And this is where the Lakers got swept out. But he's hate watching. And it's become a meme where anytime you do the hate watching, you throw up to Dylan Brooks. Because I don't know what it is about Dylan Brooks, but he just looks like the best hater in the world. Like, you know how Chappelle's show had the haters ball? Like, Dylan Brooks would be the winner of that. You know what I'm saying? And obviously Dylan Brooks and LeBron have had a pretty long history of going back and forth, man. So it's pretty funny. Anyways, this is Dylan Brooks explaining how it all went down.
I wanted Game 3. It's easier for Game 4. I'm like, all right, perfect for Game 4. And then I get to the seats. I'm like, gosh.
This was early too in the game.
Right.
Bro, you had no idea when you were walking in you were going to be a meme for the rest of your life.
I guess he was talking to a fan or something, like an LA fan. And I guess he was like, I know you're throwing shade at me. You know how he talks. Like, I know you're throwing shade at me. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at him like, oh my God, he's really worried about this fan right here, and you're 3-0 right now.
Yeah.
And I'm just cracking up right here. And I'm telling my agent on the side, I'm like, damn, he's really focused on the wrong right now.
It's the best meme. I love it. Like, it is so good. Dylan Brooks is the perfect villain. I love that he sat down and actually talked about how that meme went down. He said he got tickets from Rich Paul. He said he got a ticket from Rich Paul. Unbelievable. Look, I've been saying on this show for a long time, man. Like, LeBron needs to check his boy Rich Paul, man. Rich Paul with the voice memos from executives. Rich Paul with that crazy whiteboard. Rich Paul is wilding out, dude. Why would Rich Paul give front row seats to Dylan Brooks during Game 4 of the Lakers Thunder series, where the Lakers are down 0-3? It's a closeout game, potentially. You're going to give LeBron, one of LeBron's, like, arch enemies, one of his nemesis, like, why would you give that guy a free ticket front row? Oh my goodness. It would be great if he got like tickets, but it wasn't like, front row. Like, let's say Dylan Brooks got like nosebleeds from Rich Paul. That'd be funny. That'd be hilarious. That would legitimately be funny. But no, you give him front row seats. He's all decked out in his attire and he's laughing at LeBron as they're about to get swept. LeBron in that series, by the way, was incredible. He had a great series. It was 23 points per game in that series, 6 boards, 6 assists. He shot 50% from the field, 36% from beyond the arc. LeBron James reached into the Wayback Machine and became that dude. Like 23, 6, and 6 on 50% shooting is ridiculously good against one of the best defensive teams in the NBA in the Oklahoma City Thunder. But they did get swept out. They just didn't have enough pieces. Remember, there was no Luka. They hate watching meme, man. It's so good. It is so good. Hey, speaking of basketball, I don't know if you guys saw this story, but Wilt Chamberlain's warm-up jacket just sold for Well, shoot, let me save this. So, look, Wilt Chamberlain's warm-up jacket was found at a local Goodwill in Portland, Oregon. Okay? A 19-year-old by the name of Quinn Brown went to that Goodwill. He saw the warm-up jacket that said Chamberlain on the back. He bought it for $3.09. $3. I want to know, who is the Goodwill employee that put the pricing on this jacket? You see and again, Wilt Chamberlain's like legit 7 feet. Huge man. Absolutely gargantuan human being. I can only imagine how big this warm-up jacket was. And it said Chamberlain on the back, bro. Who is the Goodwill employee that said, yeah, you know what? Let's just sell that for $3. I mean, I can kind of understand maybe like you look at that and be like, oh my gosh, no one's going to buy this thing. This thing is huge. It's gigantic. But I mean, even for a 7-footer, like, couldn't that be like a robe? Like, I'd almost wear it, like, again, even if I was going to wear something like that. But I'm saying, like, couldn't you just wear it, like, as, like, a legitimate, like, jacket, like a full-length jacket? Like, how are you selling this for $3? It's a warm-up jacket that says, it says friggin' Chamberlain on it. Anyways, this goes to auction. For $3, it goes to auction. It sold for dang near $90K. $90,000. 89,600 buckaroos. This 19-year-old just walked away with $90K after investing $3. That's pretty sick, dude. That is pretty sick. And by the way, you know, these stories always hit because no matter what, like, it always hits. And the reason being is because I don't care how rich you are, everyone likes a good deal. Everyone loves a good deal. Like, you think like, how much money, what percentage of my income am I really saving going from, you know, $1.50 for a tomato to $1 per pound on a tomato? But I'll tell you what, I refuse to buy a tomato that's not on sale, though. Your boy is not buying a tomato that's not on sale. It better be on sale. Produce better be on sale. Hey, Dad, we need broccoli. No, we don't. It's not on sale. Hey, Dad, you want to get some onions? We need some onions. No, we don't need onions because it's not on sale. Your boy is waiting for it to go on sale. And it's crazy too, right? Like, it'll be like $1.39 regular price, and then it'll be like 79 cents on sale. Yep, we're getting it. How much money am I really even... What am I saving, like $1? Am I saving $1? Maybe. But you know what? It don't matter. Like, I'm saving that cash. It's also, like, humans are so dumb, dude. We're going to be saving 70 cents on an onion, but I will then go turn around and pay $18 for a cocktail at a bar. What am I doing, bro? What am I doing? But we do that. Like, humans do this. Humans love, first of all, let me just say, all humans love a deal. It don't matter. That's why a story like this hits no matter what. This is a straight up, like lottery ticket that he found. Straight up. That's crazy. Unbelievable. Paid $3, made $90K. Good on him. Good on him. I love it, dude. Coming up, still got a long ways to go. We're going to talk NFL. We got a Dodgers recap. And plus, unspoken rule in baseball that I did not know about. I didn't know that you couldn't step on the mound. I didn't know this. I'm going to talk about what happened here in the Nationals-Rocky game coming up next. What is going on, Los Angeles? James Coe here with you until the 6 o'clock hour, filling in for D-Mac and Reiter, who are off on vacation. Well deserved. No Dodger game today. Why? Because they are visiting the White House. Well, it's not because, but they're visiting the White House because they have a day off. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, they have a day off. And they're going to the White House. They're going to meet with Donald Trump. And Donald Trump, I love the fact that Donald Trump pretends to know everything. I love the fact that Donald Trump pretends to be a huge sports fan. That he pretends to just know everything about everything. That's his whole shtick, is that he knows everything about everything, right? And heaven forbid you fact check. Like him and fact checking are oil and water. They don't go together. I mean, I think he wants to like ban fact checking or something. He hates fact checkers. You know, fact checkers hate Donald Trump too, actually. They're like, golly, we got to sort through a lot of BS over here. What's going on? Anyway, that's his whole thing, is that he loves to pretend like he knows everything about everything, and heaven forbid you actually fact check the guy. Meanwhile, the Dodgers, they were in Washington, D.C., and they just met with Trump, okay? The best part about this whole exchange is that Trump said that he was very excited to meet Dodger superstar Shohei Ohtani.
We're going to then have the Dodgers, the World Championship Dodgers, are going to be over at the White House. They're going to be waiting. And I'll meet a man who's just about the best pitcher in baseball and just about the best hitter in baseball and just about the best fielder in the outfield in baseball.
He was talking about Shohei Ohtani, y'all. The best outfielder in baseball, Shohei Ohtani. Ladies and gentlemen. Maybe you don't follow baseball. I don't know. Maybe you don't follow baseball. Peyton, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe. Maybe I don't know baseball. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe Shohei plays in the outfield, friend.
I don't think so either. No, I don't think so either. It was a really good try, though. And
Great
he said
try.
it
Good
so
effort.
confidently. You got to give it to him.
Do you, though? Do you, though?
No.
No, you don't. Okay, good. Best pitcher, best hitter, best outfielder in the game. Shohei Ohtani. That was pretty good. I also like the fact that I don't know if he struggled with the name Shohei. You know what? We should see who said it better. Who said Shohei Ohtani better? Was it Donald Trump or was it Mike Tyson? Check this out. Check this out. When Mike Tyson said Shohei, that was great because he literally had no idea who it was. If you listen to that Mike Tyson clip from the ESPYs, he didn't know whether or not Shohei was a guy or a girl. Like Shohei won the award and you could live mic it. Like live mic, Mike Tyson said, "That's a guy?
Shohei Ohtani."
Yeah. Shohei Ohtani, check this out.
Check this out.
He loved it. He was very proud of it. And I'll give Mike that, he did it well. Like a cold, he just read that cold. Shohei Ohtani. I don't know who read it. Who said that better? Was it Donald Trump or Mike Tyson? Either one was pretty interesting. Meanwhile, Mookie Betts skipping the White House visit, opting instead to spend the off day with his family. Betts tried to say that it was not a political statement, although he has said in the past that, look, he just is not that interested in meeting Donald Trump. That's fine. Kike Hernandez also skipped the visit. He's on rehab assignment, but when asked whether he would have gone anyways, he said probably not. And again, he has been an outspoken opponent of how immigrants have been treated in Los Angeles by ICE. He's been an outspoken proponent of the LGBTQ community. And he's like, yeah, no, I probably wouldn't go either. Even if I could go, I probably wouldn't go. Bill Plaschke from the LA Times really took exception with the Dodgers' decision to attend. especially, and he draws the history of Jackie Robinson donning the Dodger uniform. He said, quote, "An organization cannot boast of sharing a uniform with Jackie Robinson while sharing a very public afternoon with President Trump. That doesn't work," he wrote for the LA Times. And I'm not sure where I fall on it, man. Honestly, Donald Trump is obviously one of the most divisive presidents in history. One of the most divisive. His immigration policies have obviously struck a chord in a immigrant-heavy Los Angeles. I myself am an immigrant. And so, yeah, man, like, he's been very divisive. By the way, I hate that we have to do this and say, I'm not being political, blah, blah, blah. I'm not. I'm just saying, I'm giving you my background. I'm saying it's been divisive. That's not political. That's facts. Straight up facts. And so, yeah, man, I'm split on this. Like, I get the tradition of it. But at the same time, I could also understand Mookie Betts and Kike Hernandez. And I'm going to be honest with you. This is a straight up opinion, but I think it kind of would have been cool, honestly, given the whole Jackie Robinson history of the Dodgers and all that and how it is. Shoot, again, I said he's the most divisive president in one of the most in U.S. history, which is true. And he's also been divisive, I think, for this team too, because they have had to say different things. Dave Roberts has said different things about going to the White House. Mookie Betts has said and done different things about the visit to the White House. Kike Hernandez has been outspoken. If you don't think that this is an issue in the Dodgers clubhouse, you're probably right. It's probably not an issue. But I promise you one thing, though. Guys in the clubhouse did have to take a stand either way. And whether it was divisive or not, that's obviously not my purview. I'm not there. I don't know. I have no clue. But again, I do know that there was most likely had to have been a decision made because all these, like a lot of these players had to make decisions. Mookie Betts made a decision. Kike Hernandez made a decision. Dave Roberts, yes, Dave Roberts made a decision. And a lot of these stars have to make a decision. So, yeah, going to the White House under the most divisive president in recent memory, you got to make a decision. When you're meeting with one of the most divisive presidents in U.S. history, it can also be a divisive issue inside the clubhouse, too. I'm not there. I don't got a temperature on it. I don't have a temperature check. But I do know that these players did have to make a decision, man. And if they all got together and said, you know what, man? Let's bail on this, bro. You know what, man? Let's go and do it. Let's get ice cream. Let's get pizza and ice cream instead, bro. You know what? As a matter of fact, y'all, you know what? Let's go to a bar and have a beer. Let's just do that instead. First of all, who's going to say, honestly, how many people are going to be like, I can't believe y'all went to go get ice cream instead of meeting with Donald Trump? Who's really going to say that? You know what they should have done? They should have gone to the bar and just gotten like a bunch of Bud Lights, you know? Just get a bunch of buddies, man. And just hit it. As a matter of fact, you guys can hit it hard too, you know? Get sauced up. It's all good. Who's going to be mad at that? Not only too many people. I mean, obviously, there'd be like, you know, the Twitter bots and the people who make a living being outraged by, you know, things. Those people would. But that's what they got to do, man. That's what they got to do. I don't know, man. Like I said, I understand the tradition of it. I actually understand the Dodgers going. I also understand Mookie Betts' position. I also understand Kike Hernandez's position. It's just not as clean as everyone wants to make it seem. I know Bill Plaschke made was pretty loud about his opposition to it. And again, by the way, I understand that. I totally understand that. I don't know. I did find it funny, though, that Donald Trump called Shohei the best outfielder in the game. By the way, again, I don't know if you guys have actually seen the video of them standing up on the front lawn or whatever it was, and Donald Trump doing the whole exercise and all that kind of stuff. He calls out Shohei by name, and dude, I am telling you, he didn't know who the hell Shohei was at all. I'm telling you, he had no clue.
Best pitcher in baseball and just about the best hitter in baseball and just about the best fielder in the outfield in baseball.
Yeah. Best outfielder in baseball, Shohei Ohtani. Doesn't play the outfield. Okay. But the reason I'm saying he didn't know who it was, man, go watch this video. I'm telling you that Dave Roberts and somebody else had to make a really big show and point. They turned around and pointed both arms, both fingers at Shohei, pointing at him and being here he is, Mr. President. And Donald Trump's yes, of course. My favorite player in baseball, Shohei Ohtani. Check this out.
Check this out.
That was a very check this out moment. Very much so. And it's hey, check this out. This is my favorite player. Where is he?
Shohei Ohtani.
He had no clue. Donald Trump had no clue. He turned around, he was looking, and everyone had to, multiple people had to point at Shohei. I think Shohei even raised his arm hey, man, it's me. It's me, Shohei, The absolute best would be if Yamamoto went up there and he's here's my favorite player, Shohei Ohtani. Check this out. If that had happened, that would have shocked absolutely no one. If that went down, if Roki Sasaki went up there, little Roki went up there instead of, big burling Shohei, we're here's my favorite player, Shohei Ohtani. Check this out. That would have shocked absolutely zero people. Would have been funny. We really missed a comedic experience right there by introducing Roki Sasaki before Shohei, actually. That would have been best. We really whiffed on this, guys. I mean, do it for the comedy. Do it for the memes. Please. If we're doing anything, do it for the memes. I don't know. Speaking of baseball, I don't know if you guys saw this a few days ago, but the bench is cleared in the Rockies national game a few days ago. Why? Because a DH walked on the mound. And I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know about a lot of the unwritten rules. I know you're not supposed to flip your bat after a home run, stuff like that. I know you're not supposed to make a show of it, right? Hey, if you hit a home run, just run the bases, don't make a show of it, And there's some exceptions to that. I don't know how they determine the unspoken rules, but I guess there's exceptions to it. Hey, listen, if you have a Kirk Gibson moment where, it's 88, okay, and you hit the game-winning home run off of Eckersley, and all the brake lights are popping off in the back because everyone thought it was over because Eck was the closer of closers. And here comes one-legged Gibson. You're allowed to celebrate. If that's the moment, you're allowed to celebrate. That's it. Anything else, not allowed to celebrate, I guess. I don't know what the unspoken rules are. The unspoken rules of any sport is so stupid. So dumb. I hate it. But that being said, I actually legitimately did not know that you couldn't step if you're not the pitcher. If you're not a pitcher, you can't step on the mound. I guess that's an unspoken rule. I really honestly had no idea. Listen to this call, though, because what happened was this is Rockies pitcher Kyle Freeland and Nationals DH Andres Chaparro. Chaparro hit a fly ball. He advanced a runner, and on his way back to the dugout, he takes literally, I'm not kidding you, literally, I went to go look at this. I Zapruder filmed this thing. I'm how much was he stepping on the mound? One step. One step on the pitcher's mound, on the back, not on the front, where his feet land, the pitcher's feet would land or anything. No, but on the back, impacting the mound, literally 0%. Not even on the mound. It was just the dirt, just the dirt, just inside the grass. Literally one step. Here's the call.
And then his strong arm toward third. Not going to get Meade. Oh, what's going on? He ran across the mound. I think that's what Kyle was saying. And Kyle took exception to Chaparro walking across his mound. That's a big no-no. He's going to bring everybody out. Both bullpens will empty.
Oh, man. Both? I mean, it was benches were clearing for no reason whatsoever. And again, I did not know that this was even an unspoken rule. Producer Peyton, bro, fill me in, dude. Is this like a thing? Like, is this like a big time? Look, I get it. Like, you don't want them stepping on the front of the mound because you're messing with the dirt in front where their like feet land. But like, is it really that frowned upon to step on the mound at all? Like 0%, you can't do it?
It is when the opposing team's pitcher is on the mound, and Kyle Freeland was on the mound when this was going. This was mid-inning. This was a mid-out. What was his first or second out of the inning? This wasn't to end it, and everyone was walking off together. It was mid-inning, and then he was retreating back to his dugout and just crosses the mound during while Freeland's kind of doing. You know how pitchers getting out and then they walk the mound a little bit. So while he's walking the mound, you got Chaparro running through it.
Okay, so my thought was that Freeland, who by the way is not having a good season at all, but my thought was that Freeland was covering third base because the runner was advancing from second to third. And so I thought he was covering third and going from third back to the mound. And then as he was going back, he saw that Chaparro had touched the mound and then told him straight up, hey, don't touch the mound. And so like all the lip readers got involved, and Freeland apparently said, hey, on his way back to the mound, he said, get off the effing mound. Obviously, he did not say effing, but like, you know what I'm saying? Get off the effing mound. That's my effing mound. Have some respect one time. That's what the lip readers say that Kyle Freeland said. Have some respect one time. Chaparro stops. And by the way, Chaparro's a big boy now. He's pretty well built. Chaparro stops mid-trot, and he comes back walking towards Freeland. I found this to be hilarious. Freeland was like, oh, wait a second now. Like, if you look at the body language and like the facial expression of Freeland's whole dynamic changed. First of all, he was very lippy walking past Chaparro. He's saying, get off the effing mound. That's my mound. Have some respect one time. Chaparro stops, immediately starts coming back. All of a sudden, Freeland's body language changes a little bit until this is like classic bar fight type stuff. Like, you start talking that big woo-woo. You start talking the big woo-woo, and then somebody's like, no, we're not going to talk the woo-woo. Okay. All of a sudden it becomes, well, hold on. And then what happens? Then all the teammates get in between them all. Like, all the teammates get involved, and then the woo-woo is back. The woo-woo comes back once there's like 20 guys in between the two people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't feel like the woo-woo should involve both benches. That was a little much.
I almost feel like the benches were like, you know what? This is kind of fun. Let's just, because, it wasn't that, because the thing is, the bench is cleared. The bullpen's cleared. Like, all the guys ran in from the bully, But I felt like they were just having fun with it. Like, this is kind of stupid. But okay, I like it. I'll take it. I don't know. Like I said, I did not even realize that you couldn't step on the back of the mound. Like, that's a bad thing. I guess it happens so rarely that I've rarely seen that. And to the point where if somebody steps on the back of the mound, I knew you couldn't step on the front of the mound, but I thought that had like some kind of like purpose. Like, hey man, like the pitcher's legs land there. You don't want to mess with the dirt in front of it. That part I get. Back of the mound, who cares, bro? Back of the mound, it doesn't matter. Like, that does nothing. That does absolutely nothing. Unspoken rules, especially in baseball, are so dumb. I cannot tell you how stupid the unspoken rules are. And it's funny too, because like if you watch like Korean baseball, the KBO, man, if they hit a home run, bro, it's a full-on production. It's crazy. It's wild. That's nuts, man. Shoot, I saw a clip of a girl, I think it was collegiate softball, where she hits a game-winning home run, and her teammates, they pile on her, as she's rounding third, slapping helmets and stuff, and they rule her out because the ump was like, well, hey, listen, you can't be on the field. And I'm like, what, dude? What do you? Oh my goodness! And I'm like, okay, letter of the law versus spirit of the law, man. That's a game winner. Let them celebrate. It's just like, why can't people celebrate? I just don't understand why people can't celebrate. Hey, listen, it's one thing if you are celebrating at the expense of someone else. And I think that is where the unspoken rules come from. Hey, don't celebrate at the expense of someone else. That part I get, right? But me flipping a bat, unless I'm looking you dead in the eyes and pointing at you and then flipping my bat, okay, I understand. Hey, listen, you do that, you're getting a fastball in the ribs. Okay, cool. That part I get. But if you hit a bomb, let me just flip the bat and let me just run. Why does that? I really don't understand why that bothers people, man. Let me just celebrate a little bit. It's a cool moment. But the KBO bat flips, by the way, if you've never seen them, man, y'all need to turn this on. The KBO bat flips are legendary. It's absolutely insane, Hey, the NFL has eased up on celebrations too, but gosh, man, do y'all remember how bad that was? Do y'all remember how bad that was? You couldn't do nothing. I remember Joe Horn bringing a cell phone out from underneath the goalpost, and people absolutely lost their minds. This is the most disrespectful thing in the whole world. It's crazy. Anyways, whatever. We are presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit the website, calldowntown.com. Again, the website, calldowntown.com. All right, we step away. When we come back, we will be talking more NFL. We're going to talk more basketball and baseball here as well. We'll give you a little Dodgers recap from last night. That's coming up on the James Koh Show right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. We welcome you back. James Coe here with you. Gonna be here all the way till 6 o'clock. Let's go. We are presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit the website, calldowntown.com. That website again, calldowntown.com. Okay, so the Dodgers win 2 in a row and 2 out of 3. Yeah! They win 2 out of 3 against the Philadelphia Phillies, and it's a potential NL playoff matchup as well. So to kind of sort of win that series is pretty good. They lost the first game 10-7. They go back. They beat Zach Wheeler, Robleski versus Wheeler, a true pitcher's duel. They win that game 2-1. Then they go and, what do you know, their good luck charm, Eric Lauer, takes the mound, and they win that ball game 9-5. How did they get there? Well, we start off with Alec Bohm from the Phillies with a 2-run shot out the gates that put Philly up 2-0 in the first. But then Dalton Rushing, who has been slumping hard, he decides, you know what, enough is enough. Let me get on the board.
This ball's drilled in the air to center field. It's carrying well, and it's gone. Dalton Rushing connects. A long home run to get the Dodgers on the board. Throw it back.
Dalton Rushing, 438 feet, bomb. Gets the scoring started, but he would not be done. That's called a little bit of a tease there. Brian De La Cruz for the Phillies. He homered to even things up at 3, but then Max Muncy comes to the plate in the 6th, and he delivers another home run.
Muncy cracks one in the air, left center field. Hill on the run. He'll turn and watch this ball go. Muncy finds the seats yet again. 20th of the year, 229th as a Dodger. Moving past Ron Shea, and the Dodgers move past the Phils.
All of this courtesy of Sportsnet LA. Dodgers put up 4 more in the 8th from a sac fly from Kyle Tucker, but it was my boy, Tommy Hyun-Soo Edman, breaking this one open.
Edman to right center field. There's a ton of room there. It's all the way to the wall. It's going to unload the bases. Tommy Tanks, a triple. He's cleared the bases and broken the game open 9-3.
Man, Tommy Edman is absolutely on fire, bro. On fire. What's he hitting, like 350 right now? It's insane what he is doing. He had a huge game. That was a 3 RBI triple for Tommy Tanks, a.k.a. Tommy Hyun-Soo Edman. Let's go. Phillies, they got a couple off of Will Klein and Enriquez, but it just wasn't enough, man. The Dodgers, they go on to win 9-5, and they do take the series 2-1 there in Philadelphia. The Dodgers are now 8-0 or 7-0? 8-0. 8-0 under Eric Lauer. Not that Eric Lauer has been credited for all 8 wins. I'm just saying the team has not lost when Eric Lauer has taken the mound. It's crazy. Crazy. Dave Roberts talking about the efforts of Eric Lauer.
It's great. He's a pro. Since he's been with us, he's been fantastic. And, he understands that he gets to start every 6 days, and this time it was probably 13 days, something like that. He doesn't want to ever give up the baseball. And he wants to go as deep as he can, and that's a good trait for a starting pitcher. So you get cut early, and you still find a way to regroup and get outs and go deeper in the game. And he did a great job for us. And even in that 6th inning, to go out there and get that left-hand hitter Harper, and then for us to then go to the pen was huge.
Yeah, I like it. And the Dodger offense has come to bat. And again, I'm telling you, Eric Lauer, for whatever reason, he is like the good luck charm for the Dodgers, because, let's be real. It's not like he's shutting other teams down. It just happens to be he's getting crazy run support. The batters must love it when Eric Lauer takes the mound, because they feel like, hey, this is going to be a high-scoring game. As a matter of fact, the Dodgers are averaging over 8 runs per game when our boy, Eric Lauer, takes the mound. Again, last night, they put up 9 for him in a 9-5 victory. Dave Roberts talking about the Dodger offense, giving Eric Lauer huge run support once again.
Tonight was a good night. Tonight was a really good night. Early on, Nola, had our number early and was sort of cruising, and Dalton early on the first part of the game just carried us, with the homer to get us on the board, the double to drive in a couple more runs, and which was big. And then, then the lineup took over and Tommy then took over. So to be able to get some distance with that bases clearing double was huge.
Man, you just think about how the bats have really come alive and really coming around for Eric Lauer. And again, Eric Lauer, when he takes the mound, somehow, some way, the Dodgers are now a perfect 8-0 when he does take the bump. That was pretty good. That is not a bad. Looking ahead, the Dodgers going to head out to Queens to take on the Mets. The Mets somehow, some way have the highest payroll in all of baseball. How? Again, this is why it is important to state, I know the Dodgers are the evil empire, and they are. There's just no question. Okay? I mean, argue with your mother. I know Dodger fans don't want to hear that. Like, we're not evil. Listen, the Dodgers are the evil empire. Yes, because of exactly that. Because of the cash. They look at the cash and they say, man, what's going on over here? Come on. It's not, we can't even compete. Again, when you look at Kyle Tucker's salary, getting paid $60 million a year, and then you think about the luxury tax implications of all of that. Like the Dodgers are paying this guy, essentially paying him over $110 million just for Kyle Tucker, and he's been terrible. But I'm just saying that $110 million is actually more than I think something like 8 MLB teams. The Dodgers, one guy, if you factor in the taxes that they got to pay on this too. Their payroll for one guy is more than the payroll of like 8 teams. Something like that. Something crazy like that. It's insane. It's so stupid. So yes, the Dodgers are the evil empire, but the Mets, I'm just like, the Mets are the prime example of it doesn't matter how much money you spend sometimes. You got to do other things. Player development. Mark Pryor has been absolutely huge for the development of some of these young pitchers. Player development for the Dodgers is exquisite. It's arguably the best in the majors. Look, and I'm not saying, they've got the best young players. Obviously, they've got some really good young players, but the development, even Eric Lauer getting back on track, that means something. Justin Robleski was very up and down last year. All of a sudden, he's one of the best pitchers in baseball. That's player development. So again, it's not just the money. The money does make the Dodgers, the money and the winning make the Dodgers the evil empire. That's why they are the evil empire. You cannot be an empire if you're losing. Literally part of the thing. It's like you're only an empire if you win. Yeah, you can't name an empire that lost. That's why they're not an empire. You see what I'm saying? So the winning factor's in. And how do they win? Well, they spend a lot of money. Okay, cool. I get it. They're the evil empire. But at the same time, you do have to give credit where credit is due. And player development is a thing. They've been doing a good thing. Player development is huge. And you cannot say that about the Mets. The Mets are spending the most money in baseball. And they stink. They stink. Come on. Dodgers playing the Mets. I'm saying this. Watch them lose this series, bro. Come on, dude. Don't do it, Dodgers. Dodgers, don't do it now. The first of 3 will be tomorrow at 4:10. Roki Sasaki taking the bump against Sean Manaea. This weekend, the expected rotation will be Sasaki, Yoshi Yamamoto, and then Emmett Sheehan. We'll see what's going on, man. We'll see what's going on. You know who's not in that rotation, obviously? Shohei Ohtani. Check this out. Shohei Ohtani. Not going to be in the rotation. Potentially hurt his elbow. I don't know. Have you guys seen this clip making the rounds online, man? After the game yesterday, he's climbing over that dugout fencing, right? And Alex Call is also jumping over, but his feet clip Shohei's pitching elbow. Like, as that elbow, I just want you to visualize this. Like, Shohei's climbing over that fence, and he's got that elbow posted. His arm is posted, getting him over that dugout fence. And as that arm is posted, here comes Alex Call swinging his leg, and then nicks Shohei's elbow.
Check this out.
Check this out. But then Shohei's like visibly agitated and shaking out his pitching arm. I don't know if it means, maybe it's a nothing burger. I'm assuming it's a nothing burger. But it was just a weird moment. I'm just saying, if y'all go find this video, it's Alex Call nicking the pitching elbow of Shohei Ohtani. And yeah, man, it's interesting. Like I said, it was an interesting video because he was visibly agitated by it and visibly shaking out his pitching elbow. I don't know if it means anything, but we do know that he had an injection in his knee. What does that mean? You know who I'm going to talk to for that? A sports medicine doctor, not another fellow idiot like myself, not a sports talk radio person. No, sports medicine, not sports talk radio, sports medicine. We're going to talk to a legit sports medicine doctor about what the injection means for Shohei's knee. That's coming up next, right here on the James Koh Show on the brand new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. What is going on, Los Angeles? It's your boy, James Coe, here with you. Having a really good time. We are presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. Again, text injury help to 40222. Okay, one of the big question marks in Los Angeles is what is going on with Shohei's knee? What is going on with Shohei's knee? Well, to answer that question, instead of just being an idiot and speculating, I thought, why not actually ask somebody who's legitimately smart? It's always good to bring on intelligent people because I'm stupid. But I thought it'd be good to bring in Dr. Nithin Natwa. Yeah! Injury analyst, sports medicine doctor. You can find him on Fantasy Docs on Instagram. All right, doctor, we welcome you into the program. How are you doing today, pal?
Hey, James, I'm doing good. Thanks for having me on.
Okay, so talk to me about this Ohtani knee. It's an injection, and I got to be honest with you, it's one of the first times I've ever heard somebody say, hey, we're going to put lubricant into your knee. But what is the solution or compound? What the heck did they put in his knee, and what does it do?
Yeah, so basically it's something called visco supplementation, and it's basically a lubricant, just kind of like an oil change, where it's a series of anywhere from 3 to 5 injections, and they put one in, they bring them back a couple days, a week later, they put another one in, and then it's just exactly kind of what it sounds like, just lubricates the knee. He's got that history of that bipartite patella, meaning kind of that split kneecap that he had surgery from a little while ago, and it seems like he might be having some inflammation even though he had surgery for it. So I think he's still hitting, and the main thing is the pitching is what's causing a little bit of aggravation. But it seems like they expect him to return back this season, and that's pretty much in line with the general inflammation of the knee. So right now we're looking at about 2 to 4 week timeline, I would say.
Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so I also had a question about this in regards to that knee and needing an injection like that. I know they were originally talking about draining the knee. They didn't drain the knee, but you're talking about a 6 to 8 week timeline. I think I heard you right. 6 to 8 week timeline.
No. Around 2 weeks, 2 to 4 week timeline.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. 2 to 4 week timeline. Thank you. And when we're talking about that timeline there, how might that impact his hitting, if at all?
He should be able to hit on it. It's supplement. So he's obviously having some lingering knee pain. So it's going to affect his weight bearing a little bit. It's going to affect a little bit of his hit strength, but not enough for them to pull him out of the lineup, apparently. But it's just that pitching motion really leans heavily on that knee joint. So that's probably why they're holding him out of pitching and they're letting him still hit.
Let's say he misses that timeline that you're talking about here, and let's say it's on the on the longer end. They really want to make sure ramp this guy up for the postseason. He misses about a month of action just pitching, in terms of pitching. Okay, so if he comes back, what's like the rate of re-injury? What does that end up looking like? How might that impact his performance once he comes back?
So re-injury for his specific injury that he already has isn't likely. Just because it's inflammation of this kneecap area, it'd be pretty hard to kind of break that kneecap or break a bone from this. But he does have an increased risk of soft tissue injury just because when you're dealing with a painful joint, you're loading other parts of your body a little bit more. You might overload like that hamstring, that quad muscle. So those are possible injuries he could have, or his glute strain. He is just at an increased risk for soft tissue injury throughout the rest of the season. But, he's an elite level athlete, one of the best, if not the best player in Major League Baseball. So they'll have him making sure that he doesn't take any high risk motions and minimize his risk as much as possible.
Is re-injury, I don't want to say what's the percentage, but what's the percentage of re-injury for something like that?
So I would say the percentage chance of him having a soft tissue injury because of his abnormal loading would, just an educated guess, be around a 5 to 15% chance.
Okay, so pretty low. That's not bad. Okay, one of the more viral clips online has been Cam Scatterbo doing that backflip. I mean, everyone did a collective, forehead slap. Why is this guy who is coming back from an ankle dislocation and a broken, leg or whatever, why is he doing an unnecessary backflip? Can you walk me through that? I can't imagine. Look, I know he's an elite athlete, but that can be a good idea for Cam Scatabo to be doing a backflip coming back from a legitimate, serious ankle dislocation.
No, it's not. And it's not even just the fact that he even has an injury already, although that's obviously the major factor. But doing backflips in general, backflips are one of the highest, gymnastics are one of the higher risks for ACL, even over contact football sport. And the backflip specifically is one of those activities that increases the risk of a knee injury, of an ACL injury, just because as you're flipping, you're doing internal tibial rotation, you're putting increased stress on the inside part of that knee, and he's landing in a little bit of extension because he's got a stiff ankle. So his leg is already a little bit more extended when he lands. And that's just increasing the risk for having an ACL injury, which is unnecessary. Just the upside here. He lands a backflip, and then what's the downside here? He blows out his knee. Regardless on if that's a low chance, it just doesn't exhibit the greatest long-term health decision-making, which I think is what most fantasy people who are drafting him for fantasy purposes are concerned about, is how is he going to prolong his career? So he doesn't really seem to be making a lot of moves to make sure he has a long career, and I think that's the major concern, with not just this one backflip.
You're so right. I mean, the way that he plays, he plays like the X-Men character Juggernaut, Like, he just lowers his head, battering ram style, bro. Like, that can't, we're speed running CTE over here, Cam. Like, what are we doing, bro?
And I think he also said he doesn't believe in that either. So
good.
That was...
He doesn't believe in concussions. Good. Perfect. Great, Cam. This guy's unbelievable, man. Okay, I want to flip it to a more local topic here. Can you talk to me about Ladd McConkey's hamstring? He's missed some practice here. How worried should we be that he is not practicing? And what might that look like when we talk about training camp opening here for Ladd McConkey?
Yeah, so I know he missed OTAs for a hamstring strain. He reportedly said it wasn't a big deal. Obviously, players are pretty much always going to say it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
But the time out from the season makes me not overly concerned about this. It was a left hamstring, suffered in the second phase of the offseason program. He ended up being held out of team drills the remainder of June minicamp. And this is all taken, by the way, from my site, fantasydocs.com, where I just log all the injury history of all the players and everything. But overall, it's not a big deal to me. He's well far enough out to recover completely from a hamstring strain. And assuming that we see him participating in training camp in these next couple of weeks, it's a non-issue for me.
I like it. We're talking to Dr. Nithin Natwal. Again, find his work on Fantasy Docs on Instagram there. Okay, last question for you. In San Francisco, George Kittle ruptured his Achilles. I'm curious because he tore it in early January 11th. Okay, and now he's talking about possibly playing in a week number 1. He's also in his 30s. How realistic is that timeline? It doesn't seem realistic to me. I don't know.
It's not great. I will say that where he tore his Achilles was at the upper region, and he reportedly said that the surgeon told him that was a great area. And he's right. It is a really good area to have a clean tear and does promote early recovery. And tight ends do post the best Achilles rate return of any position. But you typically require about a year minimum to recover from that. He's well beneath that. Like you said before, he's over the age of 30. So with that being said, for Niners fans, it's probably a little bit disappointing to hear, but I don't expect Kittle to be returning back at a high performance form throughout the season probably. And then I don't really expect him to be returning back until maybe week 2, week 3. He's got a decent chance of starting to list on PDP. But I think that does open the door for Tonks, who did really well last season. It was a top 10 tight end, I think, when Kittle was out. And, gives some room for younger talent to maybe emerge.
It's crazy, man. Again, I know he's, trying to be really aggressive with it and, trying to come back. At that age, with that injury, I just don't see it. And yeah, it's interesting that from a medical perspective, maybe he's not going to get back to his full self until December, January as well. Okay, it's Dr. Nithin Natwal. Hey, man, let people know how they can find your work, brother.
Yeah, so I'm posting videos on all the major fantasy football injuries on Instagram and TikTok at Fantasy Docs. And then I have a website, fantasydocs.com, where all the injury information is indexed over every fantasy football player out there.
I love it. Dr. Nithin Natwal joining the program. Hey, Doc, we appreciate the time, brother.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Talk soon, James.
Okay, sounds good. Man, we just got an education, y'all. Well, he's got an education. I thought it was very, really good information in regards to Shohei Ohtani as well, in terms of what his timeline recovery looks like, re-injury risk, and all the factors involved with lubricant getting injected into his knee. It's like an oil change, he described it. I mean, shit, I tell you what, Ohtani does play like a robot, man. Absolute robot. Okay, more on the backside of this break on the James Koh Show on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Los Angeles! What is cracking? It's your boy, James Coe. Oh, my goodness gracious. Having a really good time on this beautiful Thursday afternoon. We are entering, what is this, hour number 3? Golly, I say this every show, but it goes by so quick, man. If you guys want to be part of the show, call in or jump in on the YouTube chats, but you can call in 855-97-LA-FAN. Again, that's 855-97-LA-FAN. You can find The Fan on social media at The Fan LA. Speaking of, we are presented by DTLA Law Group, the new 97.1, on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. Again, the website, calldowntown.com. Okay. Great interview with Dr. Nithin Natwal, who is a sports medicine doctor, kind of talking about really giving a lot of details that were very much needed in regards to Ohtani's knee. So, again, maybe he misses a month. The fact that he got a bullpen session in and was throwing, the fact that he kind of sort of maverick that the fact that he kind of sort of freestyled that a lot of Dodgers were surprised that he was out there throwing just a little bit. Although that was a surprise and maybe hints at the fact that he'll be on the shorter end of that timeline. If there's anything that we know about Shohei, it's this guy can play hurt and he is obsessed with baseball and playing. Like, he needs to play. He can't not play. And apparently he's a great outfielder too. I just learned that today. No, I'm just kidding. Anyways, man, so much happening in the world of sports media. ESPN bringing in Bussin' with the Boys, a very, very popular podcast. But my question here, and they're also bringing in, and I'm sorry, I don't know this guy, but Josh Pate, I think he's like a college football dude. I don't know who he is. And again, no shade to Josh Pate or Pate or whatever, however you say his name. I apologize for that. He's got a very popular YouTube side that I think's got like 500,000 followers or something. And he's built that, from the ground floor all the way by himself. That's great. That's awesome. That's very admirable and really, really tough to do. And it seems like that ESPN is very much interested in aligning themselves up with groups and talent that have built their own brand, right? When you're thinking about what they are doing, it's let's bring in personalities. Let's bring in as many personalities as possible, guys who have a proven track record of creating their own brand. And Bussin' with the Boys is just another example of that, right? But I think the problem is, for me anyways, is twofold. One, is ESPN just fully embracing entertainment and just saying, you know what, screw journalism. We don't need journalism. How much of an effort are they actually putting into making or covering news, covering sports as a journalistic company? That has become less and less and less under Jimmy Pitaro. That there is very much less of an emphasis on journalism. And as somebody, look, I get it. I'm just an idiot sports talk show host, and what I am doing is not journalism. I will be very clear. I am not doing journalism. I'm doing sports entertainment, not like WWE sports entertainment, but sports-entertainment. Right? That's what I do. And I get that. And so maybe I'm like throwing stones from a glass house here. But ESPN as an organization for decades was known as the bastion of journalism in sports media. That's how they became as big as they are. That's their bread and butter. That is their meat and potatoes. It's journalism. Tell me I'm wrong. I'm not. The reason ESPN became the brand that they became is because they were doing journalism. And eventually they started taking on First Take and started doing, talk shows argument talk shows where it's one person versus another person or one person versus a lot of different people. If we're talking about Around the Horn and, I get it. I understand. But that was all midday stuff. When you're talking about how they made their money, how they made their bones, it was through journalism. You went to them because you want to get true analysis of the sport that you loved, of the game that you loved. You went to ESPN to get that sentiment, to get that knowledge. And it doesn't matter what program you were watching, whether it was Baseball Tonight. I loved Baseball Tonight so much, bro, that I made their show intro my ringtone. That was my ringtone for many, many years. I loved Baseball Tonight. NFL Live, great show. And again, you would get a true education. They would cover it, again, journalistically. Like the Stephen A. Smith show and all that kind of stuff, whatever, First Take and all that stuff. Like it was window dressing. That wasn't their main business. And I know people who are educated in this will say, well, yeah, but look at the ratings. Right? I get it. I understand. But look at the ratings in terms of aggregate. Right? Why were most people coming to ESPN? They were not coming to ESPN to watch Stephen A. Smith. He was the extra. It's like he was the stuff that was over the top. That's like, okay, I know I can come to ESPN to get journalism. I know I can come to ESPN to get the scores and to get analysis and to get the best analysis in the game. Like I'm coming to ESPN for that. Maybe I stay to watch the entertainment stuff. But what they were built on was straight up journalism. That's what they're built on. As the company moves further and further away from journalism, I just wonder, will it reach a breaking point where they've destroyed their brand? And I'm just spitballing here. I don't know. I really honestly don't know if that's the case. I'm sure people much smarter than me, and again, I am a self-professed idiot. I'm sure people much smarter than me have made decisions that look at the numbers and say to themselves, from a business perspective, we're going to move in this direction. The direction they are moving in is just straight entertainment. When you fire Carl Ravitch, who was there for 33 years, a well-respected voice in the baseball community, when you fire Carl Ravitch, and by the way that they fired Carl Ravitch too, come on, man. That guy's been there for 33 years, 3 decades, and he finds out via reporters calling him for confirmation. What? Come on. Can't happen that way. It can't happen that way. You fire Stefania Bell, injury analyst. You fire Tom Pelissero, NFL reporter, well-respected in the business. Tom Pelissero, very well-respected in the business. You let him go. You let go of Charles Davis, truly one of the most educated football analysts in the space, period, hands down. Charles Davis? Are you kidding me? Charles Davis is so well educated. And just from a historical, he knows everything about the sport, period. He's a walking encyclopedia of football. Charles Davis is one of the best analysts in football, period. You let him go. David Lloyd is a longtime SportsCenter anchor. Carl Ravitch got the headlines. He's been there 33 years. Guess what? David Lloyd, he's been there for 29. Well-respected journalist in this space. You fire these guys, Ravitch, Stefania Bell, Pelissero, Charles Davis, David Lloyd. And then you take all of that and you say, let's bring in Bussin' with the Boys. You can't tell me that these two moves are not related. Yes, they are. They're clearing the decks. They're clearing those contracts. They're clearing that money to bring in Bussin' with the boys. Look, I know people are going to say, well, they let go of Cam Newton too. I get it. I understand. Cam Newton there with his crazy headwear and, he's there for entertainment. I get it. He was certainly not there for journalism. I totally get that. Totally not there for journalism. He actually was a surprise release, to be honest with you, when you think about it. But you fire the folks that I just listed off. These guys are there for what reason? They add to the journalistic integrity of the company. Is this a company that is totally just saying, you know what? We don't need journalism now. We need entertainment. We're going to bring in Bussin' with the boys. And listen, Bussin' with the boys, they've done an incredible job of taking their brand and creating a brand all of their own. For sure. Stephen A. Smith has created a brand all of his own. It's great. It's wonderful. I'm so impressed by what they can do. So impressed. But there is no question that there is a huge shift now when we are talking about, where the direction of this company. And it's unfortunate, when you're talking about how this team wants to go. It really is. I don't know, man. It's just, like I said, for me, when you think about, Pat McAfee, another guy who built a brand for himself, but certainly he is not interested in journalism. Certainly. Why? And listen, I don't blame these guys. They're former athletes. They're not trained journalists at all. Charles Davis, former player, but he gets it. I don't think Charles Davis has ever had a hot take in his life. I love Charles Davis. Charles Davis is incredibly, by the way, one of the nicest gentlemen you'll ever meet. His idea of a night out is reading a book. A nice dinner and a book. That's Charles Davis. He gets it. He gets it. He's an analyst, but he gets journalism. You see what I'm saying? There's a difference. There's a difference. Cam Newton, not so much. Cam Newton, maybe he gets it. I don't know. But I don't think he cares about journalism. I just think he's there to kind of entertain and obviously have football opinions. And he's a very well, educated in football, but not journalism. And those, and people get this conflated. People don't understand the difference. People don't understand the difference of understanding a sport and understanding journalism because they're two totally different things. When you marry those two things together, you get magic. That's when you get magic. When you combine high-level sports analysis with high-level journalism, that truly right there, that was the magic of ESPN. And I absolutely cannot disagree with the direction of SportsCenter more when people say you can get your highlights online instantaneously, and that's why SportsCenter doesn't work. That's why people don't watch SportsCenter now, because you can immediately go online and get highlights. Brother, if you think that's the case, you don't understand what SportsCenter culture was like back in the 90s and 2000s. You don't get it. You don't. When I was watching 2 a.m. SportsCenter, 3 a.m. SportsCenter, back to back, that completely destroys your art. I had already seen the program. I already knew the highlights. I already knew what was going to be said in every single segment. I'd sit there and I'd watch it again. And you know what? I'm not the only sicko to do that. Guys in the YouTube chat, let me know. If y'all are an old school SportsCenter fan, I know, everybody knows. You would watch 12 a.m. SportsCenter, 1 a.m. SportsCenter. You'd have a vodka tonic. You'd watch 2 a.m. SportsCenter. Why? Why? I'm genuine. Why would you do that? You already knew what was going to happen. You already seen the highlights. You know why? Because the performance was special. That's why. It has nothing to do, literally zero to do with having seen the highlights already. Why am I repeat watching 1 a.m., 2 a.m. SportsCenter? Because Stuart Scott killed it. Because Kenny Mayne killed it. It's their delivery. It's their humor. It's their passion. It's their knowledge. That's why you were watching repeat performances of SportsCenter. It has absolutely nothing to do with what you already know. You already knew the highlights. You already knew the jokes. And golly, you'd watch it again anyways. You'd watch it again anyways. Because these guys, when they got out there, when Rich Eisen was doing it, when Dan Patrick was doing it, these guys, their delivery, their performance, their jokes, their insight, their knowledge, everything was so on point, man. And listen, it was a full-on team effort. The production crew put it together. The highlights were stitched together in a way that made sense, told a story. And you would watch SportsCenter again to watch those incredible plays, but you'd watch it again because the performance and the intellect that went into that was outstanding. That's how ESPN became a juggernaut. I promise you, ain't nobody rewatching two people screaming at each other. I promise you. And I get it. It's a race to the bottom. Because two people screaming at each other, that does good ratings, bro. And they look at the ratings and they say to themselves, you know what? This is why people are watching. No, it's not. Listen, Real Housewives does great numbers. It's people screaming at each other for no dang reason at all. People came to ESPN because of the journalism, man. They came for the journalism. And I truly, honestly believe that. If it sounds like I'm crazy passionate about it, it's because I'm crazy passionate about journalism. And I feel bad for the folks who were at ESPN that got let go, man. From a personal level, obviously, because I can empathize because I am a sports broadcaster. I'm somebody who did get let go myself. I can empathize with that, man. I get it. I totally get it. But I'm also just sad for the industry because ESPN got to be this juggernaut, this multi-billion-dollar business because of journalism. And people thirst for it. People want it. People are demanding it. People are begging for it. And no one is giving it to them. No one. How much longer before ESPN just says, you know what? Actually, if you look at the ratings. And I think that's what just disappoints me. It's such a narrow view of why things are working or not working. Look at the ratings is what they tell you again and again. Stephen A. does ratings. It's a gross misunderstanding of why people like your brand. They don't want to, again, if your brand is hardcore sports journalism, where you love sports, that's your brand. That's why people come. And when those people come, yes, they will watch Stephen A. Smith, for sure, 100%. That's why he gets the numbers. They will watch Bussin' with the Boys, for sure. But why are they walking through the door at all? Why are they walking through the door? They're not walking through the door to see Pat McAfee. They're not walking through the door to see Bussin' with the Boys. They're not walking through the door to watch Stephen A. Smith. They're walking through the door because they love sports. That's why. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm crazy. 855-97 LA Fan. 855-97 LA Fan. The media fight continues as well. Emmanuel Acho versus former ESPNers in regards to Ryan Clark and in regards to NFL Live. NFL Live won back-to-back sports Emmys for Outstanding Studio Show. They decided to break that team up. I don't know why. Why would you break that team up, man? Make no sense. You breaking up that team? You just won back-to-back sports Emmys for Outstanding Studio Show. Don't break up the team. You should keep that team together. It's crazy. Got to bring in Bussin' with the Boys, though, y'all. Got to bring in Josh Pate. Got to bring him in. Why? Because he built up a brand by himself. He built up a YouTube audience, so obviously that must work for ESPN. I mean, that's the other thing. Like, and I'm sure Josh Pate's great. Like, I don't know anything about his content, but I'm sure he's great. Like, he has like over 500,000 followers on YouTube. That's great. I'm sure, dude. You don't just go do that. Like, you have to be extremely talented to do that, you know? And I'm sure it's awesome. I'm sure it's wonderful. But I'm just saying, like, man, like, linear TV is different. Linear TV is different than YouTube. It's just different, man. Like, I don't know. Maybe these decisions end up working out, you know? But all I know is that sometimes when I see somebody do well on social media and then I see them on TV, like linear TV, I'm like, God, this is the worst thing I've seen in my life. Just because you can do a skit on social media for 1 minute does not mean you can carry a show. They're just different skill sets, bro. I want to get into the details of this media fight between Emmanuel Acho and former ESPNers. That's coming up. And I want to obviously really dive into Countdown to Training Camp. We're going to be talking about the division. What division? The AFC West, NFC West. All right. What about Vegas? They're kind of like LA adjacent, you know? Like LA loves the Raiders, bro. What do I think about the Raiders and what they did in this offseason? Win totals have been updated and released in regards to the AFC and NFC West. We break it down. Do I think over, under on some of these win totals? Football conversation is coming up next right here on the James Coe Show on the brand new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Welcome back, everybody. James Coe here with you. If you were looking for D-Mac and Reiter, yeah, I apologize, man. Again, this is the unofficial show of conspiracy theories and stupid takes, but D-Mac and Reiter, man, like those guys get you an education now. Okay, especially D-Mac. Like, golly, shoot, you talk about like credentialed and like inside. D-Mac credentialed and on the inside, like he knows all about baseball, and man, he's all up in that. And then Reiter, shoot, national NBA reporter. You know what I'm saying? Like he's got them sources and whatnot. That's highly educational. You come to this show to just get entertained, okay? You come to this show to have a couple laughs, man. I always tell people my show is good if you've got some homies over and you're just splitting a 6-pack. That's what my show is for. We just started talking about random stuff over here. Random stuff. random stuff. The chat's on the YouTube side, by the way, at the Fan LA. Or if you want to call in, 855-97-LA-FAN. Again, that's 855-97-LA-FAN. But it's interesting. I'm talking about and ranting and raving about ESPN and what their recent moves have been and what does it all mean on the landscape of what ESPN means as a company. And it's so interesting because of all topics, I could be talking about Lakers, I could be talking about LeBron, I could be talking about Dodgers. But of all topics, that's the topic that really ignites people. And I think a lot of people are like me, that they truly, honestly loved ESPN. They love it. Or loved it, And the chats are, they're buzzing about ESPN right now. They are. I get it. It's crazy. And look, a lot of ex-ESPNers and stuff, they have their own thoughts and, are they, I don't know if they're complaining about it. I know that's kind of sort of like the take is that, oh man, these guys, they got fired and now they're complaining about it. I don't know if they're complaining. I think they're just providing insight. Like, these guys were in the building and they know what it's like to get fired by ESPN. And let me just say this too. When you get to ESPN, and if you've been there for a long time, for them to turn around and say, well, we don't want you anymore, that's got to be tough. Hey, listen, forget about ESPN. If you've worked anywhere for multiple decades, if you have worked anywhere for, if you worked anywhere for 5 years, if you've worked anywhere for 5 years, and that company turns around and says, thanks, but no thanks, that's tough. It's tough on the ego. It's tough for the mental health. But especially when you get to the highest of high levels, you get to ESPN, the bastion of sports journalism, used to be. Probably still is, because journalism in general is just, not in a good spot. But you get to that level. You get to the highest of the highest levels, and then you get let go. How do you recover? I'm just saying, like, how do you recover from just that? It's like you got to the pinnacle. Okay, well, now what? Humans, see, this is the thing. Humans are built to climb. Humans are built to chase. Humans are built to go get goals. Okay, but once you get that goal, once you're at the top, and then they kick you off the mountain, okay, most humans are not built to reclimb. Does that make sense? Humans are built to chase. Humans are built to climb. Humans are built to attain goals. Once you get to the goal and get kicked off the mountains, humans are not built to reclimb. So you have to redefine yourself. And it becomes really difficult. I was at NFL Network for nearly 5 years. And it was a great time. Like, I had a really, really good time. Golly. Let me tell you something, man. I was at NFL Network, and our show, I was a studio host for NFL Fantasy Live, and that show did extremely well. And I was a big part of that. As a matter of fact, the podcast was doing so well, we were crushing. We were outperforming pretty much every other podcast at the network other than one. We were in second place, but we were crushing everyone. And we had built that from nothing. We had no help. No help. I mean, they were literally sticking us in like broom closets and telling us to go record there. Well, okay, bet. We'll still crush. Other shows had roomfuls of producers. We had one. I was out there basically producing the show by myself. Crushing. Doesn't matter. Why? Because the show was good. The show was so good. NFL Network decided that it was too good and they split everybody up. They said, okay, well, we're not going to renew your contract. We're not going to renew your contract. We're not going to renew your contract. We're going to underpay you so badly you're going to leave. Okay, cool. Again, look, and when I got let go, man, it was tough. Luckily, I bounced back on my feet. From NFL Network, I went straight over to NFL Red Zone, and that was great. The best job of my life, NFL Red Zone. It really was. It was the best show. It was the best show that I've ever been on, and it was the best job I've ever been on. Like, it was awesome. Legit awesome. I met some great people. I met some great coworkers, man. But when that was over, and NFL Red Zone, they when they lost their media rights, and I was out of a job, that was tough. That was really, really tough. I understand why these ESPNers are talking the way they're talking, man, but, like I said, man, this show is neither here nor there for that. The media fight, though, between Emmanuel Acho and former ESPNers is pretty entertaining. I'm not going to lie to you, right? Like, again, I talked about before we went to the break that, okay, NFL Live won back-to-back sports Emmys for Outstanding Studio Show, and the executives are like, hey, you know what? Let's break up the team. Let's get rid of Ryan Clark. Let's fire him mid-show. How does that make sense? I don't know. But there is that where you're saying like, wow, that's a really weird decision versus Emmanuel Acho, who works for Fox Sports, going one step further and saying, quote, Ryan Clark built NFL Live into the juggernaut it is today. He got fact-checked so quick and so hard, bro. Ex-ESPNer Sean Salisbury, who was one of the OGs on the show, took huge exception to that. He said, wow, he also went too far. He compared NFL Live to Fenway Park in St. Andrews. Dog, come on, man. It's a TV show. Chill. Chill out, dude. It's a TV show, man. It's not Fenway Park. It's not St. Andrews. So maybe Sean Salisbury is not the best person to quote on this. Okay, for 3 days, same time slot. Come see me after that. That's a challenge. That's a gauntlet being thrown down. That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. Trey Wingo also chimed in. He was the original host of NFL Live from 2003 to 2018, and he posted a viewership graphic that showed 2013, 688,000 viewers, 2025, 440,000 viewers on average. That was a 36% drop-off in viewership. After posting, he said, and again, he was quote tweeting Emmanuel Acho, he said, let your apology be as loud as your disrespect. I think somebody said that once in referencing Emmanuel Acho. Emmanuel Acho loves to say, let your apology be as loud as your disrespect. Now, that doesn't include cable cutting and all that kind of stuff, cord cutting, and just the overall drop-off of viewership on TV in general. So it can be more nuanced. I do. Look, I understand where Wingo is coming from, and you post the raw numbers and it looks bad, 36% drop off. But I mean, I would actually say, if we're going to take the counter argument to this, I would actually say for that show to have a 36% drop off when cord cutting is more than 36%. I don't know what cord cutting is at. But to factor in the cord cutting for those raw viewership numbers to be what it is, that's actually pretty dang impressive, honestly. I think that's a pretty fair counter argument to all that, man. Anyways, you know what? I need to do countdown to training camp, and I need to talk football. I do. But you know what? I need to take a break too. So after the break, we will fully dive in, and we're going to go in hard. Like, we're talking the next 30, 40 minutes, hard on the divisions, hard on AFC and NFC West analysis. That's coming up next. The countdown to training camp continues right here on the James Koh Show on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Yo, what is cracking, everybody? James Coe here with you. Welcome you back. Fast approaching the 5 o'clock hour, man. If you're in your car, appreciate you listening to the James Coe Show. If you want to be part of the program, 855-97-LA-FAN. Again, that's 855-97-LA-FAN. If you guys were expecting D-Mac and Reiter, I do apologize. Okay, the boys are on vacation, man. What can I say? I'm going to be here with you here 2 to 6 today and tomorrow. And the boys, D-Mac and Reiter, they will be back in their normal time slot next week. Meanwhile, starting at 6, going till 10, it's Ben Stevens. Listen to him. He's great as well. Okay, let's talk about win totals in the AFC and the NFC West. And the win totals have been updated, all the player movement. I'm sure they will be updated again should Aaron Donald be coming to the Rams, which I think is almost for sure. I mean, again, man, there's been no negative reporting in regards to Aaron Donald coming back. Like, literally zero. Literally zero. There's been no, like, he's happy in retirement. There's been no, well, he has to weigh his options. There's been no, like, well, the money is far apart. There's nothing. There's absolutely nothing. I mean, shoot, we got, Sean McVay extolling the virtues of him as a person and as a human. Okay, cool, man. Sean McVay's the best, dude. I love his energy, man. It's great. It's great. If you injected Sean McVay's energy into my body, bro, like my head would just straight up explode. Just blow up, man. It'd be like a stick of dynamite inside of a watermelon, man. Just boom. Crazy. I mean, shoot, listen to Sean McVay talk about Aaron Donald here, man. That's crazy.
I have crossed paths with Aaron Donald, and what's special is we have a really special relationship, and it's way bigger than football. I've heard him say it before, and it means the world to me, and I feel the same. It's family with us. He's done so much for me. I love the man he is. I love the husband, the father, the son. He represents a lot of the things that are right, and what he's going to do is he is thinking about this. He's going to go through his process, and the one thing about Aaron Donald is what he does it full speed ahead.
I love it. I love it. I love him, the man, person, husband, son, brother. Dude, what? Chill, dude. I love Sean McVay, man. He's the best, dude. He really is. He's awesome, bro. Win totals in the AFC. At the lowest, it's the Raiders at 5.5. They had 3 wins last year. They draft Fernando Mendoza. They signed Kirk Cousins. But most importantly, they bring in Clint Kubiak, OC from Seattle last year. If you watch their offense, very effective. Very effective offense considering that, again, they had Sam Darnold, who was, I think to put it fairly, he's a journeyman quarterback, right? Because that's what he's been. Flamed out with the Jets, went to Minnesota. I went to a couple different places. Look, he was in San Francisco. He's back up there. Right, then he goes to Minnesota. Kevin O'Connell does a good job building him back up. They have a great campaign. Then he goes and signs with Seattle. Signs him to a pretty modest deal. I think it was like a 3-year, $100 million or something like that, right? Pretty modest though overall. I think he could have gotten more, but he was like, you know what? Let me go to Seattle. They've got a winning culture over here, and he teamed up with Clint Kubiak, and Clint Kubiak did a spectacular job with both the run game and the pass game. I mean, the one thing about Sam Darnold that we like is that, man, this guy will absolutely stay in the pocket, and he will absolutely deliver a strike, even if he's going to get crushed. Much like Matt Stafford. That's what we like about Darnold, though. And, dude, I tell you what, man, he's able to throw these inbreakers. He will sit there, and he will he will get buried, but he will throw that dig route, and he'll say, all right, here you go. Here's the dig route. Boom. But I want you to think about their passing game now, right? Like, they didn't have a notable tight end, and they really did not have a wide receiver too. Jackson Smith and Jigba had a humongous year last year, 1,700 yards, right? And that's pretty, look, if you think about it and you say to yourself, well, there was nobody else that they could have thrown to. Right? That's exactly the point. When generally in the NFL, when there is truly no one else to throw to, it's hard to throw to that one player. It's really hard. For him to have put up 17, it's different if you say to yourself, okay, this guy there was nobody else in the passing attack, and he got 1,200 yards. That's different. He had 1,700 yards, and he was truly one of the best wide receivers in the game, period. Great route runner. Unbelievable, all three levels. He could beat, he consistently beat zone and was a great man press beater. And he won at all three levels. Slant route, dig route, don't matter. Okay, we're going deep overs. Let's go. Hey, listen, you want to go over the top? He's going to beat you on the boundary with like a go route. You throw a deep post? Yep. JSN right there. Boom. He's there. He's ready for it. But when you only have one guy, there was literally no one else that was a consistent threat or a credible threat. Right? To add a credible threat, they added Rashid Shaheed mid-season to reunite him with his OC in New Orleans, Clint Kubiak. And even then, because it was so late in the season, it took a little bit of time to get him acclimated. Same playbook, but still, took a little bit of time. They really had no other option. Clint Kubiak did an incredible job. That's part of what he did in the passing game. People don't talk about enough. Truly, honestly, they had one legitimate option. And look, I like A.J. Barner. I mean, Cooper Kupp is a name, but at this point in Cooper Kupp's career, he was not a credible threat as a pass catcher. Truly was not. And the depth chart behind Cooper Kupp was bad. There was no one. And I like A.J. Barner. A.J. Barner's a good player. But still, I don't think anyone's confusing A.J. Barner to be this elite level tight end, pass catching tight end. He's just not that guy. He's just a good real life player. So again, they had one truly alpha in JSN. Great route runner. Good play design to get him open. And that's it. And Clint Kubiak kept Sam Darnold on schedule. The one thing about Clint Kubiak, again, multi-generational run designer. His dad, Gary, was an innovator in the sport and truly one of the best OCs to ever do it. Go look up Gary Kubiak running backs, man, and you will be absolutely floored and shocked. Routinely turning 5th round, 6th round undrafted players into 1,000-yard backs. No problems. It was crazy. Super Bowl winning champion, Gary Kubiak, his son, who has been around the game forever, his entire life, second generation guy. Again, he also extremely good, extremely effective run designer. That is the Kubiak name. And he applied that, right? Zach Charbonnet was getting some work, but it was really Kenneth Walker who thrived, especially late in the season, especially in the postseason. He absolutely carried that entire offense. Kenneth Walker. Imagine, speaking of the Raiders, imagine what Ashton Jeanty is going to do as a runner with Clint Kubiak. Run that wide zone scheme, man. Ashton Jeanty's about to eat, bro. Ashton Jeanty got 1,300 yards last year. Did y'all know that? Ashton Jeanty got 1,200, 1,300 yards last year. Scrimmage yards. I'm not talking on the ground. I think he had like 950 on the ground. And then another 250 through the air. Insane. Obviously, the efficiency wasn't there. It was sub 4.0 in terms of yards per carry. But yeah, man. Hey, listen, the Raiders had 5.5, and that's based purely off of Clint Kubiak. Kirk Cousins don't got it anymore, man. I think he's toast. I think his arm looks like it's toast. I don't know how long it's going to be before we see Fernando Mendoza, but even though I think Kirk Cousins is toast and his arm is toast, he has enough upstairs. He has enough as a game manager to get by. And the fact that they go out there and they sign center Tyler Linderbaum, that was huge. Look, left tackle is... when we're talking about, offensive line, left tackle is the most important for a right-handed quarterback. It is. But I truly, honestly think that the second most important position on the offensive line is center. Got to get a good center. And we've seen it a number of times. Good centers goes to an offensive line and transforms the line. Why? Because the center is the quarterback of the offensive line. A lot of times for different quarterbacks, some quarterbacks set assignments in terms of blocking, but a lot of times, the center is setting blocking assignments. That's pretty good. I think Tyler Linderbaum coming to the Raiders is huge. Massive. They're also getting healthier along the offensive line too. 5.5 wins for the Raiders. I feel like that's a little low, but the division is really tough. Broncos, Chiefs, and Chargers. And I love the Chargers. And I'm not just saying that because we're in LA. I truly love the Chargers. I love what they're doing. I love what the Chargers are doing. By the way, we are presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. So the Raiders projected with 5.5 wins. Let me tell you something. I think they go over that by just a touch. I think this is a 7-win ball club. So still below 500. I know, hey, listen, Raider fans, don't get mad at me, but that's just what I think. More breakdowns of the AFC and NFC West. That's coming up on the back end of the James Koh Show on the brand new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Last hour of the show? Shoot, y'all better give me another 2 hours. I'm ready, baby. I'm ready. 4 hours is not enough. Football coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. Again, countdown to training camp. It continues right here on 97.1 The Fan. BA, boss man Andrew, he said, hey, James, you got to go win football, man. We're going to go win football. I make fun of myself. I say I'm an idiot. And I truly believe that sometimes I am just an idiot, man. I just like having fun sometimes. But I tell you right now, football coverage on this show will be immaculate. It will be immaculate. No one's going to get more in depth talking about depth charts, talking about stats, talking about, again, analytics, but also talking about game film. That's what your boy does. That is how I make my living. I sit down, I chart running backs. I own an analytics website. We chart running backs, wide receivers, quarterbacks. I live in this. This is my world. Welcome to my house. We talk about winning football. Shoot, let's go. AFC West. Raiders at 5.5 win totals. That's what Vegas says. I say bet the over. I like them for 7 wins this year. I don't know how good Fernando Mendoza is going to be. I'm kind of bummed that the Raiders are in Vegas, though, and that they're not in Oakland. You know, former Cal product. I know he got famous in Indiana. I get it. But, hey, listen, I'm a Cal guy, okay? This guy made his bones at Cal, at Berkeley now. Kind of bummed. That'd be kind of a cool homecoming story for him, no? That'd be cool. Again, I think I like them for 7 wins this year. I do. Broncos at 9.5. Chargers also at 9.5. Broncos won 14 games last year, and for some reason, Vegas says 9.5 for the Broncos. Why? Because I don't think I'm not going over my skis and saying they did get pretty dang lucky. Did the Broncos? They had 11 of those 14 wins were one-possession victories. One-possession victories. Hey, yo, as we saw with the Chiefs last year, math ends up mathing. When you get in all these one-score games are very 50-50-ish. Not totally, but you know what I'm saying. One-score games can go either way, man. And the Broncos last year won 11 one-possession victories. 11. That's got to even out. Again, they won 14 games last year, and 11 of their 14 were one-possession games. Let's say instead of winning those 11 one-possession victories, they go, I don't know, they end up losing an extra 4 games there. You know what I'm saying? Very different. Now, instead of 14 wins, we're talking about 10 wins, and the tenor of this of the Broncos is very different. I get that they got really, really far, and Bo Nix, if he hadn't injured his ankle, I think the Denver Broncos, they end up winning the AFC, and they go to the Super Bowl. I still think they end up getting smacked by Seattle, but still, they get to the Super Bowl. But 9.5 wins for the Broncos. Again, I'm tempted to say bet the over, but you know what? I think that's a really good line. I'm staying away. The math ends up mathing, y'all. I know it ends up being weird, man. You win all these one-possession games, it just happens to balance out. Again, the Chiefs, they went 1-9 in one-score games last year. Let me say that again. They had 6 wins, and yet they went 1-9 in those one-score games. It's supposed to be 50-50-ish, but remember, the year prior to that, dude, they couldn't lose a one-score game. And everyone said, oh, but that's Patrick Mahomes. In a one-score game, Patrick Mahomes is going to win. Nah, see, you guys don't get it. Like, that's not how it generally works. You can have the best quarterback in the world, but when you get into a one-score game, it's a lot closer to 50-50 than you would think. I want to say that the Kansas City Chiefs, they bounce back. Right now, Vegas has them winning the division, charting them with 10.5 wins. Again, Broncos, Chargers, 9.5, Chiefs, 10.5. Listen. I want to say they bounce back. Again, they went 1-9 in one-score games. Hey, listen, they go, let's say they go 5-4. Okay, instead of 6 wins, they get 10 wins, they make the postseason. As always, like they always do. You know what I'm saying? But I tell you what, man. Shoot, even if they go 5-4 in those one-score games, they still win 10 games. That's still under 10.5. I think 10 wins for them seems realistic. But I tell you what, I'll bet the under. I think the Chiefs finish third in this division. And I think they have a real come-to-Jesus moment with roster construction. For the past 5 years, maybe longer, but I think for the past 5 years, this team has looked at Patrick Mahomes and said, okay, you're the savior. We're going to do everything else, but you have to carry the entire dang offense by yourself. Put the entire offense on your back. Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, y'all put the whole team on your back and try to win football games offensively. They have done absolutely nothing to support the offense. They basically said, okay, cool. We have a good offensive line. We're gonna draft offensive linemen. We're gonna win there. We're gonna spend money on the offensive line, but we're not gonna spend any money on receiver. I've been saying this for the whole dang week. This is criminal negligence, what they have done to the wide receiver room in Kansas City. When your projected number 1 wide receiver was most recently rehabbing in jail, and you didn't address wide receiver in the draft or free agency, that is criminal negligence of your wide receiver room. Horrible. Oh, by the way, they are still relying on Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid, despite the fact that Patrick Mahomes is coming back from an ACL tear. KC, what are y'all doing? That's great. Hey, and listen, if you're a Charger fan, if you're a Raiders fan, you're happy. You're happy that this criminal negligence is going on in Kansas City. That they have the hubris, the out-and-out arrogance of Kansas City to not address wide receiver because they've got Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. That is arrogance. That is hubris. But you know what? If you're a Chargers fan, if you're a Raiders fan, you're going to take that. I think they get exposed this year, and that's why I think they have a come-to-Jesus moment. Patrick Mahomes coming off an ACL, your best receiver was rehabbing in jail? Nah, dude, I'm good. Travis Kelce, who has been the de facto number 1 pass catcher, this guy's got 1 foot in the career grave. Again, hubris. Hubris. I don't see it. I do not see it. Bet the under. 10.5 wins? Nope. Not getting there. This is a 9-win team if I've ever seen one. And I think they miss the postseason again. And again, I think they have they've got to look in the mirror and say, okay, well, how do we want to build out the rest of Patrick Mahomes' tenure? They've gotten so spoiled. Hey, and listen, I saw Patrick Mahomes was voted the 2nd best quarterback in the NFL by the players and executives or whatever, right? What film are we watching on this? What are we watching? I have no idea. Because last year, Patrick Mahomes was not that good. I won't go so far as to say Patrick Mahomes was bad, but if he wasn't good, he was not a top 5 quarterback last year, period. Hands down, period, not a top 5 quarterback. If you think he's the 2nd best quarterback in the NFL, that's based off of reputation and reputation alone. That's a resume look. That's looking at the resume and saying, hey, listen, this guy's won multiple MVPs. He's won multiple Super Bowls. So obviously he's the second best quarterback next to Josh Allen. No, he's not. He did not play well last year. And I don't blame him, by the way. Andy Reid has not updated the playbook. Like, he's got this whole, like, West Coast offense type of thing. Like, you know, hey, listen, we're going to throw into the flats and throw these quick hitches and whatnot. Like, okay, listen, bro. At this point, the league is catching on. They are catching on to the fact that you don't have a vertical receiver. There's no vertical threat whatsoever. Safeties are coming down into the box. They're taking away the flat curls. Like, staples of, like, these hitches, like, the staples of this, like, you know, quick passing attack, like, West Coast offense style. Like, it's not working, Andy. It would work if you had real wide receivers. You don't have real wide receivers. It would work if Travis Kelce was in his prime still. He's not in his prime. It's not working, Andy. We got to find a new offense. We got to find a new voice. Instead of finding a new voice, they go back to an old voice. They bring in Eric Bieniemy. Okay. We'll see how Eric Bieniemy couldn't cut it as UCLA's OC. Come on. What are we doing? Kansas City, I'm telling you, Kansas City's in trouble. If they get to 9 games, I mean, again, that sounds like their limit. That means everything's got to go right. That Patrick Mahomes is fully healthy and plays all 17 games. That he doesn't have a setback. That assumes Rashee Rice, who's been one of the most unreliable players in the NFL, both on and off the field, is fully healthy. And that rehabbing in jail didn't cost him any time. Again, everything has to go right for this team, I think, to win 9 games. Bet the under. Finally, that leaves me with the Chargers, man. I think Raiders come in last in this division and the Chiefs come in third. Still, it's going to be a strong division with 3 teams winning 9 or more games. But give me the Chargers to win this division. Give it to me. 9.5? That's disrespectful, dude. What are we talking? That 9.5 is disrespectful. 11 wins last year alone. Now, I get it. It's juiced. And so, you know, I know all the sports bettors are like, oh, man, this guy doesn't know ball. Shut the hell up, okay? Look, I get it. It's juiced. It's minus 140. 9.5 wins is juiced out of its mind at minus 140. I get it. I understand. Still, 9.5 is still disrespectful to me. Guys, just make it 10.5, man. Like, what are we doing out here? Chargers should be at 10.5. That should be the number. 9.5 is disrespectful. They won 11 games last year, and they got better. They somehow won 11 games, and they got better. And the line is 9.5? Get out of here, dude. That's absurd. Bet the over. I don't care that's juiced. Minus 140. I don't care. Easy money. You're talking Joe Alt, Rashawn Slater. They're coming back. They bolstered the guards. This is still Jim Harbaugh we're talking about. I mean, what are we worried about? Jesse Minter leaving? Hey, Jesse Minter was a great DC. I'm not saying he wasn't. But if you don't think that Jim Harbaugh did not have an incredible amount of input on the defensive side, then you don't know ball. You don't know the history of Jim Harbaugh. He has been an incredible defensive head coach in his entirety, whether we're talking Stanford, whether we're talking Michigan, whether we're talking San Francisco, 49ers. They've always had good defenses. You really think it's the DC or you think it's Jim? That's why I'm saying people thinking like Jesse Minter's going to be good in Baltimore. We'll see. I think Baltimore made a huge mistake. I don't think Jesse Minter is all that. I think he basically rode the coattails of Jim Harbaugh and got famous that way. And then shoot, Declan Doyle's 29 years old, bro. He's younger than the starting quarterback in Lamar Jackson? Nah, man. Horrible hire. You got a young guy in Jesse Minter who's completely unproven and a young guy in Declan Doyle who's completely unproven trying to guide a veteran team. Nope, not going to work. And maybe Lamar Jackson's so good it don't matter. But I tell you what, I didn't like the hires at all. And I'm on an island. I feel like I'm shouting into the void. I feel like I'm the only sane person. I feel like that people are trying to make me feel like I'm taking crazy pills because I'm hating on Baltimore's hirings. I'm like, Jesse Minter? Hey, listen, Jesse Minter's a great lieutenant. He did an awesome job at D.C. running Jim Harbaugh's defense. Defense is going to be fine. The one thing I worry about with the Chargers, and I've been saying this now, is the age of their defense. Khalil Mack is older. Derwin James is older. Dalvin Tomlinson is older. They got a lot of older players. I am worried about that, but I'll tell you what, even if some of these guys do go down, again, I think they'll be just fine because Jim Harbaugh is in the building. I like the Chargers to win this division. And I'm not just saying that because they're LA and we're LA. You know what I'm saying? I like this team. I like this team a lot. I think offensively, they're going to get it cracking, man. Mike McDaniel, great hire. I like it. We transition to the NFC. At the bottom of the pile, it's Arizona. Cardinals won 3 games last year. They lost their final 9 games of the season. Good Lord. By the way, they lost their last 9 games despite putting up yards and points. Despite putting up crazy yards and points, they still lost 9 games in a row to close out the season. That's crazy. 3.5. I'm going to go ahead and say, I don't know. 3 is actually a really good number. 3.5 is actually really good. I don't know how it's going to go, but I personally think, and I know Tyler Dragon from USA Today disagreed with me, but I personally think they're going to be a fun, bad team. The worst thing you can be is a boring, bad team. Don't be boring and bad. If you're going to be bad, be fun. And I think Arizona with Jacoby Brissett can be fun. Jeremiah Love, you got Baby LaFleur as head coach, so the offense will be better organized. And you've got, again, Jeremiah Love, who is an incredible running back. Marvin Harrison, who I think will be much, much better this year. Michael Wilson's found money. Michael Wilson is like, you do the laundry, you bring out your laundry, and you're like, oh my God, there's a $20 bill in here. Where did this come? This is awesome. That's Michael Wilson. He was great last year. That 1-2 combination at wide receiver, I think, is really, really underrated and potentially like legit good. But then they got Trey McBride. Best pass catching tight end in the NFL. I know the Raider fans are like, what about Brock Bowers? Yeah, okay. Maybe Brock Bowers too. I'm not gonna go too hard on that take, but I do think that Trey McBride is better than Brock Bowers as a pure pass catching, or I shouldn't even say pure pass catching, but just as a pure tight end. I'll take Trey McBride over Brock Bowers. And Brock's great. Brock's awesome. Although I did see somewhere on ESPN saying that Brock Bowers is the new JSN, which I'm like, that is one of the worst takes I've ever seen in my life. Literally one of the worst takes I've ever seen in my life. He's a tight end. What are you talking about? Like, he's a tight end. I don't care how good of a tight end you are. You're not better than you're not going to be the next best wide receiver in the NFL. You could be a really good route runner for tight end. You're not even in the top 30 of route runners for wide receivers. It's 2 totally different positions. Like, what are you talking about? You're not the next JSN. That is borderline ludicrous and insane. I don't see it. I don't see that one at all. Niners projected for 9.5 wins. That is the second lowest amount. They won 12 games last year, despite the fact that Brock Purdy missed 8 games, Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, they had season-ending injuries. Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, they're back. That's huge. Brock Purdy obviously healthy. They go and add Mike Evans. So you're saying to yourself, well, of course they're going to win more than 9.5. Yeah, not so fast, my friend. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. Still, it's a very fragile team. Offensively, incredibly fragile. George Kittle coming off of an Achilles, he's in his 30s. CMC coming off of 410 plus touches. Again, go research Curse of 370. Plus he's 30 years old. Classic age of running back fall off. Last year at 29, efficiency absolutely bottomed out. Was one of his worst running back campaigns as a runner in his career. That came at age 29. Do you think that's getting better at age 30? I don't know. Trent Williams is in his late 30s. He's in his late 30s. I think he's 38 years old. Bro, you think he's going to stay healthy? This team is one of, again, I don't have the number right in front of me, but I believe they went like 4-13 when Trent Williams doesn't play. 4-13. That's insane. You think he's going to play all 17 games? I don't think so. Rams at 9.5. That feels like a pretty good number. Plus the electrical substation. No, I'm just kidding, guys. Come on, man. It's funny to think about, though, because I tell you what, it's a very injury-prone team. It's an older team, and then they're going to, I can almost guarantee you they're going to get injured. So, again, the electrical substation will be a storyline. What about the Rams? What about the Seahawks? Again, I break down who wins this division. The Super Bowl, the reigning, defending Super Bowl champions, or the guys that are favored to win the Super Bowl this year in the LA Rams. We're going to break down that head-to-head matchup. Coming up next, right here on the James Coe Show on the brand new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. What is cracking, Los Angeles? Last 30 minutes of the show, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit the website, calldowntown.com. Again, the website, calldowntown.com. We continue our countdown to training camp, and we're talking about the NFC West. Last two teams. Who is it? Who do I like? Do I like the Rams? Do I like Seattle? Let me tell you something. Obviously, the Rams have improved. When you go get Myles Garrett on a team that was, again, top 5 in terms of quarterback pressure rate last year, top 5 in quarterback pressure rate, and you go get Myles Garrett, good night. Potentially getting back Aaron Donald, too. You know what's crazy? That trade for Myles Garrett's almost like trading for 2 players. You go and trade Myles Garrett, it gets Aaron Donald so excited he might come back. He probably will come back. That trade was like trading for 2 Pro Bowlers. I think that's what's insane to me. The Myles Garrett trade, they gave up a lot. Jared Verse is a dog. Jared Verse has a long, he's got a long Pro Bowl-filled career in his future. It's a great trade for both teams. Cleveland did not get fleeced. They did not. This was very much a fair trade for both sides. Jared Verse is so good. For the Rams to lose him, to go get Myles Garrett at their respective ages, it's a great deal for Cleveland. That being said, it's almost as if they traded Jared Verse and all those draft picks to go get Myles Garrett and Aaron Donald. That changes the calculus of that trade considerably. Considerably. I love it. So yeah, they've gotten better. They've gotten better. For sure. And then they go shore up their cornerback spots. Jalen Watson, Trent McDuffie. Shoot. If there was one hole in that defense last year, it was on the outside. Emmanuel Forbes was making plays, but he gave up plays. Outside corner was a soft spot for them. I'm not going to say it was a problem. I think that's overstating it, but it certainly was a soft spot in their defense, outside corner. They gave up a lot of yards on the outside. And now they turn Forbes into a depth piece. That's pretty good. Trent McDuffie, Jalen Watson, what a cornerback duo that is. You basically just transplant KC's cornerback room to your cornerback room. That's not bad. This again goes back to KC, man. What is KC doing? Again, are you getting fair trade value? Of course you are. It's a good trade. Like, I'll give the Rams that. I'll give Les Snead that. Like, I love the fact that, you know what, they're not out there fleecing teams. I think the reason Les Snead is able to make these deals is because when other GMs get on the phone with Les, they know that Les is not trying to play games. That Les is legitimately trying to make you a deal. And that deal is most likely pretty fair. Trent McDuffie, that trade was absolutely fair. But if you're KC, what I don't understand is, listen, you guys got to be thinking about extending Trent McDuffie, not trading Trent McDuffie. I don't know what KC's doing. KC's treating it like Patrick Mahomes is still in a superhero era. He's not. He's just not. And he's coming off an ACL tear. It's like, what are we doing? What? This doesn't make any sense. Anyways, whatever. Regardless. Meanwhile, for Seattle projected for 10.5 games. They won 14 games last year. They won the Super Bowl. It feels disrespectful to say Seahawks 10.5. It feels disrespectful. I'll bet the under. I would have gone lower. You know why? When you lose Clint Kubiak, that's a big deal. And maybe they could have mitigated that if they brought in somebody else, but they brought in a fella by the name of Brian Fleury. Hey, listen, nothing against Brian Fleury. I'm sure he's an outstanding gentleman. I'm sure he's a really nice guy. Brian Fleury has never called a game. He's never even made it to offensive coordinator. We're talking about a guy that was a tight ends coach for San Francisco last year. I mean, you're so desperate to get to feed off the tree of Kyle Shanahan. You're like, give me your tight ends coach. Not even your quarterbacks. Just give me your tight ends coach. He's been on the offense. He's been an offensive coach for 6 years. That's it. That's it. This guy was like doing data analytics for a bit. Brian Fleury. You're telling me all of a sudden this guy, he's got to fill the shoes of Clint Kubiak? That is a massive drop-off. Massive drop-off. Insane levels of drop-off. No, Seattle's offense will not be as good. And oh, by the way, the guy who you built your offense around, or excuse me, didn't build it around, but literally carried the offense in the postseason, Kenneth Walker. Instead of extending the guy, you're like, you know what? Let's trade the guy. Or you're going to let this guy walk. Let's let this guy walk. He was only the Super Bowl MVP. You only lost Clint Kubiak. He was only one of your best offensive weapons last year. Let's let him walk. I get it. Running back value in the NFL is at an all-time low, and as a matter of fact, I would go so far as to say it's market manipulation. It's so bad. Running backs are so important, and yet they are devalued so badly that it's to me it's market manipulation. These guys are so underpaid. It just feels like, I mean, I just don't know how to put it. I mean, it literally feels like all the franchises have gotten together and they're like, you know what? We all respectively are not going to pay this position. They're so undervalued. We got random wide receiver, like Darius Slayton is getting paid more than most running backs. That's so stupid to me. You know? Like, what are we doing out here? I don't get it. You could say, hey, running back production can be replaced pretty easily. You can still say that and still say Darius Slayton should not be getting paid more than 75% of starting running backs. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying here? Like, it doesn't make sense. Running backs are so undervalued right now. It's crazy. But when we talk about the Seattle Seahawks, man, I think it's going to be borderline catastrophic going from Clint Kubiak to Brian Fleury. I think it's borderline catastrophic in Seattle, and I don't think they're taking enough account into it. You lose Clint Kubiak, you lose Kenneth Walker. Zach Charbonnet's coming back from a legit, like a serious knee injury. The whole backfield is turned around. Your whole offense was built off the run game. And I know what look, I get it. Somebody's going to say, what do you mean? JSN had 1,700 yards. JSN was the centerpiece of the offense. Right. Except you needed to have a run game. How many play action plays was JSN eaten on? How many times would Darnold go play action outside zone, plant his feet and rip a dig? How many times? You see what I'm saying? Yes, JSN's the most important piece. Not named Sam Darnold on that offense, but it was built off the run. That was your foundation, was the run game. Clint Kubiak, second generation run game designer. Your two best running backs, Zach Charbonnet and Kenneth Walker, are not available. Kenneth Walker's gone. Charbonnet probably won't be available for the first month of the season, maybe longer. You go and spend a first-round draft pick on Jadarian Price. My charting shows that he can't run between the tackles very well. He's not very good at breaking tackles at the point of attack. He's awesome once he gets to the outside. Let's see if that translates to the NFL, where running outside is going to be a lot more difficult. Like I said, once he gets ahead of steam, Jadarian Price, awesome. Can he get ahead of steam? We're going to find out. He might just be that guy. I don't know. Maybe. I'm open to it. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying there's question marks. One of the best outside runners that I've charted coming out of Notre Dame, he was great. But when the defense can lock in on you, can you still get away? I don't know. I do know he's not going to be able to run between the tackles. That's just not what he does. That's just not what he does. Again, we go crazy in depth here, man. We start talking about run schemes and run design and what guys are doing after the tackle, man. I think Seattle at 10.5, that sounds about right. Rams at 11.5, that sounds about right. But I'll bet the under on Seattle, and I'll bet the over on the Rams. Again, the NFC West, hyper competitive. And if there's one thing that gives me pause, it's the fact that Kyle Shanahan seems to have Sean McVay's number. Kyle Shanahan just plays the Rams so well every single time. He knows what they're going to do, and they practice to stop it. That's the only thing that gives me pause, but I think their offense is going to take a big step back, San Francisco, and I think Seattle's offense is going to take a big step back too. And they've got to go up against the teeth of the Rams defense. Forget about it, man. I love the Rams to win this division. They got to stay healthy, obviously, too. You say that about every team, just about, though. I like the Rams a lot. A lot. All right, so we just went through the latest Vegas win totals, man. As the countdown to kickoff continues and the countdown to training camp continues. I love talking football with y'all, man. 855-97-LA-FAN. Where did I get it right? Where did I get it wrong? 855-97-LA-FAN. More of the James Coe Show after the break, right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. What is cracking? Los Angeles, we welcome back into the show. The last, oh my gosh, only 12 minutes to go. That is insane to me. The YouTube chat has been popping. Can I say this, man? Swung at ball 4. First of all, great screen name. He says, I will say Co has great hair. Thank you, bro. If there is one, hey, listen, if there's one thing I could say, okay, and take pride in, it is the fact that I do take care of my hair, and I will flaunt this bad boy so long as I have it. Let's go. Okay? I like it, man. I do like it. By the way, Robert Wallace saying some of the nicest things that you could say to me, man. Robert Wallace, I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you, man. We've also got Ariba Tijuana in there. Dead Meow is in there. Amazing Shot is in there too. Let's go. I want to say hello to the YouTube chat. What's going on, y'all? If y'all want to be part of the conversation, 855-97-LA-FAN. 855-97-LA-FAN. I'm going to close out the show with this crazy story. It's popping on the internet right now. Social media is going hard on this, man. USA Today columnist Nancy Armour, or maybe it's Nancy Armour, makes an insane Caitlin Clark, wrote a crazy Caitlin Clark column. Try saying that 10 times fast. Caitlin Clark column. Nancy Armour from USA Today compared Caitlin Clark and her flopping to Emmett Till. Are you kidding me? One of her top lines was, Caitlin Clark's flopping isn't just annoying, it's becoming dangerous. Bro, what? A WNBA player flopping is dangerous? She goes on. Clark is flopping, and her histrionics, great word, I love histrionics, and her histrionics, while doing so, are putting other people in danger. It shouldn't need reminding, this country has an awful history of black people being harmed, even killed, in the name of quote-unquote defending white women. The WNBA's All-Star Game this weekend is in Chicago, Emmett Till's hometown. Bro. Comparing Caitlin Clark's flopping to Emmett Till for any reason is absolute insanity. This is the definition of taking this stuff way too seriously. I am sorry, but no one's basketball flopping should be on the level of tragedy of Emmett Till. That's absolutely insane. She goes on to say, there also should be an expectation on Clark to recognize the wider consequences of her actions. What the hell, bro? You make the most insane comp in the history of the WNBA, and then not only that, you want Caitlin Clark to recognize the insane comp and apologize for it. What in the what? Bro, what are you talking about? Nancy Armour. That's insane. You make the most insane comp in WNBA history, and you're saying Caitlin Clark should recognize that and change her behavior based off of your insane comp. Insane. It was so crazy, so out of left field. She was getting flamed so hard that a sports columnist had to make her Twitter profile private Do you understand how bad that? You're a sports columnist. You are supposed to write things that piss people off, that people love. Your whole job as a columnist, y'all, is to write something that people feel. Good, bad, it don't matter. Your job is to make somebody feel something. You want them to feel it. And you know what? On that point, mission accomplished. But it's not even so much like anger. It's just straight up confusion. Like, that's the emotion that I feel. I'm like, I'm confused, dog. Like, I don't understand what's going on. But her take is so bad. Her take is so bad that a sports columnist had to turn her profile private. That's crazy. That is crazy. She wrote an apology. And she said, in my recent column, I made an inartful comparison with the murder of Emmett Till. Yeah, you did. And she says, I obviously did not provide enough context for that. However, this point stands. There is a history in this country of perceived threats to white women being weaponized against African Americans and the danger that poses to black players in the league. Players have been abused online if they've they reported receiving death threats. That has to be taken more seriously. Dude, I am sorry, man, but that's a Caitlin Clark problem? How is that a CC problem, bro? And listen, I'm not the guy like trying to defend like people like making crazy like online threats and stuff. Like that just, okay, like I get it. Don't do that. Don't be a bad human. Let's just start with that. But how is that a CC problem? I don't understand how that's a CC problem at all. Because she's flopping, she is doing. So I'm sorry. So Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he needs to apologize for people getting threatened online, bro? What? That's so stupid. It's beyond ridiculous. You know, let me just say this too. Like, male players, I'm not trying to be one of these like, well, if the men did it. No, I'm not trying to do that. But what I am saying is, Caitlin Clark has made the WNBA so popular that people are like legitimately betting on the WNBA now. And when you get sports money, like sports betting involved, trust there will be threats. Trust there will be online jerks. But that is a byproduct of the sport becoming more popular. Do you understand what I'm saying here? Like, you want CC to apologize for making the sport popular. That's truly what you want. Hey, and listen, like, again, like, if we're just talking, like, equality, you know what I'm saying? Like, listen, it don't matter, men or female, like, it don't matter. If something gets popular, internet trolls are going to be out there being jerks and doing borderline criminal things. If they are threatening your life, that is criminal. And I'm not condoning it by any stretch of the imagination at all. But it's a byproduct of the game becoming more popular. And again, I'm just saying, listen, we've heard this story about athletes getting threatened, about athletes getting doxxed, like family members, like their address is getting put online. That has been happening in male sports for 10 plus years, ever since the advent of Twitter. That's been happening. Like, if a field goal kicker in the SEC misses a game-winning kick, what happens? They get put on blast. This is a byproduct of the popularity of the sport. I don't know what to tell. I wish people were nicer. I wish people weren't so insane. I wish people weren't such jerks. I wish people didn't come onto my page and post racist stuff, man. Like, I wish that didn't happen. I'm not making my account private, bro. I'm just, like, this just happens. The more popular you get, the more the crazy people come out. It just happens. This is not a CC problem. This is a society problem, bro. All right, man. I wish I could keep going. I could go like another hour on this, man, but I got to get out of here, man. I got to go see my kids. I'm going to give my kids extra hugs today because this story's so crazy. I got to go. But I end the show as I always do. Remember, it's never too late to chase your dreams. Peace.
A Thursday night in Los Angeles. It is now prime time in LA as we say hello and welcome to the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I am Ben Stevens, very pleased to be back with you for yet another night this week on a very special week here on the new 97.1 The Fan. It is countdown to training camp week in the countdown for the Los Angeles Chargers and those newcomers, the rookies, has hit zero. The Bolts reporting to the Bolt in El Segundo to start training camp today for their 2026 NFL campaign. Of course, the rookies and the veterans for the Los Angeles Rams report to training camp at LMU just 2 days from now. The countdown's still on for the Super Bowl favorites entering a new year in the National Football League. The Chargers vets show up 5 days from now on July 28th. That is this upcoming Tuesday. And on this Thursday night, without any localized Major League Baseball action, in fact, only 5 games across the entirety of the slate today on the diamond, we will set the stage for the weekend ahead for the Los Angeles Dodgers that continue their road trip post-All-Star break to begin the unofficial second half of this MLB season. The Dodgers at 65-38 after a series victory last night in Philadelphia have the best record in baseball. There will be so much to discuss for the Dodgers and some of the key storylines entering that series up in Flushing starting tomorrow night against the Mets, a New York Mets team that is gravely struggling this season. Here's the rundown for today's show. 4 hours of fun here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. We will continue the conversation on countdown to training camp week around those Super Bowl favorites, the Los Angeles Rams. Alexis Kraft from Downtown Rams will join us in just about 25 minutes from now for her expectations for Los Angeles in 2026 and what she might be most excited by when she looks at the Rams roster and all of the sky-high aspirations for an upcoming NFL season. We will hopefully talk a little bit of college football in our second hour as well. We're just a few days away from the unofficial kickoff of the college football season here in LA because it takes place in Chicago. It's Big Ten Media Days. Lincoln Riley and the Trojans at the dais on Tuesday in the Windy City. Bob Chesney, the new head coach of the UCLA Bruins, will take the stage on Wednesday to begin his first year at the helm of this UCLA football program. And of course, each and every night, each and every day here on Countdown to Training Camp Week on the new 97.1 The Fan has featured a different main talking point, a different theme, if you will, as we get you set with all the information, all of the stats, all the facts that you need to know to be a smarter and better and more engaged football fan here in Los Angeles in 2026. Tonight's theme is a divisional deep dive. We will go around two of the most difficult divisions in the National Football League. We start with the NFC West, where the Rams are the favorites, and we'll look at the AFC West as well, where the Chargers are hoping to win the division for the first time in a very long time, for the first time, in fact, since 2009. We will break down the 3 other clubs in each division. When you look at the NFC West, that features a couple of playoff teams from a year ago, right alongside the Rams. Of course, it also features the reigning Super Bowl champions in the Seattle Seahawks. The San Francisco 49ers, a team decimated by injury the past 2 seasons, and yet still won 12 games in 2025. And the league's worst team, more than likely, presumably ahead of 2026, that would be the Arizona Cardinals. How does it all factor for the LA Rams in their pursuit of a divisional championship, in their pursuit of playoff home field advantage? Because, of course, it does bear repeating, if the Rams have home field advantage in the NFC postseason, they might not have to leave Los Angeles nor SoFi Stadium. It is the site and the host of Super Bowl 61 this upcoming February. How about the Bolts in the AFC West? They made the playoffs a year ago, did the Chargers. They have made the playoffs with 11 wins each of the previous 2 years under Jim Harbaugh. In 2024, there were 3 playoff teams from the AFC West. Last year, just 2. and it did not feature Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. Will KC bounce back with a healthy Patrick Mahomes once again? The Denver Broncos were the 1 seed in the AFC playoff picture last season. Can Bo Nix, entering his 3rd NFL campaign, replicate that success at Mile High? And big news for the Las Vegas Raiders on this Thursday afternoon as camp has begun in Sin City. The number 1 overall pick, the reigning Heisman winner and national champion from Indiana University, Fernando Mendoza, has signed his rookie contract. He is officially under contract with the Raiders as camp gets underway for Las Vegas. Your divisional deep dives, that will be the main talking point and that main theme here on this Thursday. It is countdown to training camp week. We're just a few days from full camps getting underway. Saturday for the Rams at LMU. Next Tuesday at the Bolton El Segundo for the LA Chargers, with the rookies already showing up to camp as year number 3 under Jim Harbaugh is about to begin. So, as we continue here, looking around the countdown to training camp week, allow us to dive in. It's a really fascinating thing when you look at both the AFC and NFC West. These are 2 really, really strong divisions. Just the 1,000 or 10,000 or 30,000 foot view of these divisions, you have 2 of the 3 hardest in the National Football League. If you were to put up the argument that the NFC West is the most difficult division to win and the most difficult division to play in the National Football League in 2026, I would not argue against you. If you were to make the same rationale for the AFC West, I think it would be very difficult to win said argument as well in terms of being contradictory to that. You're looking at divisions. When in the NFC West, a number that we have highlighted throughout this week on Countdown to Training Camp is 9.5 wins. The 9.5 win total for 16 of 32 NFL teams. 3 of our 8 NFL divisions feature 3 teams with a win total of 9.5. Basically, everybody expecting these teams to be above 500, to be good football teams and contend for playoff spots in 2026. 3 of the 8 NFL divisions feature 3 teams with a win total of 9.5 or higher. 2 of those 3 divisions are the AFC and NFC West. It is going to be very difficult sledding for both the Rams and the Chargers this upcoming year. And why are divisional games so important? Why is your division and the quality that you are going to see in opponent so important? Because you play everybody in your division twice. That's 6 divisional games of a 17-game and 18-week NFL regular season schedule. More than a third or an exact third of that regular season set comes against those 3 teams that you know very well up and down the docket each and every year. Let's start with the Rams in the NFC West. Again, a division that a season ago sent 3 teams to the postseason. In fact, since the NFL expanded its playoffs to be 7 teams in each conference, 14 in total. If we get rid of the COVID year, when the NFL postseason was expanded to feature more teams in a very weird and fluky season, and we just focus on 4 years around the National Football League, so since the start of the 2021 campaign, the last 5 seasons, you look at the NFC West, of the 35 available playoff spots in that conference since the start of 2021, the NFC West as a whole has taken 11 of those 35 spots. Nearly a third of all the playoff teams in the last 5 years in the NFC have hailed from this division. This division has sent 3 of its 4 teams to the postseason in both 2021 and most recently a year ago in 2025. The only year in this 5-year window dating back to 2021 that we have not seen multiple teams reach the postseason from the NFC West was 2 years back in 2024 when the Rams won the divisional crown and everybody else struggled. And even in that year, with Seattle missing out on the playoffs, they still won double-digit games. That is just to set the barometer of how difficult playing within the NFC West is going to be in 2026 and for many years to come. The 49ers, the Rams, and the Seahawks are all hoping and expecting to win 10 to 13 games this year. And like Seattle a year ago, hoping to win the division, hoping to be the number 1 overall seed in the conference, and hoping to have home field advantage as you go throughout the entirety of the playoffs. It was costly that Seattle had home field advantage last year, of course, for the Los Angeles Rams, coming up ever so short in the NFC Championship game in the Pacific Northwest. It is countdown to training camp week, and we want you involved. It is 855-97-LA-FAN. That is 855-975-2326. Of course, entering training camp and entering the 2026 NFL season, the Rams have Super Bowl expectations. We have often said Super Bowl or bust for Sean McVay and company. Anything short of playing inside SoFi Stadium for Super Bowl 61 on Valentine's Day 2027 would be considered a critical disappointment in 2026. So we go to the phone lines right now, where our man Mitch is locked and loaded early on this Thursday in primetime. Mitch, what are your thoughts about those Super Bowl expectations for the Rams entering 2026 NFL season?
I am, Ben. I think big expectations. I expect them at least get to the NFC championship game. But I'm expecting the AD is going to come back. The excitement's there. And I think the defense is going to be one of the best. We might even become close to like the fearsome force. And that's my prediction with all the sacks. And they didn't keep track of sacks back in the day with the fearsome force. I know I'm behind you. You're too young now. You say I know you don't. I don't expect you to remember that stuff.
That's fair, Mitch.
But what irks me, it's just two worries. The running game, they don't have a superstar, but you can't have a Hall of Fame every position. The two solid running backs we have, but Puka I'm not a fan of Puka, personal reasons. Why he might do something stupid. Lemon was there at the draft. He was there for the taking, would have made that offense. I know, and we have a good tight end. That we should have gotten. We want to get a quarterback. They should have gotten aggressive and taken Jackson Dart. He was there for the taking last year. Then they go for Ty. And Ty is nowhere close to Jackson Dart. As you can see, I'm a USC guy. Thanks for taking my call, Dan.
Yeah, Mitch, we appreciate you calling in here on Countdown to Training Camp Week. It really felt like before the stunner of selecting Ty Simpson 13th overall by the Rams back in late April that Mekhi Lemon, the LA guy who played his college ball at USC, one of the best receivers in college football a season ago, was going to be that pick. The physicality that he brings, it almost seemed tailor-made for Sean McVay's offensive scheme. Of course, we know now why they selected Ty Simpson. I hear what Mitch is saying. Of course, as he said, Puka can't be stupid. He can't make mistakes off the field. We know that. It is why when we started Countdown to Training Camp Week here on the new 97.1 The Fan, on this primetime show, the very first person that I listed with the most to prove for the Rams in 2026 was Puka Nacua. Nothing to prove in terms of what he does on the football field. The numbers speak for themselves. He is one of the 3 or 4 or 5 best wideouts in all of the National Football League. It is that maturity off the field that Puka Nacua needs to display in Los Angeles. He has the chance, as we discussed last night with Myles Garrett, to be the face of the franchise, to usher in a new age and era post-Matthew Stafford, whenever Stafford decides to call it quits and retire from this sport as he enters his 18th NFL season. But the maturity needs to be there. It is also a really interesting thing now, as Mitch brings up Puka Nacua and the maturity. As we all know, he needs to show that to Les Snead and Sean McVay that he can be a building block and a cornerstone for this organization for many years to come. As you get to camp, even as training camp begins, you often have contract negotiations playing out in real time. We saw that today with the number 1 overall pick for the Silver and Black, Fernando Mendoza signing his deal as the Raiders showed up to training camp on this Thursday. As they were reporting this week, Fernando Mendoza is still unsigned, but now he is. That is all taken care of. We talked about it last night with Tuipulotu for the Los Angeles Chargers, entering his 4th year after a career-best 13 sacks in 2025. Tuipulotu wants a new deal at the end end of his rookie contract. We could see a hold in for one of the outstanding edge rushers in the AFC and one of the bright spots on that Bolts defense as they have a new defensive coordinator under Chris O'Leary. You have guys that might even report, that might even show up, that might even sign their name on the sign-in sheet. But just because they are at training camp does not necessarily mean they are going to be an active participant. So you see, as we get back in the building and as training camp begins and the entire organization, coaching staff, front office, players, and rosters are all together once again, that's when these conversations start to heat up even further. And I wonder where the status of the conversations are between Les Snead and Puka Nacua's people in terms of that long-term contract extension. There hasn't been a ton of reporting. There hasn't even been, well, Puka's a little bit disappointed that no deal has been reached to this point. I think Puka is cognizant of the fact that he needs to show that maturity, that he needs to put his best foot forward from the person and the personality, not just the football player. I wonder, though, if a deal is near or if Les Snead and Sean McVay are going to play out this season, the fourth and final of Puka Nacua's rookie contract, and really make sure that through all 18 weeks and hopefully well into the postseason, Puka Nacua can prove it, that he is here for the future. And then, even as he is a free agent and maybe testing the waters, so to speak, the Rams then get that contract negotiation done. But you do play a little bit of a dangerous game if you wait too long. I do believe that long-term extension is going to come shortly for Puka Nacua, and he is worth every single penny. Again, there are only 2 wide receivers in the NFL currently that make at least $40 million per year. Jamar Chase for Cincinnati and Jackson Smith-Njigba for the Seattle Seahawks. JSN was also drafted in 2023. Like Nacua, Smith-Njigba was drafted in the first round. Nacua a much deeper diamond find later in that 5th round of the 2023 draft, but you know that Puka Nacua is looking at that and saying, one of my fellow draft mates in my same year already got that big contract extension to become the highest paid wide receiver in the NFL. I am worthy of receiving the same. So as we continue our divisional deep dives here on Countdown to Training Camp Week, the NFC West is going to be our priority and focus from the very start. We talked about that 5-year window in this division, just to put into context and to give you the overview of how difficult playing within the NFC West has been the last half decade in the NFL since 2021. Of the 35 available playoff spots in the NFC, again, 11 of them have been claimed by teams from the NFC West. 3 of the 4 teams have represented in the postseason in 2 of the last 5 years, 2021 and 2025. The only year there were not multiple teams from this division reaching the postseason was 2024 when the Rams won the divisional title, and even then Seattle still won double-digit games. Also in this 5-year span since 2021, the division has won 2 Lombardi trophies, the Los Angeles Rams in 2021 and the Seattle Seahawks a year ago. 3 of the 5 Super Bowls that we have seen have featured a team from the NFC West. That means the conference champ in the NFC has hailed from this division in 3 of the last 5 NFL campaigns. The Rams and the Seahawks, of course, as alluded to, the San Francisco 49ers as recently as 2023. There is so much quality within this division. And when you look at the win totals around the NFL, 9.5 or better for 16 of 32 teams, but only 3 divisions feature at least 3 teams with a win total of 9.5 or higher. It is the NFC West, the Rams, Seahawks, and 49ers. It is the AFC West, the Chargers, Chiefs, and Broncos. And it's the NFC North, the Lions, Packers, and Bears. And when you are playing your divisional opponents twice, and you have those bigger picture goals, not just 11-6 or 10-7 or a playoff berth or heck, even a divisional championship, but your goals are to be the 1 seed, to have home field advantage, to win a conference championship, and to win the whole darn thing and hoist that Lombardi trophy high into the sky over your own home stadium. Playing against teams this difficult in your division can often cause a hiccup because when you are playing really good competition, even if you go 3-3 in your division, you're hurting your overall record. And you could see the Seahawks, the Niners, and the Rams potentially all beat up on one another, where the tiebreakers for the divisional crown go all berserk. And if you're falling a little bit behind and you need a wild card spot and teams from the NFC South or the NFC East have an easier path through their division and just rack up more wins because of it, then you're behind the 8 ball and behind the curve once again. Again, on Countdown to Training Camp Week, we are going to go thoroughly through each of these two divisions tonight. Both of the Wests, the AFC and the NFC. We will go team by team. What you need to know, big picture perspective for the reigning Super Bowl champions in the Seattle Seahawks. What do Mike McDonald and company bring back for his third year at the helm as the reigning Super Bowl champs? Is that their goal once again? You bet. Is it as realistic they play in the game as it is for the Los Angeles Rams? I don't think so. We'll highlight why. Can the San Francisco 49ers finally get a clean bill of health? It didn't really matter last year. They still won 12 games. But can the Niners win 11 or 12 games and be a playoff team again? We'll set the stage for San Francisco. And elsewhere in the NFC West, it's going to be a tough season out in the desert for the Arizona Cardinals. That a gift for the three other teams that we mentioned in this division, the Rams, the Seahawks, and the 49ers, that if they have to play each other twice, at least they get to play the Cardinals twice as well. But should there be any optimism in Arizona? They drafted Jeremiah Love 3rd overall. We'll highlight all of that before we turn our attention to the AFC West. And the three teams the Bolts have to play twice this season. A lot coming up here on this show on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. We'll dive even deeper into the Los Angeles Rams with Alexis Kraft on the other side of the break here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Countdown to training camp week on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. The Dodgers off tonight before they begin a 3-game weekend set back in New York City up in Flushing to take on the struggling New York Mets. Today, the Dodgers visited the White House to celebrate their second consecutive World Series championship, now traveling up the eastern seaboard to the greater NYC area. So our focus is football. On this Thursday night, it is prime time in LA, and I am Ben Stevens. We want you involved at The Fan LA on YouTube. Hop in the chat, let your opinion be heard at The Fan LA on all the social media channels, and 855-97-LA-FAN. That is 855-975-2326. The Los Angeles Rams are Super Bowl 61 favorites, leaps and bounds ahead of the rest of the National Football League. But what exactly are we most looking forward to with the Rams this year? And where should we be most excited by when we go up and down the roster as camp begins on Saturday at LMU? To help us make sense of it all, Alexis Kraft joins us here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Alexis doing incredible work with Downtown Rams. Her and Jake Ellenbogen really covering this team, this franchise in the nitty-gritty for 365 days a year, 24/7. Alexis, we appreciate the time. Thank you for joining us here on 97.1 The Fan on your Thursday. How are things going?
Hi, thank you so much for having me. I'm doing great. How are you?
We are doing very, very well. We are just 2 days away, Alexis, from camp for the Los Angeles Rams at LMU. Both the rookies and the veterans show up on Saturday afternoon. So, Alexis, we have spent the last month and a half since Myles Garrett was traded in the blockbuster deal of the NFL summer, speaking of this Rams team in glowing fashion. They are Super Bowl favorites, heavily so, well in front of the 31 other teams around the National Football League. But Alexis, as you look at this team with the reigning MVP in Matthew Stafford, now the reigning NFL Defensive Player of the Year in Myles Garrett, and so much talent up and down the roster, what excites you most about the Rams for 2026?
Oh, man. I mean, you've touched on it. They are, by far the Super Bowl favorites, right? You look at this roster, you look at what they were able to do last season, falling just short. And the off season that they've put together, really addressed a lot of questions, I think, for Rams fans. And I think for me, something I'm really looking forward to, you talk about the acquisition of Myles Garrett on that defense, but, we also got 2 brand new starting corners in Trent McDuffie and Jalen Watson. And I'm really excited to see how this Rams defense comes together. I mean, I think obviously you've got Matthew Stafford reigning MVP. So much fun to watch a quarterback, so many playmakers and offense that we love to watch. But I'm really excited to see how this defense comes together because, I think a lot of Rams fans will recall last season, especially later on in the season, the defense kind of lost a step. We struggled a lot in the secondary. They were very inconsistent. The Rams went out and addressed that immediately when they traded for Trent McDuffie and then signed Jalen Watson. And then later on, you get, in my opinion, the best defensive player in the game, Myles Garrett. So this defense is going to be really scary if they play up to their full potential this season. So I'm very excited to watch that go down.
Alexis, I made the point last night when we were introducing the new names and faces that everybody here in Los Angeles should know for the Rams in 2026, that, of course, Myles Garrett, one of the most fearsome defenders this sport and league has ever seen, is obviously going to make you better. But the addition of Trent McDuffie in a weak spot for Chris Shula's defensive unit last year might be the best individual upgrade at any position the Rams made this offseason. It was a really good Rams defense last year. Top 10 in scoring defense in the National Football League, 5th highest pressure rate in the NFL in 2025. But with Myles and with Trent and with Jalen Watson, just how much better can this Rams defense be in 2026?
Oh, I mean, I think that they have the potential, talent-wise to be the top defense in 2026. There's no question about it in my mind. I mean, you talk about Trent McDuffie and, the corners and just kind of the secondary as a whole. The Rams struggled on the outside last season, right? And that particularly became apparent in the playoffs. And, not having a secondary that you really felt confident every snap in. And so I think that, the Rams obviously sensed that and they felt that and they went out and addressed that. And, not just, these guys that we're talking about with Trent McDuffie and Jalen Watson, but I mean, you've got Cam Curl back there, Cam Kinchins, Quentin Lake. I mean, that is as solid as a secondary, I think, as you're going to find in the NFL right now. And so I think that Rams fans could be in for a real treat to just see how well these guys play together when everything starts gelling together.
A lot of versatility, a lot of creativity that Chris Shula can use in his defense with all of the names that Alexis just mentioned. Alexis Kraft joining us here on the new 97.1 The Fan. It is countdown to training camp week. Alexis covering the Rams for Downtown Rams and doing a fantastic job at that. Alexis, let's flip it over to the offensive side of the ball. Matthew Stafford enters year number 18 in the National Football League, following the first MVP hardware of his storied NFL career. At this point last year, we were pretty worried that Matthew Stafford could stand upright with the back issues he was dealing with entering training camp. He is 38 years old, and he is the reigning NFL MVP. Is there any concern in your mind for his health, his availability for this upcoming NFL season?
No, I don't think so. From everything that I can gather for right now, I mean, I think that he's fired up. I think especially after the playoffs, right, this past season, and just kind of, being so close, and just the MVP season, and, how well this offense, played at times. I think that, not only mentally is he, ecstatic for this season, I think that, it sounds like health-wise, he's pretty good. And I think a lot of that is going to depend really on the offensive line too, keeping him upright, because if they can do that, I think he's going to have another really big season.
I think it's a really good point, Alexis, especially because when you looked at 2024, Matthew Stafford under duress often because of how banged up the O-line was, relatively healthy in 2025, and basically everybody back for 2026. We have talked about Puka Nacua on this show throughout this week. In terms of what he does on the football field, there is no questioning. He is one of the 3 or 5 best wide receivers in this game. But for Puka to be one of the faces of the Rams franchise for years to come and to earn that long-term contract extension, it's the off-the-field issues and the maturity level that needs to be on the up and up for Puka Nacua. What are your expectations for Nacua entering year number 4?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, it's a great point. I think that he knows what's expected of him. I think the team has, said in one way or another what's expected of him as well. And, both parties want this, to be a long-term, career-long thing. Puka wants to stay on the Rams. He wants to, finish his career with the Rams. I think that, in an ideal world, the Rams want that as well. I think he's certainly done enough on the field. I mean, he's insane. I mean, we've all seen him play. Very, very talented wide receiver, and I expect him to have another big year. And I think that, that question is going to be looming large, around, the organization and Rams fans as well. But, I do expect Puka to, have a good season on and off the field. I think that that's, what both parties want. So I'm very excited to see, what he can do and what the other receivers can do as well.
We'll see if that new deal comes for Puka Nacua as training camp begins on Saturday. It is countdown to training camp week here on the new 97.1 The Fan, and Alexis Kraft joins us on this Thursday night doing great work covering the Rams with Downtown Rams. There are so many names that everybody around the NFL, Alexis, knows well. Matthew Stafford, Myles Garrett, Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, Trent McDuffie, so on and so forth. If you had to highlight one player on this Rams roster that you think can be a breakout star or has the biggest upside entering 2026, who would that be and why?
I mean, I got to shout out Kyren Williams. Kyren is, in my opinion, kind of the silent engine of that Rams offense. You look at what he's been able to do for this Rams team, really, since he entered the league, but, particularly the past, 2-3 seasons, he has been the model of consistency on that offense when there's been injuries. Even back when Cooper Kupp, was on the Rams, he was hurt a lot there towards the end. Then you have Puka, who's, had his moments, and you've had the receivers go down. You've had the offensive line go down. Kyren Williams has been incredible, for the offense. And I think that he is the player that you probably can point to that when everything else in the offense seems chaotic or, you can't, figure out what's going on, the Rams really lean on him. So I think he's going to have another big year. And I think that what we saw from him, last season is the Rams really found a way to get him involved in the receiving game, particularly in the red zone, because, a lot of fans might remember that, as electric as this offense was, there was games that we just could not figure out how to score in the red zone, right? And so I think it was a really underrated kind of unspoken piece that they were able to get Kyron Williams involved in the receiving game. And, I think that Blake Corum as well, they're going to try to utilize, behind Kyron again. And, he's probably going to get more touches than he did last season. I think that they're going to try to utilize those guys in different ways. So I would say that. I'd say definitely pay attention, to Kyron Williams, but also Blake Corum as well, and see what the Rams do in the run game this season.
I think it is a really, really good backfield for Sean McVay and this offense. And Alexis, I think it's a great point. More than 1,250 rushing yards, 10 rushing touchdowns for Kyron Williams in 2025. He also had 50 targets. He was the fourth most targeted receiver for Matthew Stafford. You saw the evolutions in the passing attack, and that will be something the Rams try to highlight as they also get Blake Corum his touches in 2026. All right, Alexis, last question for you. Valentine's Day 2027. Super Bowl 61 inside SoFi Stadium. Will the Los Angeles Rams be playing in that game?
Absolutely.
There it is. One-word answer. Alexis, that's all we need. That's what we will go with. The quote, absolutely, from Alexis Kraft. The Rams are playing in Super Bowl 61, and I happen to agree. Alexis doing great work for Downtown Rams. Make sure you check out all that Downtown Rams is doing throughout the entirety of this 2026 NFL season. Should be a very fun one to cover, Alexis, especially for the Super Bowl favorites in these LA Rams.
I agree. I can't wait. Thank you again. Thank you again so much.
Yeah, thank you for being on the show. Hope we talk again very, very soon. Countdown to training camp week here on this Thursday on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. The theme tonight, a divisional deep dive. Let's go team by team with the three others around the NFC West, which includes and starts with the reigning Super Bowl champion, Seattle Seahawks. That's next on the other side of the break. If you want to see me head bop and basically dance every time we come back from commercial break because of the ones and twos that my producer Kane McCoy continues to slang out there, make sure you're in the YouTube chat at The Fan LA, and you will be covered. At The Fan LA on the socials as well. We make it easy for you, right? It's about consistency. It's about congruency. And if you want to give us a call, it's 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. Oftentimes, as NFL teams get ready for training camp, it should be about consistency and congruency and cohesion, all those C words, year over year. You want the same guys if you had success from a season ago. You want your head coach and your play callers in place and the same quarterback with the same 5 guys up front on the offensive line, the same playmakers on the outside. And if your defense was good, bring back the 11 as well. That's certainly the case for the Rams, with some very beneficial additions in Myles Garrett and Trent McDuffie and Jalen Watson on your outside cornerback positions, among others. It is not necessarily the case in every spot around the NFC West, including as we start our divisional deep dive here on this Thursday evening, primetime in Los Angeles, in the NFC West with the Seattle Seahawks, the reigning Super Bowl champions. Again, each and every night on Countdown to Training Camp has a specific thing, has a different angle to attack so that you have the entire circular view of what this season holds for football in Los Angeles. For the Rams as Super Bowl favorites, and for the Chargers, hoping to get back to the postseason and finally win a playoff game with Justin Herbert as their starting quarterback. And part of that is understanding the division and understanding those 3 other teams that you will play each twice, and 6 of your 17 games are against that division. For the Seattle Seahawks, when you have the reigning Super Bowl champs in your division, when the NFC Championship game from a season ago featured 2 divisional foes, you know it's going to be a difficult test to get back to that pinnacle of the sport because of the path and the teams that you must go through. It is year number 3 under Mike Macdonald in the Pacific Northwest, and we have seen his brilliance as a defensive mind, basically as their defensive play caller or the guy that comes up with the schemes. Last year, the Seahawks were the best scoring defense in the National Football League. They barely allowed a little bit more than 3 scores on average, 17.2 points to be exact, per game. They were the second best defense in terms of EPA per play, expected points added per play. Basically, if you're not into the advanced analytical statistical side, you can make it very simple. How good were you at moving the football down the field to give yourself a chance to put up points based on your success of plays? The Seahawks were second best in limiting the opposition from doing just that. And so you have Mike Macdonald back for a 3rd year. You have the same quarterback back in Sam Darnold, who continues to have career year after career year and is completely reinvigorated his National Football League career. He had the best completion percentage of his NFL career last year at 67.7%. It was the second consecutive year for Darnold, 2024 in Minnesota, 2025 in Seattle, that he threw for more than 4,000 passing yards, 4,048 with 25 touchdowns along with 14 interceptions to be exact. And even just throwing for 4K for Sammy D is kind of unreal, because in his first 4 seasons as an NFL starter in New York and in Carolina, he never threw for more than 3,025 yards in a single season. And he has had back-to-back years now with at least 4,000. But you could argue that Sam Darnold has had his career reinvigoration because of the offensive minds that he has considered his company. In 2023 was the backup and played in many games for the 49ers under Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco. We have seen this now happen for a few 49er backup QBs. They go to the Kyle Shanahan quarterback school of rehab. They come out, they get a deal somewhere to prove it, and they do just that. In 2024, Sam Darnold proved it in an unlikely spot under Kevin O'Connell with the Minnesota Vikings. KOC is often regarded as one of the brightest offensive minds in this sport. When you think of the best offensive play callers as a head coach in the NFL, it's in some order of Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan, and Kevin O'Connell. And Sam Darnold has been coached by 2 of those 3. And now a head coach in the AFC West is the former Seattle offensive coordinator in Clint Kubiak, who has NFL royalty in his blood. His father, Gary, was a former head coach and at the time an offensive innovator because of what he meant to offensive schemes in the NFL. Clint also kind of got his coaching start under Kyle Shanahan, a part of that robust Shanahan offensive tree. So last year, Sam Darnold, along with Clint Kubiak, they have the most success that you possibly could. They win a Lombardi Trophy. But Kubiak is no longer in the Northwest. He's out in Sin City as the new head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. We will talk the silver and black later in our AFC West divisional deep dive, but it's also why I'm optimistic about the Raiders maybe not being a playoff team or heck even getting to 8 wins, but being a thorn in the side of opponents in the division and elsewhere in the NFL because of the pieces they have in place, starting with new head man Clint Kubiak. So who takes over for Kubiak in Seattle? Brian Fleury, who is also a disciple of Kyle Shanahan. He spent the last 7 seasons as a member of the 49ers coaching staff, the last 4 continuously as the tight ends coach under Shanahan, and last year added the responsibility of the run game coordinator, which there is a track record of being a successful run game coordinator under Kyle Shanahan and then getting a head coaching job or an offensive coordinator job, because it's the job that Mike McDaniel held before he became the head coach of the Miami Dolphins and now, of course, the OC for the Los Angeles Chargers. There is also some optimism in Seattle because of this pairing of Sam Darnold with Brian Fleury. He has never been an offensive play caller in his career at any level. High school, to my knowledge, not collegiately, and not in the National Football League. But what Fleury has is a past relationship with Sam Darnold. He was a part of the offensive staff when Darnold was in San Francisco with the 49ers in 2023. He learned everything he knows, it seems, at the National Football League level from the mind of Kyle Shanahan. And that system, from Shanahan to Kubiak down to Fleury, is a very similar scheme. The Seahawks are banking, they are hoping that familiarity can be a benefit for Sam Darnold. And the bright offensive minds that he has been coached by the last 3 seasons, that has completely been the career renaissance that nobody really expected Sam Darnold would ever see, would continue to be the case now with a new offensive play caller in Brian Fleury. That is the hope for the Seahawks. Will it work? I think so. I do not expect Seattle to have a Super Bowl hangover that makes them an 8-9 or 9-8 football team and they miss out on the playoffs altogether. Do I expect the Seahawks to go 14-3 in the regular season, win the NFC West for a second consecutive year, and be the 1 seed in the conference postseason bracket? Not necessarily, but I do think Seattle is looking at a 10, 11, or heck, even 12-win season and a playoff team once more. It's not necessarily a guarantee that the 3 playoff teams from this division last year, Rams, Niners, and Seahawks, are automatically going to go back there, even as they are all favored to do so, and even as they all 3 have a win total higher than 9.5. But I do think the Seahawks are going to be good because I know Mike McDonald's defense is going to be good. Some other changes for the Seattle Seahawks this offseason. Jackson Smith-Njigba gets the contract extension. He is now the highest paid NFL wide receiver at more than $42 million of annual average salary. But the Super Bowl 60 MVP, Kenneth Walker III, no longer plays in the Northwest. He is in Kansas City with the Chiefs. Now, you might be saying to yourself, how valuable are running backs? Does he really move the needle? Does he replace a win or two for the Seattle team? Probably not. We'll see about Zach Charbonnet coming back. And with one of the last picks of the opening round of the NFL draft, the Seattle Seahawks went out and drafted a second Notre Dame running back who will be a rookie in the NFC West, Jadarian Price. His teammate, Jeremiah Love, was the 3rd overall pick by the Arizona Cardinals. We know that John Schneider loves to draft those running backs up in the Northwest, and that is what they have once again in Price. This is a really good Seattle team. They were the best scoring defense in the NFL from a year ago. If they fell out of the top 5, I would be surprised entering 2026. Will there be a Super Bowl hangover in Seattle that keeps them from the playoffs? No, I do not believe so. But I do think the Rams are positioned to be in that top spot this year. Each and every summer, in the weeks leading up to training camp. There is the American Century Championship. I am pretty sure the name of it is called. It's the celebrity golf tournament up in Lake Tahoe. Mike McDonald played in that tournament a few weekends back. And it's fun for NFL people because so many NFL players and coaches and celebrities are involved. You can kind of have your own media availability. You can be a reporter and ask questions to Mike McDonald when you probably haven't heard from him since the end of mandatory minicamp in more than a month and a half. And since mandatory minicamp wrapped up for many, the Rams added Myles Garrett. Mike McDonald was asked about the additions for the other teams in the NFC West, like the Rams adding Myles Garrett, like the 49ers adding the veteran wideout in Mike Evans. And he basically said, I don't care. I only focus on the Seahawks. He is not overly concerned. He is not passing it off like it's no big deal, but he is focused on Seattle. It is the brilliance of Mike McDonald. It is why, in his second year as an NFL head coach, he won a Lombardi trophy. He is focused on the Hawks. He understands what the 12s can be up there in the Northwest, and he is hoping that his new offensive coordinator hire, Brian Fleury, taking over as a play caller for the first time in his NFL coaching life, is a match made in heaven and a marriage that will be prosperous like Clint Kubiak and Sam Darnold was with Sammy D this upcoming season. Will it? Only time will tell. The Rams do not play the Seahawks until Week 16. 2 of their final 3 regular season games against Seattle. First in Seattle, and then the regular season finale in Week 18 at home in SoFi. I said it on Tuesday in discussing the slate and the blueprint. I would not be surprised if that was game 272, the final regular season game in the entirety of the National Football League. Our second hour starts next. We welcome you to hour number 2 of 4 hours of fun. It is prime time in Los Angeles, and my name is Ben Stevens. It's the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, and on this Thursday evening, countdown to training camp week rolls on. The Chargers now officially in training camp, at least the newbies. The rookies showing up to the Bolt today, the practice facility for the Chargers in El Segundo. The veterans will join them on Tuesday, 5 days from now. The countdown on for Justin Herbert entering his 7th NFL season. The countdown is just about 48 hours, probably a little bit less than that, as the Rams will report to training camp on Saturday. Both the rookies and the veterans will show up at LMU on Saturday afternoon. Today's theme, as we have had a different main discussion and conversation each and every night here up and down the roster of 97.1 The Fan, tonight's theme, divisional deep dives, so that you know the opponents that both the Rams and Chargers will play most frequently in 2026. Two of the most difficult divisions that you will see around the National Football League, and how the Rams and Chargers must navigate those divisional slates to stack up wins, maybe win divisional crowns, and of course earn a playoff berth. We start in the NFC West. We just hit on the reigning Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks. I would say the main storyline for Seattle in its title defense is the change at the offensive coordinator spot. Clint Kubiak was the guy last year, had so much success with Sam Darnold in the Northwest. He got head coaching looks. He becomes the new head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders, now hoping either to reinvigorate the career of Kirk Cousins or ultimately develop the number 1 overall pick, Fernando Mendoza, into the starting guy for the Silver in black. We'll talk Mendoza, who signed his rookie deal today. Now only one first-round rookie remains unsigned, and it's the Rams' first-round rookie in Ty Simpson. We can discuss that a little bit as training camp begins in about 48 hours for Los Angeles. But for Seattle, the change of Clint Kubiak from OC last year to now head coach in Las Vegas means that Brian Fleury takes over as the offensive coordinator in the Northwest. He spent the last 7 seasons in this division as a member of the San Francisco 49ers coaching staff under Kyle Shanahan. The last 4 years, he was the tight ends coach, and in 2025, he had the additional responsibility of being the run game coordinator that under Kyle Shanahan helps with the offensive scheme. Mike McDaniel, for instance, was the run game coordinator for a few years by the Bay before he became the full-time offensive coordinator in 2021 and ultimately leading to his first head coaching gig in Miami the previous 4 years. Fleury has never been a play caller, as I see it, unless he had a high school stint that's not reported on his Wikipedia page, as a coach at any single level. What he does have is experience alongside Sam Darnold. When Darnold was in San Francisco in 2023, the start of his career rehabilitation, he was playing and coached by Brian Fleury. That familiarity is what Seattle is hoping will lead to no drop-off by any means. But we see this often, right? We see when you have coordinator changes from a team that has been so good and has had such success that when you lose those bright minds in those meeting rooms and in those game planning rooms, it can have a drastic effect. The Eagles won a Super Bowl, or at least, played in a Super Bowl a few years ago. They lost both of their coordinators, and Jonathan Gannon as the defensive coordinator and Shane Steichen. Things fell off for Philadelphia the next season. The Detroit Lions had so much success with both Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. Both of those guys depart for different places in 2025. The Lions miss out on the postseason. We will see these coordinator drop-offs be a thing. Seattle is hoping it is not too much of a Super Bowl hangover for Sam Darnold to overcome. But this is a really interesting year for Sammy D to kind of prove that the career growth he has made the last 3 seasons, and especially the previous 2, as the full-time starter in Minnesota in 2024 and the full-time starter in Seattle in 2025, with career numbers each and every year, the highest completion percentage of Darnold's career last year, 67.7%, that not playing under Kyle Shanahan or Kevin O'Connell or Clint Kubiak, these established names and commodities opportunities as OCs, he can still have success. It will be the opportunity for both Darnold and Brian Fleury in 2026. The next team in our divisional deep dive around the NFC West is the Rams' bitter rival. Up the California coast we go to Santa Clara, or maybe just outside San Francisco, those 49ers. The Niners are a staple of consistent success in the National Football League. San Francisco has made the postseason 4 of the previous 5 years, 5 of the last 7, with 2 Super Bowl appearances mixed in that window since 2019. Despite some terrible injury luck for a second consecutive season for the 49ers, that electrical station near their facility is not going to be, those rumors and narratives are not going to be put to bed anytime soon unless it is a clean bill of health for the 49ers in 2026. Despite the injuries, numerous, that San Francisco had to suffer through in 2025, they still won 12 games. Another reclamation project at the quarterback spot. Mac Jones had great success under Kyle Shanahan in those fill-in spots because Brock Purdy only played 9 games after an early turf toe injury that he suffered in 2025. The anchor and the leader of their defense, Fred Warner, missed the final 11 games of the year after suffering a gruesome ankle injury. He is expected to be ready for the start of training camp. In the postseason, George Kittle tore his Achilles. He is making great progress, but if you tear your Achilles in in the middle of January, it's probably going to be difficult to turn things around and be ready for the start of camp. Nick Bosa, Michael Williams, who was the first-round pick for the 49ers 2 years ago, both suffering torn ACLs. It was a very drastic year of injuries for San Francisco. After perhaps in 2024, the 49ers had the worst injury luck in all of the National Football League. In fact, according to FTN Fantasy, in a really interesting metric put forward by Aaron Schatz, it is known as the adjusted games lost metric. Basically, what it measures is how often a team's starters or key players are missing games or are less than 100% healthy. The San Francisco 49ers last year ranked 28 out of 32 in bad health. Basically, they were one of the 5 least healthy teams in the National Football League. One of the 5 unhealthiest, if you will, suffering the worst injury luck. In 2024, the Niners ranked dead last in adjusted games lost for those key pieces in terms of missing games or playing in games at less than 100%. One of the guys last year for the 49ers that really had a very full year in clean bill of health, which has not often been one of the leading conversations of his career, was Christian McCaffrey. He started 17 regular season games for the first time in his career. It was just the 3rd time that CMC had basically had a full year of health in the last 6 since 2020 that he played a full season. Christian McCaffrey, when everybody else was going down around him, his quarterback Brock Purdy, the tight end George Kittle in the postseason. Injuries on the outside for the 49ers. Some changing faces in that wide receiver room with the chaos and the drama surrounding Brandon Ayuk. Defensively, guys that had been the anchor of those teams, Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, out for the entirety of the year. It was McCaffrey fully healthy and fully productive. Christian McCaffrey turned 30 last month, early in the month of June. Last season, he had 311 rushing attempts. He had 102 receptions, 102 grabs for CMC. He had 413 scrimmage touches. That the most in the National Football League for any individual player. He had 2,000, did Christian McCaffrey, 2,126 scrimmage yards. More than he had the year that he won Offensive Player of the Year in 2023 when the 49ers made the Super Bowl. Christian McCaffrey had 17 total touchdowns a year ago. But now at the age of 30, and what that means for a running back especially, but basically anybody in the NFL not named a quarterback, can Christian McCaffrey sustain that for a second consecutive season? I think there is some legitimate reason to be concerned or at least slightly hesitant that is going to be the case. Will McCaffrey need that workload with more than 400 scrimmage touches? I'm not entirely sure. The Niners are certainly hoping that is not the case. They added the veteran in Mike Evans, who every single year of his career has had 1,000 receiving yards, but the first decade of his career was in Tampa with the Buccaneers. Now he is a 49er. They are hoping for the emergence of Ricky Pearsall. They are hoping that George Kittle can come back at some point early in the year and not miss too many steps. The offensive line looks pretty good, and you know the ground game with Christian McCaffrey or whoever Kyle Shanahan throws out there is going to be stout, and they are hoping that Brock Purdy plays more than 9 games in the regular season in 2025. Purdy was fully back for the playoffs, by the way, where he threw more interceptions, 3, than touchdown tosses, 2, in the 2 playoff games that San Francisco played in. I mentioned the turnover-prone nature of Purdy, who entered the NFL in 2022. Mr. Irrelevant, we all know the story, comes in, takes over for the Niners in 2022, leads them to the NFC Championship game in Philadelphia, gets his arm hit basically on the opening series, has the elbow injury that sidelines him from the game, and the Eagles win and play in a Super Bowl. Purdy has been the full-time starter for the 49ers since 2023. Entering last year, he had only missed a total of 3 games. Last year, he only played in 9. But each of the previous 3 seasons, Brock Purdy has thrown double-digit INTs. In fact, including those 2 playoff games, Brock Purdy had 13 interceptions in 11 games played for San Francisco last season. More interceptions thrown than games played for Brock Purdy. In fact, since Purdy entered the NFL in 2022, his interception rate, basically how many interceptions he throws per pass attempt, is 2.7. That interception percentage is the second highest among qualified quarterbacks since the start of 2022. Who has the highest, you might ask? His backup with the Niners, Mac Jones, at 2.8. So there is some concern not just about the availability for Brock Purdy, but if he is truly the guy to orchestrate Kyle Shanahan's offense to its full ability. And I think it is fair to question, for a team that has been decimated by injury in each of the previous 2 seasons, is the injury bug going to leave them? Is their injury luck going to completely turn in 2026? Another basically healthy piece last year was the veteran left tackle, one of the best to do it as an offensive lineman in the history of the National Football League, in Trent Williams, who started all but 1 game for the Niners in the regular season and, of course, was there for the playoffs as well. He was an all-pro second-teamer last year. He was a first-team all-pro selection for San Francisco from 2021 through 2023, a 3 consecutive year run. How about this stat for the 49ers with Trent Williams, who has been now with San Francisco entering his 7th year. San Francisco in the regular season, when Trent Williams plays, is 44-25. When he is out, they are 4-12. Basically a full season. It used to be a full season in the NFL, and they are 4-12. This is year number 16 for Trent Williams in the National Football League. He turned 38 just last week. Is he going to be there for all 17 to keep Brock Purdy upright? We shall see. I'm a little bit skeptical that the 49ers are going to win 12 games. But should we be? Because despite all of those injuries that I highlighted, Brock Purdy only playing 9 games, Fred Warner missing 11 games in the remainder of the season, Nick Bosa being out, Mykel Williams being out, who of course would be promising as an edge rusher for the 49ers. Mac Jones stepped in, and they still won 12 games. San Francisco was still 12-5, and they had a run down the stretch of the year when Brock Purdy returned, where they were very much in contention for the NFC West, right alongside both the Seahawks and the Rams. You wonder if this is all going to catch up to the 49ers in 2026, as it did in 2024 when San Francisco only won 6 games. Again, you can't predict injuries. We know that football is a brutal and a grueling game. We have done the same thought exercise for the Rams. They have those sky-high Super Bowl expectations and should be in that game if you could turn off the injury sliders. But you cannot. So it doesn't really, at least in my estimation, do a whole lot of good to anybody to try to predict injuries or discuss injuries. But you can look at sample size and understand the 49ers have dealt with a ton of injuries in the last 2 years. Will it be the case for a third consecutive? Who knows? But injuries are going to creep up. It's a matter of how you deal with them, and at least last year San Francisco did so to the tune of a 12-5 record. Of course, Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan know each other very well. We know of that coaching staff how prolific it was with Shanahan and McVay and McDaniel and LaFleur, that being Matt and I guess kind of Mike, who is the head coach for the Arizona Cardinals as well. But Sean McVay became the head coach for the Rams in 2017, Shanahan for the 49ers that very same year. And there was a lot documented early in their head coaching tenures that Shanahan had McVay's number. The 49ers under Kyle Shanahan against Sean McVay's Los Angeles Rams had won 10 of the first 13 regular season matchups. Sandwiched in between, of course, was the 2021 NFC Championship game that the Rams had the last laugh, made the Super Bowl, and of course won a Lombardi Trophy inside SoFi. But since that 10-3 start for Shanahan in the regular season against McVay, it's actually been the Rams holding the upper hand against San Francisco. Since the regular season finale of 2023, and that final matchup of that regular season, the Rams have won 4 of 5 against the San Francisco 49ers. The only loss to San Francisco in that span was in overtime last year on Thursday Night Football in week number 5. The Rams go for it after San Francisco kicks a field goal to start the overtime session. On 4th and 1 from the Niners' 11-yard line, Kyron Williams is stuffed. The Rams lose the game right there. Of course, the Rams should have gone for it. You don't kick a field goal to tie in OT with the current rules where they are. It was also an example of the special teams woes that Los Angeles faced in large part in 2025. Yes, Joshua Carty did drill about a 48-yarder to send the game to overtime after the Rams started in a 14-zip hole. But as they started that comeback in the first half, Carty missed a field goal as the Rams tied the game at 20 apiece. Carty missed the ensuing extra point. It was blocked by the 49ers, so it stayed at 20 all. Again, all of those things are true. But just saying that was the last loss for the Rams in the last 5 regular season matchups, kind of turning the tide and the momentum between these two rivals in the NFC West. Again, the 3 teams that we have discussed, the Rams here in Los Angeles, the reigning champs in the Seahawks, and the San Francisco 49ers, all made the postseason last year. All 3 of those teams are favored to make the postseason once again. Both the 49ers and the Rams have reached the playoffs in 4 of the previous 5 years. The Seahawks have done so twice, and they hold the most recent Lombardi Trophy. Will all 3 get back to the playoffs in 2026? If you were to ask me right here, right now, I would say yes, but there is no guarantee that is going to happen. When do the Rams play the San Francisco 49ers? Of course, they play San Fran in the very start of the year. 49 days from this Thursday, exactly 7 weeks from right now, will probably be somewhere near the end of the third quarter down under in Melbourne, Australia, as the 49ers and the Rams on Netflix kick off the season from Australia in the second game of the year. The Seahawks and the Patriots, to accommodate, play football 48 days from now inside Lumen Field in that Super Bowl 60 rematch to start 2026. Again, I said it on Tuesday night in discussing the blueprint, the slate, the path that we had to paint for the Los Angeles Rams to reach the mountaintop of the NFL and be a Super Bowl champion. I'm not a fan of international games in the National Football League. If you are, maybe explain yourself, 855-97 LA fan, especially here on the West Coast. Like a 6:30 London game moves the needle for absolutely nobody. And one of the reasons I really do not like international games, when they make it like we are seeing, I understand the blockbuster appeal and the marquee matchup, and you're playing your first ever regular season game in Australia, and you're trying to expand the football footprint around the world and around the globe. And I think it will be a great atmosphere and a very cool thing. Sure, I get all of that. One of the reasons I really dislike this matchup is because you have two West Coast teams playing in Australia, but you also take a divisional home game away from the Los Angeles Rams. A crucial divisional home game against one of their rivals in the San Francisco 49ers. If the Rams win in Melbourne, it's kind of a moot conversation. All is well and good. But if the Rams lose and then play San Francisco a second time in Week 14 on the road in Santa Clara, that is not to their benefit. It is a disadvantage for the Rams in their two-game slate against San Francisco this year because one is in Melbourne and one is on the road. That's when the Rams will play the 49ers, Week 1 and Week 14. Again, 3 of the final 5 games of the regular season for Los Angeles against their divisional opponents, and not like the Cardinals twice sandwiched with a game against the Seahawks. It's the Niners on the road, it's the Cowboys at home, it's the Seahawks on the road, it's the Bucs on the road, and it's the Seahawks at home to end out the regular season. We're not going to know who's going to win the NFC West basically probably until at least Week 16, if not even Week 18, in that regular season finale. It's a divisional deep dive. It is training camp week here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. We have talked about how grueling the NFC West is for the Los Angeles Rams. There is an exception to every rule. And in the NFC West, that's called the Arizona Cardinals. We'll break down the Cards in what might be an ugly year in the desert. Up next. Football is here, my friends. The Los Angeles Chargers have sent their rookies to training camp. They reported today to the Bolt and El Segundo, which means football is here in Los Angeles. And it also means countdown to training camp week rolls on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I am Ben Stevens. Both of our LA NFL teams should have very high hopes this year. For the Los Angeles Rams, those are Super Bowl dreams that should be actualized inside SoFi Stadium on February 14th, 2027 for Super Bowl 61. But the Chargers could also very well be playing in that game. Year number 3 under Jim Harbaugh. 11-6 the mark for the Bolts in each of his first 2. A playoff appearance in both 2024 and 25. But this year is all about getting over that Herbert hump and delivering Justin Herbert his first playoff career victory. It is prime time in Los Angeles. Hop in the chat at The Fan LA on YouTube. Our guy at David Horse 800. Hey, Ben, what's cracking? Time for prime time with Ben in Los Angeles on The Fan. David, you know that's right. Appreciate you being here. If you want your voice heard, it's 855-97-LA-FAN. That is 855-975-2326. Countdown to training camp week has had a different theme, a main talking point each and every night. We want to present all of the angles to provide all of the information that you need to be the smartest and the best football fan that you can for 2026 in the NFL, so that when that first Sunday comes and you're watching Red Zone with your buddies and the Chargers are taking on the Cardinals, or when that first Thursday comes and you're heading out to a bar to watch the Netflix primetime game down in Melbourne, Australia between the Rams and the 49ers, you're able to say to your friends, listen, I know about that guy. That's Jalen Watson. He's the new 6'2 corner. The Rams added this offseason to be a lot better against outside wide receivers. They needed that length and physicality because that was one of the weak spots. I heard that on the new 97.1 The Fan during countdown to training camp week. It's the new home for Rams fans. Hey, this is year number 7 with Justin Herbert as the Chargers starting quarterback. They've got a new offensive coordinator in Mike McDaniel. He's really messing with Justin Herbert's footwork, trying to change that up to speed up the passing and timing routes in this new offensive scheme. I heard that on countdown to training camp week on the new 97.1 The Fan. It's the new home for football fans here in Los Angeles. Or maybe you're watching the Cardinals or the Niners and you're saying to yourself, I think on that Thursday night, that guy Ben something was talking, and he was doing a divisional deep dive, and he told me the 49ers have had awful injury luck each of the previous 2 seasons, but the Rams have won 4 of the last 5 against San Francisco in the regular season, so they've kind of turned the tide. He also told me the Cardinals are going to stink. Like Arizona's going to be the worst team in the National Football League in 2026. And I'm not sure it's all that particularly close. The Cardinals are the favorites. I would not use that word. The Cardinals have the most likely chance of having the NFL's worst record. We have mentioned often this week a win total of 9.5. 16 of 32 NFL clubs have that win total entering 2026. It is their projection. They are predicted to win at least 9 games and have a winning record and maybe get to double digits in earning a playoff spot. Nobody has a worse win total than the Arizona Cardinals. Nobody has a lower win total than Arizona. It is 3.5. Why is this such a pessimistic view of the Arizona Cardinals entering this upcoming season? Is it new head coach Mike LaFleur, who many here in Los Angeles know? He worked under Sean McVay as the OC the previous few seasons. Not necessarily. It's more the hand that LaFleur has been dealt. The Cardinals front office decided the Kyler Murray experiment was done. With the injuries, they weren't necessarily into it anymore, even after the contract extension a few off seasons ago. Kyler Murray is now battling against J.J. McCarthy for the starting quarterback job of the Minnesota Vikings. And last year, because of the injuries to Kyler and Jacoby Brissett playing in those games, of which he had a 1-11 record in the 12 starts that he made, Arizona was 3-14. Jonathan Gannon, in his third year, was fired as the Cardinals head coach. There were some at this stage last summer that were predicting Arizona maybe to be a trendy, pesky, wild card team, a thorn in the side, maybe an outside chance of being a playoff team. They came off an 8-9 season. Kyler Murray was going to be ready to go. This could be the year the Cards took a step. It was anything but. Arizona was 3-14 last year. They have had a losing record each of the last 4 seasons. I mentioned the 8-9 record in 2024. The 2 years prior, they won 4 games each. So in 3 of the last 4 seasons for this Cardinals franchise, they have won 4 games or fewer. They won 11 games in a 3-year run of 22, 23, and 25. The Rams, the Niners, and the Seahawks all won more than that just last season in 2025. In this offseason, even for a team that is predicted to be near the bottom of the National Football League, has not necessarily been pleasant in Arizona. Jacoby Brissett has basically been not holding out. He was at practice today as training camp has begun for these Arizona Cardinals, but he wants a new deal. He has basically been saying to the Arizona Cardinals, you need me, and I'm only set to make $4.88 million this year. That is not enough. I am your starting quarterback. Sure, I am Jacoby Brissett, but I am your QB1. The Cardinals, to this point, have not relinquished their stance that they are not going to pay Jacoby Brissett with a larger return. In fact, they have added some quarterbacks to compete with Brissett. Gardner Minshew, the veteran, was signed for what, by the way, was a higher 1-year salary than what Jacoby Brissett is set to make, at least in base salary, in 2026. And they drafted Carson Beck from Miami via Georgia in the 3rd round, when some thought that was a little bit early to take a chance on Carson Beck. Even if a deal is done for Jacoby Brissett, and this is not necessarily throwing Jacoby Brissett under the bus, but even if he is stable, even if he is relatively consistent, the ceiling is not necessarily high for this Cardinals offense. However, what the Cardinals did with the 3rd overall pick in the NFL draft, which has been debated by many, is it worth it to take a running back that early? They drafted Jeremiah Love from Notre Dame. Some said you never want to draft a running back in the top 5. Others said he's the best player flat out in this draft, regardless of position. If you can make him the future face of your franchise, please do so. Jeremiah Love, drafted 3rd overall, was the earliest a running back has gone in the NFL draft since the Giants selected Saquon Barkley 2nd overall back in 2018. I'm not overly concerned, based on what the expectations are for Arizona in 2026, that they decided to draft Jeremiah Love 3rd overall. You could say, if you're really trying to build for the future and trying to turn this things around in the next 2, 3, or 4 years, that wasn't worth the draft capital and the draft value that the 3rd overall pick sustains. I hear both arguments. I think for this team, though, in the 2026 season, having Jeremiah Love, just having him a part of your roster, on your offense, on the football field in the desert, will be the only and more than likely the lone bright spot for this Arizona team. Now, Trey McBride is one of the best tight ends in all of the National Football League. Josh Sweat, also very good defensively. A career best 12 sacks for the guy that came over from Philadelphia and received a large payday from Arizona in the 2025 offseason. There are some pieces to like out in the desert, but Jeremiah Love is probably going to be that optimistic highlight machine and might be the only good thing, or one of a very few good things, for the Cardinals this year. Again, the win total for Arizona in its first year under Mike LaFleur is 3.5. If you had to ask me how I would wager on said total, over or under, it would probably be under. I do not think the Cardinals are going to be good. And we have broken down the blueprint for the Rams, who have the 5th most difficult schedule in the National Football League. The Cardinals have the most difficult schedule in the NFL, because the Rams and the Niners and the Seahawks all get the lone benefit in this division of playing Arizona twice apiece. The Cardinals do not have that benefit. They have to play the Rams and the Seahawks and the 49ers twice each, 6 times in total. And we know the crossovers for this division this year. The 4 teams from the AFC West, the 4 teams from the NFC East. Those are difficult opponents. We will talk about how difficult the division is in the AFC West as well in our upcoming segment. So Arizona has, and it's not even particularly close, the hardest schedule in the National Football League in 2026. If the Cardinals win 5 games, that would be a tremendous success. It would be a 5-12 record, but if the Cardinals win 12 games, that would be a tremendous success. The Cardinals start the year on the road in Los Angeles, of course not against the Rams, but inside SoFi Stadium against the LA Chargers. It should be a good start to the year for the Bolts, who start at home against the Cardinals and the Raiders before weeks 3 through 10 for the Chargers are as hard of a 2-month stretch as you will find for any team in the National Football League in 2026. When do the Rams play the Cardinals? The first game will be in LA on Sunday, October 18th. That is week number 6. That game will be against the Rams in SoFi. They will make a return trip just a couple of weeks later to the desert on Sunday, November 15th. That will be the game for the Rams before their bye week, week number 11. So the Rams end the year with 3 of 5 against the Niners, Seahawks, and Seahawks. They play the Cardinals early on. If the Rams can beat the 49ers in the Melbourne game to start the year, there's a really good chance that by the time we get to December, the Rams are going to be perfect in the NFC West at 3-0 after beating the Cardinals more than likely in both of their divisional games in the season. And that would, of course, put the Rams up to be in pole position to win the divisional crown and maybe, just maybe, be the number 1 seed in the NFC playoffs. Countdown to training camp week. Transitions from the NFC West to the AFC West. And the teams the Chargers are going to have to know very well in 2026. That's next. Countdown to training camp week as we roll on here in our second hour on this Thursday night. It's prime time in Los Angeles, and I am Ben Stevens. It's the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, and we want to hear from you. Your voice is needed in Los Angeles sports. It's 855-97 LA Fan. That is 855-975-2326. Hop in the chat on YouTube at The Fan LA. Make sure you are following and liking and doing everything that you need to do on the socials as well at The Fan LA. There are so many great things happening here at 97.1 The Fan. It has been a very, very fun privilege to play a small role in it, and you are in the right spot. It's the new home for Rams fans. We just broke down the NFC West with tonight's main talking point during Countdown to Training Camp Week being a divisional deep dive. The Seahawks are the reigning Super Bowl champs. Will they win a second consecutive? Probably not. Are they going to be a playoff team? I'm sure. Is the main thing that you need to know about the Seattle Seahawks this year the change in offensive coordinator from Clint Kubiak, who was the new head coach of the Raiders, to new OC Brian Fleury? And can that relationship continue to make Sam Darnold one of the better QBs in the NFL? Absolutely. If it does, Seahawks are probably winning 11 or 12 games. If it doesn't, and Sam Darnold takes a step back because he is not under the tutelage of Kyle Shanahan or Kevin O'Connell or Clint Kubiak, then that would be the main reason I would point to. The other is the San Francisco 49ers, that despite some of the worst injury luck in the NFL a season ago, still found a way to 12 wins. Mac Jones in the rehabilitation school for quarterbacks under Kyle Shanahan, although Brock Purdy only played 9 games, Mac Jones was steady to allow Purdy to come back from the turf toe injury and guide the Niners to 12 wins and even a shot at the NFC West divisional crown down the stretch. But other guys like Fred Warner, the gruesome ankle injury that he suffered, but their defensive captain should be ready to go for week number 1. Nick Bosa out for the year after a torn ACL injury. Mykel Williams, the first-round draft pick in 2025, also missed time due to the ACL injury that he suffered as well. George Kittle tore his Achilles in the wild card round playoff game against the Eagles. Really the only star for San Francisco that did not deal with any injuries at all was Christian McCaffrey. But he turned 30 back in the month of June, and he had 413 scrimmage touches in 2025, more than any other player in the National Football League. Is that sustainable? So the question for the 49ers, basically as it has been the last 2 years, how healthy is this veteran and talented roster, and how many wins can the Niners rack up? The third and final opponent for the Rams in the NFC West is the Arizona Cardinals, who, for my money, are going to be the worst team in the National Football League in 2026. If they're not the worst, they're probably at best winning 5 games. For how difficult the NFC West is, will be, and has been, the one benefit for the Rams and for the Seahawks and Niners alike is the fact they get to play the Cardinals twice a season. I'm not trying to be overly mean to Arizona, but they were 3-14 last year. By the way, they had the worst injury luck according to that FTN fantasy adjusted games lost metric. Basically, how many games do your key players and starters miss, or how many games do they play in when they are less than 100%? Arizona was 32 out of 32. Bottom of the league in terms of how healthy they were in 2025. But the Cardinals were bad last year, and they're not going to be much better, if at all, this year. They have the worst win total in the National Football League. Nobody lower than 3.5. That's what the Cards have, and they are the most likely team, or have the best chance, according to the odds makers, to finish with the NFL's worst record in 2026. They also have the most difficult schedule in the National Football League this upcoming season. Again, the Rams divisional games. Week 1, the season debut in Melbourne, Australia. Exactly 7 weeks from right now, the fourth quarter is probably beginning in the first regular season game ever played in Australia. The next divisional game for the Rams is week 6 at home against the Arizona Cardinals. They return to the desert for a road game week number 10 in Glendale against those Cards. Before the bye week for the Rams is week 11. And then 3 of the final 5 for Los Angeles divisional games. In San Francisco, week 14. in Seattle, Week 17. Week 18 regular season finale in SoFi, hosting the defending champs in the Seahawks. I think there's a really good chance the Rams start 3-0 in their divisional games. I think there probably is a potential the Rams maybe drop 1 or 2 of their final 3. I do think the Rams are going to win the NFC West, and I do think the Rams are going to be the 1 seed in the NFC. But let's just put it out there. If the Rams lose 2 games in this division, and you think of what the record often has been in the last 5 years in the expanded postseason to be the 1 seed, 13-4 or 14-3, you don't really have a lot of wiggle room in the rest of your schedule. And there's a lot of marquee opponents on this schedule for the Rams. The Eagles in Week 4. The Bills at home on Monday Night Football in Week 5. Heck, week number 3 is a game against the Broncos at altitude in Mile High. The Chiefs are there. The Packers are there on the night before Thanksgiving. There's a lot of difficult teams the Rams will face this year. But everybody is also looking at their schedule and seeing what the Rams have in store for 2026 and saying to themselves, that might be our hardest test of this upcoming NFL season. I do also think there is a really good chance that the divisional crown could be decided on that final Sunday night of 2026, much like it was in 2024. If you remember, the Lions and the Vikings in game 272. It was Sunday Night Football, Week 18. Everything at stake and on the line. A historic matchup of teams at that stage of the year that had each won 13 games entering. The winner would be the 1 seed and the divisional champ. The loser would have to go onto the road and earn a wild card spot in terms of doing so. That loser was the Vikings. They played the Rams. The Rams won that playoff game. I do think the Rams are going to win this division, but again, it is one of, if not the most difficult in this sport. Since the NFL expanded its playoffs in 2020, we eliminate the COVID year. So in full in 2021, that's the last 5 NFL campaigns, 35 potential playoff spots because 7 teams now make the postseason in each conference. 35 potential playoff spots. 11 have gone to NFC West teams who have won 2 Super Bowls in that 5-year span and have won the NFC in 3 of those 5 years. It does not get much harder than playing in the NFC West. You could say the very same thing about the Chargers division, the AFC West, because again, win total, 9.5, 16 of 32 NFL teams. 3 of them are in the NFC West. Rams, Seahawks, Niners. 3 of them are in the AFC West. Chargers, Chiefs, and Broncos. Denver won 14 games last year. They were the 1 seed in the AFC playoff picture. But without Bo Nix in that really ugly AFC championship game, they could not withstand and get past the New England Patriots. The Los Angeles Chargers won 11 games and made the playoffs. The Kansas City Chiefs only won 6, and the Raiders, of course, only won, I believe, 3, if I am not mistaken. Let me just double check that here to earn the number 1 overall seed. Yeah, the Raiders last year only won 3 games, 3-14, and it's why they were the number 1 overall pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. But I don't think the Chiefs are only going to win 6 games in 2026 as long as Patrick Mahomes, recovering from the torn ACL and LCL that he suffered in that Week 15 game against the LA Chargers, is good to go. But before we get to the Chiefs and the Broncos, the 2 toughest tests for the Bolts within this division, let's talk about the silver and black, the Las Vegas Raiders, who with that number 1 overall pick drafted the reigning Heisman winner and the national champion at Indiana, Fernando Mendoza. Mendoza finally signs his rookie contract today. It is a 4-year deal with a 5th-year team option, which of course is very standard for first-round picks in the National Football League, worth $57.2, I believe, million. The Raiders, who showed up to camp on this Thursday, at least the rookies were there in Henderson, Nevada. Fernando Mendoza was there. The contract was signed, and he is very glad the contract is done. There's not a lot of wiggle room based on what you can do with your first-round deals. There are a couple of things that you can pay attention to. How is your signing bonus paid out? What do some of the clauses in terms of injury look like in your rookie deal? But everything is basically pretty standard, and the amount that you are paid is slotted in based on where you are drafted in that first round. Again, first-round deals for rookie contracts in the National Football League is a 4-year deal with a 5th-year team option, where that team entering year 3 needs to decide if they are going to pick up that 5th-year deal. Or, entering year 4, they need to decide if they are going to pick up that 5th year. They can't see what you do in year 4 and then say, yeah, we want to take you in year number 5 as well. So Fernando Mendoza is at least in the desert for the next 4 years, it would seem. And I really like what the Silver and Black have for 2026. I do not expect Las Vegas to be a playoff team. I do not expect the Raiders to have a winning record. Heck, I'm not even sure the Raiders get to 7 wins. But in terms of what you want to do for a franchise that has failed to win a playoff game since 2002, and in that span only has 2 winning seasons basically in the last 20-plus years, in terms of what you could do to reinvent and reinvigorate your franchise in one off season, the Raiders have maximized that. They draft Fernando Mendoza. They hire Clint Kubiak, who is one of the best offensive coaches in this sport, and I think will have great success given his coaching pedigree as a head coach in the National Football League. They build up around that first overall selection in Mendoza. You have Ashton Genty. You have Brock Bowers. You bring in Tyler Linderbaum, who is one of the best centers in the NFL. You are supporting your first overall pick. The Max Crosby deal with the Ravens falls through, but you still have one of the most fearsome edge rushers in the sport. I think the Raiders are going to be a fun team. I think the Raiders are going to be, at bare minimum, a competitive team in 2026. We'll talk more about Mendoza and the Silver and Black when our third hour begins here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Hour number 3 of 4. It is prime time in Los Angeles on this Thursday as we say hello and welcome to the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I am Ben Stevens. You heard it there. It's countdown to training camp week, and the countdown for the Los Angeles Chargers has come to a close. The rookies showed up to the Bolt today. The veterans will join them on Tuesday. The Rams report to camp at LMU on Saturday. Both those veterans and the rookies will show up to the campus of Loyola Marymount as they get ready for 2026, where they have Super Bowl expectations. The silver and black out in Henderson, Nevada, the rookies for the Raiders showed up today. And Fernando Mendoza has officially signed his rookie contract. The deal is done. The focus is on practice. I found this very interesting. The Athletic in the past week ran a fan survey for a couple of the hot button topics for the Raiders this year, including who do you want to start week number 1? Fernando Mendoza is the first overall pick, but Kirk Cousins on the roster, of course, for the Raiders, providing some of that veteran guidance. The Raiders have told us in the front office and second-year GM John Spytek that they expect Cousins to start right away for Clint Kubiak and allow Fernando Mendoza to develop, to learn the NFL ropes. But you would normally think a fan base would be clamoring for the most prized possession in the sport, the number 1 overall pick and the reigning Heisman Trophy winner. Not the case. More than 92% of more than 970 votes for that Athletic fan survey say they want Kirk Cousins to be the week 1 starter for the Raiders. I found that fascinating. We will see how both Mendoza and Cousins perform in training camp that now, at least for the rookies, is underway in Henderson, Nevada. We will continue our divisional deep dives on this countdown to training camp week in both the NFC and AFC West, but it's not just countdown to training camp, it's countdown to fall camp. And it's countdown to Big Ten Media Days, because next Tuesday in Chicago, ahead of his 5th year at the helm of the USC football program, Lincoln Riley will take the stage in the Windy City. To get us ready for 2026 for SC, Ryan Abraham joins us here on the new 97.1 The Fan at Inside Troy on Twitter or X. He runs USCFootball.com, one of the great places to consume everything you can around the Southern California Trojans. Ryan, before we dive in to USC, there is something that you and I need to discuss. I believe we work out at the same gym. I both believe we are frequent visitors of the F45 in Hermosa Beach, my friend.
Yes, and this morning I had my 400th class
Whoa!
at 45. So, yeah, but cool that we both go there. That's awesome, but I didn't realize that.
There we go, Ryan. In between sets of RDLs and rows and whatever the heck they're making us do as we're sweating our faces off, we can talk some USC and Big Ten football throughout this season. Congrats on 400. I think I hit number 50 like last week, so I'm a little bit behind you, but I hope to catch up. Speaking of the South Bay, speaking of Hermosa Beach, I watched USC do a quick little beach workout and play some dodgeball and sign some autographs and take some pictures with some fans earlier this week. I believe just yesterday morning as they get ready for 2026. Were you in attendance at Beach Day for USC football in Hermosa?
I was. It's interesting. It's the first time they've done something like this. General Manager Chad Bowden addressed the fans. They invited fans to come out and check out the team. They bussed all the players in. And, you know, I've covered a lot of USC events over the last 31 years. I've never done one in my flip-flops, but this was a unique event. I rode my bike down to the beach and talked to, USC's athletic director, Jen Cohen's there. Like I mentioned, Chad Bowden, a lot of the administrators, and, of course, Trumaine Carroll, the strength and conditioning coach, and his staff. They went through, a light workout. It was kind of warming up on the sand, which is not easy. Obviously, the resistance you get when you're trying to move in the sand, the players did that. And then they had some competitive dodgeball. So it was a lot of fun, and the fans got to come out and take photos and get some autographs. They were handing out posters and T-shirts and hats. So I thought it was a nice thing. They're trying to figure out different ways to be more accessible to the fans because it's such a corporate business now. It's just not it's much more like the NFL than the old college football. So just any kind of event like this where they can reach out to the fans, I think is a good thing.
Basically, the end of summer break for these guys. They're getting ready for fall camp, as we alluded to. Ryan, the Trojans will be a part of Big Ten Media Day festivities this upcoming Tuesday in Chicago. It is year number 5 under Lincoln Riley. Last year, a 9-win season, but they came up short of what might have been a college football playoff bid had they beat Oregon on the road in the second to last Saturday up in Eugene. Obviously, it is always very difficult to win inside Autzen Stadium. This year, the Trojans returned 15 starters from last year's team, including quarterback Jaden Mayava. Ryan, what are your expectations for USC football in 2026?
Yeah, I think you want to see improvement every year. And, 9-3, I thought they did some good things where they took care of business on some of those games that they let, fall by the wayside in the first year in the Big Ten, being able to beat Michigan at home, beat Iowa, go on the road and beat Nebraska, but just, not being able to beat Oregon, Notre Dame, and that Illinois game on the road that they kind of blew at the end. They need to take a step forward. The problem is, I think the schedule